shadows, where the lines are blurred, we're standing on the truth of God's holy word. The battle is raging, the energy is high, in the fight between the light and the father of lies. From the armor of God to the sword in our hand, the Proverbs guys are taking a stand. Through every season, through the fire and every test, our faithfulness remains. We're giving him our best. Stephen the founder is all about truth, cutting through tradition since the days of his youth. He points to the scripture, the word of the king. It is written, he cries, let the gospel ring. We're the killers watching the stars in the night. Astronomy and end times brought into the light. The mics are hot, the air is clear. President Dan is finally here with designer talk, showing how God made it all. He's uniquely created every creature, great and the small. We're the Proverbs team, and we're holding the line. Defenders of the faith and intelligent design. Started in Genesis, we take it all literal. The foundation of truth is deep and umbilical. Standing united on Christ crucified. The gospel message for which he died. From the first of the pages to the end of the stage, the gospel message for every age. In spiritual warfare, we're breaking the chains. The kingdom is coming, the Savior remains. No accidents here, it was all by design. We'll live with the Proverbs, it's time to let our light shine. The armor is on, the vision is clear. We're standing our ground, we've got nothing to fear. We are ready, let's go live. Welcome to the Proverbs guys. We're the Northern team, the Proverbs guys. Welcome to the Proverbs guys. Yeah.
Hello, this is Deanne Posey and Gemma Posey. I am the Proverbs Guys president, and Gemma is the gatekeeper to keep me halfway sane. I'm in love with Jesus Christ, and since 1981, when God delivered me from the darkness into the light. And we're here to tell you that we love for you guys to listen to our shows on Proverbs Guys on Sundays. I do a designer talk showing the intelligent, designly creatures, plants, universe. That is evidence, just evidence. It is evidence of a designer, or if it's evidence, I don't see how it can be of undesigned process, but the cause we see of the material universe better with the designer. We are helpers at a ministry in Gemma's hometown of the Philippines. Beautiful place, beautiful people, and a lot of poor people though that we help out. Thank you everybody for watching Proverbs Guys Ministry. Dan Posey and First Lady Gemma out.
Posey.
Hey everybody, welcome to Proverbs Guys Ministries. I'm one of your oldest hosts, Stephen Andrew. I also am a producer here at Proverbs Guys Ministries. I kind of help put together some of the shows and title them and make sure everybody's doing their shows on time. Yeah, an area that I'm really passionate about is creation. I love defending the creation narrative. I love fighting off the theories of evolution and not allowing those theories to slip into the church to pervert what God says is true, which is that He made the world in 6 literal days. I'm passionate about what we do here, and we just really appreciate that you guys have come here and found our channel interesting enough to give us a shot. Thank you.
My name is Krista. I'm the wife of Mr. Proverbs Guys, the founder of the channel. I have my own little YouTube channel, the 21st Century Psalmist, where I share short devotional clips. That's what I'm passionate about. I'm passionate about writing and just sharing little truths that God's placed on my heart. And I'm passionate to just see the lost saved.
All right. Thank you guys, and we hope you have a great day. Brother Achilles, you've been doing this since 2016. Do you want to go ahead and plug your channel and tell everybody who you are?
I got saved in 2016 and got my heart of stone replaced with a heart of flesh. And I started working on making videos on my channel, which is, it has a front, which is a dirt bike channel, and you can find it in on YouTube. It's Achilles 7. There is a playlist there called 2016. Starting from that, upload to upload, the videos that I've been making are a little more complicated than live streaming. It took me like 1 month to finish each editing job. I wasn't resting at all. For a couple of years and more, I just wasn't resting. I was just uploading one video after the next. And those were, the purpose they had was the subscribers on my channel were beginning to see somebody turning from living for the world to living for the gospel, the final battle that we just gotta save souls. I met Stephen in 2023, Stephen, and just like somebody who wrote in our chat the other day, you invited him in and he said, I'm not proficient in streaming and I haven't done this before. That's how I was too. And if you truly love the Word of God and you love helping others and it feels the one thing you want to do anymore, you end up becoming one of the main hosts in a very, very short time because our desire to preach the gospel is surpasses everything. By the way, for those that don't know out there, my weird accent is because I am Greek, I am in Greece, and it's 1:30 a.m. where I am.
Hello everybody, my name is Keisha Richardson, and many of you might know me from the Charis Project podcast. So today I want to share with you a little bit of my story and why that's very crucial and important going forward. And in early 2020, as many of you know, my father and I, Dale Richardson, were exposing the improper contagion mitigation during the COVID pandemic. And unfortunately, we were greatly persecuted for that in Canada and the United States. My father's a mechanical engineering technologist with a bachelor's degree in technology, and I myself worked for the provincial government in Saskatchewan, Canada, for some time at a maximum security prison and hospital for the criminally and mentally insane. So, as many of you know from previous videos that I've made, we lost everything for exposing this and whistleblowing. We lost our home, our bank accounts were shut down, our cars were taken. My little sister Karis, who I've named the podcast after, was taken from us at 16 months old.
This is TTOR, Truth the Objective Reality. You can find me on YouTube and Rumble and BitChute, and you can find me on Spotify, and you can find me on FTJ Media, and most importantly, you can find me on the Proverbs Guys Ministries channel. My specialties are Christian apologetics, young Earth creationism versus old Earth creationism, and creation versus evolution, and many others. Welcome to the Proverbs Guys Ministries Network.
Hello, my name is Jason Robley, and I'm the host here at Harvesting the Word of God. Our ministry here at Harvesting the Word of God podcast is the foundation of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. We believe in Jesus Christ. We believe that He was crucified and was resurrected in the flesh. Here at Harvesting the Word of God, our ministry is to reach out to everybody, to the addicts, to those that have been abused, to those that know Jesus, and to those that want to know Jesus. Our ministry is open for all people, and we encourage you to join us in a powerful study in what God has to say every Wednesday night. We look forward to seeing you, and God bless you all.
Hey there, my name is Rich. I'm an independent creation scientist. Did you know that according to the laws of physics, it is impossible for the universe and life to create itself? As a matter of fact, according to the laws of physics, it shows that God is necessary for the universe to exist. I've been studying cosmology, creation, and physics for the last 15 plus years. You can check out my website at theoriesofcreation.com. I'm also on YouTube at Theories of Creation. Welcome to Proverbs Guys Ministries.
All right. Hopefully, excuse me. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Let's see. And what happened to all the interesting different fonts and sizes that we can do? I don't know. Okay, well, that is a bummer. You guys will have to please excuse my son in the background. He has many issues. God bless his heart. All right, so today is a very important episode. We are doing a Proverbs Guys fundraising episode. And I did put some notes together for all of you fine folks to kind of give you an idea of what we're wanting to break this down for. So I'll throw this up on the screen. We ideally would love to raise about $1,000. And we're going to break down for you how this would go, what funds would go to what, so that we can be transparent with you. So first step is the content creation and documentary work. It's going to cost us about $240 to complete the Ron Wyatt documentary. Let me see if I can do this for you and make that the background so that you can see the Ron Wyatt documentary that we are working on, and I think it's going to be awesome. This is going to be the second documentary that the ministry has done. If you're interested, we have done another documentary called Why Kent Hovind Was Silenced, and it is a 5-part documentary that's broken up into sections of 35-40 minutes each episode. I kind of did it in the style of like a Netflix series. It makes up a total of 4 hours worth of content. And we are going to do the same exact thing, same quality, but more experience. So in many ways, better quality. Ron Wyatt documentary. That is our next step. I've already got a lot of the photographs that I needed for it, and I have purchased some software to upgrade those images. So that is a plus sign. Why can't I find this? Here we go. Now I found it. Okay, let me upload this for you guys so you can see the thumbnail for the Ron Wyatt documentary that we are working on. And here you go. All right, so if any of you guys are willing, number one, in helping us complete this documentary for our beloved Ron Wyatt, then we would love your support for that. So the Ron Wyatt documentary is one way you can help us and help support the ministry. That's what $240 of the funds are going to. That's going to be to get the software that we need to enhance the quality of some of the Ron Wyatt movie clips that I'm going to be using, film clips. A lot of the stuff on Ron was filmed in the early 90s and in some cases the late 80s. So it is bad quality for a documentary. So it's very important that we try to get that quality upped and better so that we can do this documentary the right way and bring Ron Wyatt the honor that he deserves. Number two, streaming and broadcasting tools. So this is going to be for our restream. So this month is paid for, but we want to do and go ahead and pay for 2 months in advance so that between all of us hosts, we can always try to keep it about 2.5 months out. That way, if something ever happens, one of the hosts is going through a hard time, their spot is still covered, and hopefully we'll have enough to cover them, for as long as they would need to get back in a better situation. So this would cover multiple months of our restream that we use. We pay $124 and some change every month. Website and online presence. This is going to run us about $200. This is going to cover the domain name, the hosting for a year, our website creation, the activation, and we're also going to be utilizing it as a ministry hub so that future episodes of Proverbs Guys can actually get uploaded onto the website, and you can view us from there and get our podcast all from the website, and it'll have all of our social media linked. Audio equipment upgrade. So I don't know if you can tell, but the quality of this microphone that I'm using right here, first of all, let me just say, this HyperX Quad has been a wonderful microphone. It has been, but it's been through several moves across country, and it is not the best quality microphone anymore. So I would love to be able to get another microphone, not only for our live shows, but for the narration of the Ron Wyatt documentary that we'll be working on, as well as future Young Earth Creationist documentaries that I have planned. We're going to be taking a much bigger role in that as a ministry, creating Christian content like the documentaries in the different series that we're doing. Creative tools and design. So for about $100 for 12 months subscription, we can get and pay for Canva. That'll take a lot of stress off of all the different hosts, especially Brother Achilles, who is solely paying for Canva right now. And that'll help us just get rid of one bill. We use Canva a lot, from everything from thumbnails to adjusting sizes to transparent backgrounds to shorts creation. We use it for video editing enhancement, picture enhancement. Just you name it, Canva has been an all-around great tool for us. So we would really, really, really love to be able to get that tool. And then also we want to get that tool paid for the rest of the year, or for a year flat out. The last one would be $30 for another month of GPT. We use this quite a bit. It helps us generate show titles for things we've done. helps us come up with the video descriptions really quickly and effectively, and it even helps us with some of our thumbnails. So that is a general idea, and I'm going to go ahead and switch out the ticker at the bottom. So throughout the show, I'll change the tickers around for you guys, and you can kind of get a feel for what we're trying to raise funds for today. So we also have several ways you can do it. This would probably be the easiest way for you guys. Just take out your phone, click the QR code. We appreciate that very much. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. Claude, play nice. Just play nice, Claude. You don't have to always be nice or mean. And I'm not even going to ban you. I'm going to let you hang out today, even though I know you plan on being a complete thorn in my side, as the Apostle Paul would put it. A thorn in my flesh. Claude, how about that? All right, so this is going to be a 5-hour stream. The panel is open. We're going to talk about the fundraising needs throughout the show, but in between, we're going to show some really cool clips. We're going to talk to you guys live. We are willing and open to do any kind of debate you want to take on. Please ignore my son playing under the blanket in the back. He is geeking out on my phone and being weird. But he's a good kid. They know you're weird, son. It's okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and play a video for you guys. This is an interview that I did with Dr. Kent Hovind. It's only about 30 minutes long, and I might pause it and talk about it in between. But this is the interview I did with Dr. Kent Hovind about my visit to the Ron Wyatt Home Museum and some of the artifacts I got to go over. It's awesome. Just woke up and just walked in, so let me get my head straight first. Lena Moon, I got your back, and thank you so much for coming to hang out with us today. We always love when you come by. So let me go ahead and pull up this first video for you guys. 5-hour long stream today. So I hope you guys are looking forward to this as much as we are. I'm going to go ahead and cut my camera so I can share my screen, and hopefully we have no problems. You guys let me know if this is pulling up good enough or if we need to figure out something else, because I don't want to do that to you fine folks. Let me put me over here. All right, so this is the interview I did with Dr. Hovind. Yes, Claude, Dr. Hovind. He has multiple doctorates and an honorary doctorate. If you don't like it, all right. So here we are. You guys let me know if the audio is coming out okay.
21st, 2022. With me, Stephen Boland, longtime friend of ours. He's got his own channel. You live about, 8 miles from here?
Somewhat.
And you just went and talked to Mrs. Wyatt, Ron Wyatt's wife, up in Nashville. And I said, well, let's hold the show with my program tonight. We're going to talk about what they saw with Sodom and Gomorrah and all kinds of other things. All right, you saw up there in Nashville, let's see, near Nashville, Sodom and Gomorrah, let's see, Shelbyville, Tennessee. Did you bring one of the papers, the newspapers? Oh, they're all on my desk. Mary Nell Wyatt was married to Ron Wyatt for many, many years. He died. And she has a ministry there, Shelbyville, Tennessee. The Bible says, the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from heaven. Brimstone is quite simply the ancient word for sulfur. Okay? God was so angry at the Sodomites there, he rained fire and brimstone. Brimstone burns at about 450 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, Ron happened to go over there, and he found Sodom and Gomorrah and had it documented and everything else. It talks about the border of Sodom and Gomorrah. You can read all about that in the Bible. Here is the Dead Sea. Sodom and Gomorrah is down near the bottom of the Dead Sea, right down here, the Dead Sea in Israel. Ron was over there doing research. He just was a humble fellow. He said, that looks like an ancient city wall. He goes up there and starts poking around and finds sulfur balls. Here's one right here. Smells like sulfur.
It does, yeah.
Bad. So tell us what Nell told you, Ron's wife Nell told you about some of his discoveries, and you can flip through the slides here, whichever ones you want to talk about, since you're visiting here tonight.
So the first one was the sulfur ball. It fit in the entire palm of my hand. It was
all big ones and little ones, all size.
Yes, yeah. And I'll tell you, I washed my hands with every kind of soap known to man after that, and for 2 days afterwards, my hands smelled like sulfur. You could not get the stench away.
Well, the rock is peppered with them. I mean, this occurs nowhere on Earth except right here. This is the ancient part of the city. It actually got so hot, it burned it all to ashes. It says it destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah completely.
Well, and they're finding sulfur balls now that are half the size of a human being. Could you imagine that on fire falling from heaven?
You wouldn't like it in a few seconds.
Yep.
So you just go poke your finger into what you think is just a wall of ash, and it's actually part of the old city, and it contains these sulfur balls.
And something interesting about the sulfur balls that they're finding at Sodom and Gomorrah is that they say they burn at least 10 times hotter than any sulfur balls they're finding anywhere else around the planet.
Well, they're 99.5% pure sulfur.
Yep.
And so she says, and I agree, I knew Ron before he died and talked to him at great length, and I believe he was exactly telling the truth. They actually discovered the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. The story in the Bible is true, okay? Now, also, Ron, he was just a humble fellow he wasn't looking for any glory. He found Christ was crucified. Tell the folks what you're holding in this picture.
There's the actual stone that covered up the hole that held on, and it that Christ was crucified. To Ron for his discovery, and it's recognized by the Israeli government in the church that this is where Yeshua Messiah was crucified.
Ron told me that when he found the place of crucifixion, there was a little ledge with 3 holes and another one a little bit higher. They could crucify 4 at a time if they wanted. That day, they only had 3.
Right.
And so when they were not using, rather than have to dig a hole in the rock every time, they would plug the hole to keep the dirt out. So this is the plug that kept the dirt out of the hole. He also discovered Noah's Ark and had the Turkish government. What did Nell tell you about the Noah's Ark?
So what I'm holding here is a broken off piece of the deck timber from the front of the ark that was given to Ron as a gift from the Turkish government for discovering it. You can't see from this picture, but there's even a titanium nail that's inside the deck timber to this day, and they're not supposed to have had that technology at that time. So that makes it even more fascinating.
Well, it was 3 layers of wood cross-grained to each other, similar to plywood. You get much more strength that way. Total of about, 5 inches thick?
Correct, yep.
5-inch thick plywood the ark was built out of. And they...
We'll go back one. Okay. So this is, go up one. This one here, okay, this is a picture of stone. This is petrified lava that they took from the Noah's Ark scene, and this is the proof that the lava is what preserved the ark all this time.
The theory is, Ron, we went through this in detail on my video number 7, if you get my creation seminar series. The ark landed near the mountain of Ararat, not on a mountain. It's unlikely for a boat to land on a mountain if water's receding. Bring your knee up under a sponge on the bathtub and try to get it to land on your knee.
Right.
It's very likely to drift off to one side. So probably the ark landed in the mountains of Ararat, like the Bible says, not on Mount Ararat. And then over the years, this is an active volcano. The lava flows have pushed it down. How far from where it landed? Did she say?
It's shifted several miles from the original resting spot.
So the lava preserved it the Turkish government has a visitor center there.
Yeah. The Turkish government officially recognizes it as the location of Noah's Ark. So that's pretty interesting that the Turkish government would do that.
And Ron said the ark was riveted together with giant rivets. And here's you holding one of the giant rivets.
That is me holding the rivet, and I have several different angles of it. You can clearly tell that it's a rivet. I mean, there's no denying it. This is a fascinating piece. This is a compilation of junk metals, titanium, aluminum, alloyed metals that they weren't supposed to have access or knowledge of at the time of Noah's Ark. And these were all molded together and put in the bottom of the ark to use as balance stones.
Well, yeah, you want the heavy weight at the bottom, ballast. A lot of ships do that. You don't want it, especially in rough seas, you want the bottom to be heavy, keep your right side up.
Exactly. It kept them from turning over. But it's just amazing that they had the technology to mine these metals at a time when they weren't supposed to have any knowledge of these metals whatsoever.
See, people are stuck with their idea that modern man is smart and ancient man was dumb. It is exactly the opposite. I don't think we could build the Great Pyramids today.
Right, yeah. It's just proof that the technologies they had before the flood and then just thereafter the flood through Noah's knowledge was far superior to anything we ever imagined.
Oh, my rib, hang on. If you hold that mic for a second. Mm-hmm. The Bible says very clearly, before the flood came, the people lived to be 900 years old. There are lots of legends of what's called the Golden Age, when man used to live to be 1,000. Well, the Bible's more accurate. 969 is the oldest. After the flood, Noah and his kids would have maintained this knowledge and passed it on to the next generation, but they only lived to be 400 years old, and then down to 200 and 100. So a lot of knowledge was lost. If you go through the Amazon jungle, it is unbelievable the giant cities they're finding in the Amazon, where they thought there was nothing. There were giant cities, monster megaliths. They're finding things all over the world that just defy modern technology. Like, how did they do this? The legend is that the Egyptians, would sing or chant, use sound waves to lift these blocks for the pyramid. We still don't know how that works. I don't have a clue on that,
No.
But that's what they say. So they did it somehow. Some of those stones up at the top stone would have weighed 70 tons.
That's a lot of singing.
Yeah. I could probably do it with my voice, but okay. All right. So this is the ballast at the bottom of the ark. And the Bible says there were giants in the earth in those days. We've got this crazy theory going on through our school system that man started off like an itty-bitty chimpanzee, and we're getting bigger and better and stronger and smarter. We're so smart now, we believe we came from a rock. Yeah. Morons. The evidence is overwhelming that there were giants in the earth in those days. She'll tell the people what you're holding, what's next to you right here.
Okay, so this is a very interesting find. About a mile or two from Noah's Ark, there are the ancient ruins of what they know to be Noah's ancient home. And the reason they know this is because there's a marker outside of these ruins. It's a giant stone with an inscription of a rainbow. Underneath the rainbow is a ship with animals coming off of it. And then there are 8 carved crosses representing 8 people that came off of the ark. And this was taken from a site that was a dug-up grave at those ancient ruins of Noah's home.
And those are the finger bones.
That is one single finger, and this is a regular-sized woman's hand next to the finger, so that gives you an idea of how large that person's hand had to be.
Was this Mrs. Noah's finger?
It is believed that this was the grave of Mrs. Noah, and that is Mrs. Noah's finger.
And her name would have been Joan of Arc.
Right.
Yeah, okay. No.
Yeah, and if you look close at the bone, you can even see early onset arthritis, which would show how fast we started deteriorating after we lost the canopy through the flood.
I am just convinced that the Bible is correct, but I think the best theory to explain it is what's called the canopy theory. God made the earth with a water under the crust of the earth, in the crust of the earth. That's where the flood came from, the water from inside. Then there was a layer of air, maybe 10 miles thick, and then a 2 or 3 inch thick layer of ice completely surrounding the world.
Right.
That shattered when the flood fountains of the deep broke open. It would have shot rocks up and shattered this canopy. Super cold ice is magnetic. So the ice, where's my globe? Can you hand that? Is it here? If you put a magnet on a table and put a piece of paper over it, and fall very rapidly. Frozen, standing up in their mouth and still in their teeth, still undigested in their stomach. They flash froze because outer space is minus 450 or so. And so the canopy of ice would have been sucked into the poles, bringing in polar vortex down, air coming down. They froze them standing up. I think the ice age came at the same time as the flood. So the flood, water, the earth was covered in water, some frozen, some liquid. But the mammoth standing up frozen, how do you explain that? It takes, in order to flash freeze a mammoth, well, Bird's Eye Frozen Food people did a bunch of studies on this. How do you freeze an elephant? You could freeze the outside, but the inside is going to be, retain body heat and going to decay. It had to be frozen at extremely low temperatures, like you only find in space. So I think the people were much bigger, and the flood, that ice dumping on the poles would push out toward the equator, causing the ice age effects, the glaciers, the terminal moraines, lateral moraines. And after the flood, people were just smaller. Everything changed. The pre-flood atmosphere allowed everything to live longer, grow bigger. The world's record biggest oyster today is less than 14 inches. It's still alive in Denmark, 14-inch oyster. But when they climbed the mountains in Peru, South America, they found 500 fossil oysters, all bigger than the world's record. One of them was 11 feet. That's a big oyster. The world's record biggest beaver today is 30 inches long, 2.5 feet. But they find fossil beavers 8 feet long. People will study this and say, yes, there were giant insects in the world at one time. There were giant beavers. There were giant reptiles, dinosaurs, but there were no giant humans. Stop. Rethink it.
That makes no sense.
Everything was bigger.
It had to be.
The humans were huge. What is this bone here now? This is a thumb bone?
This is a thumb bone. Now, this is not connected to the Noah's Ark location. This was taken from another place in the Middle East, but that's an example. That's a real bone of how large somebody's thumb was. And you can see it in comparison next to Mary's thumb. It's a lot larger.
See, the evolutionists are not allowed to believe this. They're probably not allowed to even think about it.
Yeah.
It goes so against their religion that they've chosen to believe in. You're probably not even capable of thinking about it. And this bone here.
This is a good example of what you just said, because this toe bone has been examined by multiple actual scientists. None of them are willing to come out and say publicly that this is a toe bone because of backlash from the community. But every one of them said undeniably 100% this is a human toe bone.
But see, the guy would have to be 15 feet tall to have a toe.
He would. Yeah, and that's sitting in the palm of my hand. I have a pretty big hand, as you can see. That's in the palm of it. So that person would have to be easily 12 to 14 feet tall. And not only would their bones have to be longer, but they would have to be wider to sustain that much weight.
Sure, but it was a different world back then. We know there were giant reptiles. Mm-hmm. We find the bones all over dinosaurs. They find fossil cockroaches 2 feet long. They find fossil dragonflies, 2-foot wingspan. Fossil grasshoppers 2 feet long. Why can they admit there was giant everything else and can't admit there were giant humans?
It would prove the scripture is a truth.
See, they want to be related to a monkey. Okay, you choose your relatives, right? Now, Ron also found the real Mount Sinai. What happened on Mount Sinai according to the Bible story?
So Mount Sinai is known as the mountain of God. And this is where God spoke to the Israelites, and he came down in the form of fire, scorching the entire top peak of the mountain. The government in Saudi Arabia has officially recognized it as Mount Sinai. It's a tourist attraction now. What we have on the screen is part of a stone from the peak of the mountain. And as you can see, it's still burnt black from God's fire burning it. And if you go to the next slide, it's the reverse side of that same rock. You see that there's no burn scorch. That's the difference.
And Mount Sinai is in Arabia. I cover this on my video part 7. If you get my seminar series, I'd recommend you watch seminar 7. The children of Israel went down into the Sinai Peninsula, and what they call the Sinai Peninsula. That's the wrong name for it. It's not, Mount Sinai is not in the Sinai Peninsula.
Right.
And they crossed over the Gulf of Aqaba and ended up in Saudi Arabia. So we cover all that in seminar part 7. All right. A stone taken from the Mount Sinai would be the type of stone God used to write the 10 Commandments on.
Yeah, and it's nothing like we picture it in the old 10 Commandment movies, but this mountain, Mount Sinai, is riddled with these stones, and it's about 2 inches thick, and it's flat as can be. It's perfect for scribing things on, and this is the type of stone from Mount Sinai that God would have engraved the 10 Commandments on.
And then he handed it to Moses. Moses went down, saw the people dancing naked, and got angry and broke all 10 commandments at once.
All at one time.
He's the worst sinner in the world.
Yep.
Then he went back up, and 40 more days, God said, this time you write them down. So Moses had to chisel them on the stone. I think that was wise of God to do that, because if they had the actual 10 commandments, that with God's finger writing them, they would be analyzing, trying to find God's fingerprint instead of reading what it says.
Right.
Read the book. So but the second set that Moses actually carved ended up in the Ark of the Covenant, which I think is on one. Yeah. The Ark of the Covenant is, what about the Ark of the Covenant? God said in Jeremiah, the basins, the fire pans, the bowls, the cauldrons, the spoons, the cups, all the stuff that was taken away, they were stolen by the king when they conquered Israel. It talks about the spoons. It doesn't mention the Ark of the Covenant. Nebuchadnezzar brought him out of the house. Why did he mention the ark? The ark was never taken. It was never found. Jeremiah was told by God, you tell the people to surrender. They're going to lose. They're wicked. I'm sending them into captivity. The people wouldn't listen. So Jeremiah went to the temple. He was one of the priests, took the Ark of the Covenant, about the a little smaller than my desk here. And hold this, I got a model of it right here. If I can turn around with my broken rib. Hang on. There we go. Okay. It's a little model of the Ark of the Covenant based on what Ron said he saw there. He actually found it, okay, under the crucifixion site. Uzziah prepared great machines to sling stones. They were going to sling, they had these catapults up on the wall to fling rocks at the enemy. And so when Nebuchadnezzar was going to conquer the city, he said, I don't want my guys to get within range of those catapults. He built another wall outside to starve the city into subjection. They were outside the range of the catapults. So and Nebuchadnezzar finally conquered them. Jeremiah knew what was coming. He took the ark and the table of showbread, and what other furniture did he take? I forget.
It was the lampstands, the incense burners.
Right. From the temple, he took them to an underground cave, underground tunnel across Jerusalem, and hid them right there underground. And then they went off into captivity, and most of them died. And everybody forgot, where's the Ark of the Covenant? Well, 1982, Ron Wyatt's over there, and he claims an angel talked to him. I don't know about that, but he says his left arm came up and said, his voice started speaking. That's Jeremiah's grotto. The Ark of the Covenant's down there. So Ron goes digging around down under there for quite a while, a couple of years, many trips.
Yeah.
And there, underneath, right where Christ was crucified, 25 or 30 feet below, is a cave, and there's the Ark of the Covenant. So tell what Nell said about that.
So this is the most beautiful part. On top of the Ark of the Covenant, which is Christ's throne on earth, right?
Right.
There is the sticky leftover residue of the blood of Christ to this day that has come down through the crack and landed on top of the mercy seat.
So when he crucified, his blood ran down. The Bible says there was an earthquake and the rocks rent. That means they ripped. So his blood ran down through the crack and dripped right on the mercy seat. All that time, the angels were looking at, they're looking for one thing. And once a year, the high priest would go in, sprinkle blood on the mercy seat. Inside, under the mercy seat, was the 10 Commandments and the Aaron's rod that budded and a little bowl of manna. And I got little models of it in here. Okay.
And Ron was actually blessed with the ability to touch the 10 Commandments. He held one in his hand.
Well, he told me, he said he fainted when he saw what was in there and realized, oh no. He said, only the high priest can touch this. But then he said, wait a minute, I'm a born-again Christian. I'm blood-bought. So he actually opened the lid and saw, and I turned it over to the Jewish government. I don't think they've touched it yet. They're afraid to touch it.
Yeah, no, they sent a team in there on one of Ron's visits back, and 6 men who had gone in there to try to remove it had died. And the government was so scared they wouldn't even go in there to retrieve the bodies. So they asked Ron Wyatt to go in there, and he pulled the bodies out one at a time so they could bury them.
Anyway, so that's an interesting story. You met with, if people want to go talk to Mel Wyatt, she's got a lot of this stuff in her basement up there. What's her email, or how do they get a hold of her?
So one of the best ways you can get a hold of her is if you go to the YouTube channel, ronwyatt.com. That's the name of the YouTube channel.
W-Y-A-T-T.
Correct, yeah. That's the quickest, most efficient way to get a hold of her. And also, just a quick side note, she is, since Ron passed away, remarried. Mm-hmm. Her husband just went over to Turkey because a week or so ago they had that really bad earthquake, and he went to go help with the recovery. And then a day or so ago there was another bad earthquake, and things have got really bad over there. So if you guys could all keep Randall in your prayers, that's Mary's, her new husband, that would be much appreciated.
Well, when you read the book of 1 Kings, chapter 8, King Solomon and all the congregation were assembled with him before the ark, wherein there was nothing save the 2 tables of stone. So by the time you get to King Solomon's time, this is 400 years after Moses, apparently the bowl of manna had finally gone bad, and the walking stick had rotted in 400 years, I'm guessing. But the stick was gone. Aaron's rod that budded was in there for a long time. So here's Ron Wyatt. This is he said he purposely drew the picture with a few incorrect things on the picture. So he would know if somebody was lying or faking if they claimed they'd seen it. Yeah.
That's clever, yeah.
Is that still it? WyattMuseum.com? Is that his phone number still?
That's no longer the museum that they're associated with.
Okay.
And I can't confirm if that's the number, but again, if you go to the RonWyatt.com YouTube channel, that is the one that Mary herself maintains, and that's a quick way to get a hold of her. She opens up her home to anybody who wants to see these things. So if you're in the Tennessee area, reach out to her. She would be happy to show all of anybody.
I think it'd be better if she'd put them in a museum in Lenox, Alabama on display, on loan, Mary Nell. Okay. So, yeah, these my slides here are from, 20 years ago. So that's the old number they had. So the Ark of the Covenant, he found Noah's Ark, he found Sodom and Gomorrah,
Mount Sinai.
the real Mount Sinai where the fire came down and Moses was up there and it rained.
And the real
Crossing
Red Sea
site.
crossing.
Red Sea crossing
Yep.
site.
And they actually have, it's all coral now, but they have a femur bone that's covered with coral, and there's a perfect hole down the center of it where the bone marrow used to be, and you can clearly tell it's a human bone, and it's one of the Egyptian soldiers from the bottom of the Red Sea.
Well, here, it says, God told Moses in Exodus 14, tell the people, go over and encamp by the sea. So the children of Israel are going to go across on dry ground. You can read the story in Exodus. And the waters were a wall unto them on the right hand, on the left. There's one church that teaches, it was just called the Reed Sea. It was only ankle deep water. Oh, and a whole army drowned in that?
Right.
Yeah, Pharaoh told his soldiers, lay down, don't come up, Right. It says, God took off the chariot wheels, and the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen, and everybody drowned, okay? He turned the sea into dry land, it says in Psalm. Well, here's the country of Egypt right here. The children of Israel had been slaves there for a long time. And so this is the region they're talking about, called the Sinai Peninsula, that triangle-shaped piece of ground. They're up here in slavery in Goshen. Well, obviously, the quickest way to get from Goshen to Israel, up in the top right corner of the map there, is walk along the Mediterranean Sea. But God led them purposely down into the Sinai Peninsula. So they're stuck down here. These are a bunch of slaves. They didn't know where they're going. No GPS, no maps, no nothing. They had no clue where they were. They're following a cloud.
Yeah.
And Pharaoh's soldiers said, hey, Pharaoh, these idiots took a wrong turn. They're stuck. They're down here by the sea. Let's go get our slaves back. So they followed them down there. The children of Israel are now panicking. Here, mountains on the north, mountains on the south, Red Sea in front of them. The Red Sea's got two fingers to it, the Gulf of Aqaba and the Gulf of Suez. So they're stuck by one of them. And what do we do? So, of course, obviously what everybody does when things go wrong, you blame the leader, right?
Right.
It's got to be Moses' fault. So they blame Moses. Moses said, Lord, what do we do? He said, tell the people to go forward. Hold your rocking stick out over the water, and the water parted. And they crossed and ended up over in what today is Saudi Arabia. So the whole Sinai Peninsula is misnamed. It should not be the Sinai Peninsula. But Ron found the spot, and Mount Sinai is in Saudi Arabia over there. So here we go. There's a dry riverbed called a wadi that leads right up to this spot on the beach. And you're stuck. You can't go north, can't go south. They're trapped. There it is right there. You can actually see a satellite view of it if you get your cell phone and Google Saudi Arabia and zoom in on the Gulf of Aqaba. That little spot is actually this giant beach right here. So the children of Israel are parked on this beach. Pharaoh's army is coming in behind them in that wadi. Now they're stuck. They got a whole army coming behind them. So the cloud that was leading them goes behind them. And on their side, on the Jewish side, it's light they can see. On the other side, it's a pillar of fire trying to stop the Egyptians, and it stopped them. So they're waiting there on this beach. So Ron is going over there saying, I think I found the spot where they crossed. Down at the south end of the beach, he said he found, they came out right here through this gap. He found this pillar stuck in the sand. He dug it out and stood it up. And there on this pillar, it was written in ancient Hebrew. It says, this pillar was erected by King Solomon to commemorate the crossing of the Red Sea. So Solomon, 3,000 years ago, which would have been 1,500 years after the crossing, put up a pillar. He went across the other side and found another pillar over there in Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
They found, both pillars are still there, put up by King Solomon.
Lined up perfectly.
And it's interesting, if you look at this Gulf of Aqaba, it's 5,000 feet deep, except for that spot right there. There's a natural underwater land bridge. A friend of mine went over there. He said, Brother Hovind, the underwater pathway at the Red Sea crossing site at Ron Wyatt received an incredible amount of criticism. We've taken 2 trips to the Red Sea with the latest sounding equipment to carry out depth soundings in the seabed. Our data has proven the presence of the underwater pathway, and the reports and pictures of our trip can be accessed. I don't know if that's still a good website or not, anchorstone.com.
I'm not sure.
Check it out. Okay, let's see. Our data does match the Israeli batric chart, and I, for one, would appreciate a public refutal by anyone who has publicly stated it does not exist. It's true. Aaron Sen came to our ministry there. So they went across, about 9 miles across, and it's about 900 feet deep. So in 9 miles, 900 feet is a nice gentle slope up and down, easy to walk with your chariots or with your wagons and your women and children and sheep and everything else. Pharaoh's army goes down. The Bible says the waters were a wall unto them on the right hand and on the left. I have always wondered if any fish swam out and fell into the. My mind thinks of these things. So they get on the other side, and the Pharaoh's army follows them right in. And Moses, turn around, lift your stick out again, and the water back and drowned the whole army. But meanwhile, they find bones down there, rib cages, chariot wheels. It's still down there right now.
It's riddled all the way across from one side to another.
The Bible says God took off their chariot wheels, and there are still chariot wheels down there. Here's a chariot axe.
Interesting part about these chariot wheels is through Egyptian history, spindles of the wheel had changed and evolved over time, and the dynasty that would have lined up with the Exodus event are the exact spindle shapes of these chariot wheels that are all across the Red Sea crossing location.
Well, some of the chariots in Egyptian history used 4 spokes. Some had 8, some had 6. And this dynasty had all 3, and they found all 3 down there.
Yep.
So here's Mount Sinai over here. And it says so in the book of Galatians in the Bible. Mount Sinai is in Arabia. It's not in Sinai Peninsula. There's Mount Sinai, and that rock you held was from the top of that mountain right there.
Yep.
It actually burned the top of the mountain. It's still black today. I wonder if it shows up on Google Maps if you can just zoom in far enough to see the black.
I believe you can.
I'll try
It's
that
a
tonight.
large area.
And God had told the people, don't come up to the mountain while I'm giving him these 10 commandments. So it says they set boundaries around to keep the people away. And the boundaries are still there. There at the base, they found a rock with a cow carved on it. The dumb Israeli people, still with their Egyptian thinking, are worshiping a cow. Also, he found the spot where God said to Moses, smite the rock and water will come out. Because they've been wandering around the desert with no water for 2 million people. And a lot of the Bible maps and stuff, picture books show Moses hitting the rock and a trickle of water comes out. Okay, let me explain. You're going to water 2 million people plus cows plus sheep plus camels with that little spigot?
That's faith.
That's dumb. Some have a little more like that. Oh, maybe that's what it was. No, way more than that. Here is the rock. It's 5 stories tall, as tall as a 5-story building. And that rock is split right down the middle. And water came pouring out of both sides of that rock. And a very interesting verse I've never understood. It says, the rock followed them. For 40 years, they're wandering around the wilderness because men don't stop and ask directions. And the rock followed them. Or maybe they made the river follow them. I don't know. But interesting story there. Okay, any questions or comments anybody have for Stephen?
All right. So that was just a little interview that I did with Dr. Kent Hovind on the discoveries of Ron Wyatt. We have some other stuff we're going to be going over that I may or may not include in the Ron Wyatt. I've got a short film for you guys that's basically an introduction for Ron Wyatt. So next thing I want to show you guys is our awesome new t-shirt store. So if you guys are wanting to help support, but you want something for your support, I highly recommend going to our t-shirt store. And we've got quite a few options here. Let's see. This is the Nothing Show. All right. So this is actually, this is an interesting concept. Achilles and I did a show called The Nothing Show. We had no theme, no topic. It was supposed to be no conversations of importance whatsoever. It got out of hand. It got so out of hand, I had to actually remove the episode. I had to mark it private. So, if you guys want to support us and get this The Nothing Show t-shirt that Achilles and I hosted, I will send you the link for that episode in email so that you can view the Nothing episode. It's the episode that you missed that you will wish you hadn't missed. Special appearances on that show include Brother Christian Pike, Jamie, Terry. Oh, let me just tell you guys, this was a crazy, crazy episode. Next up, we have, this is a good one, the Democrat Rejection of God t-shirt. This is a good t-shirt. And as you can see, there's a pillar right in the middle of their national convention. And on that pillar are all the names of God. And you can see the Democrats there, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Nancy Pelosi. They're taking a sledgehammer to that pillar as they remove God from their platform. So that's a good way to shove it in the liberals' face. Let's see. This is a good one here. This is the Proverbs Guys reading Darwin on the Origin of Species book, and we are laughing while Darwin and Stephen Hawking sit by in disbelief as we laugh at the insanity that is in that book. This one's one of my personal favorites. This movie scene is more possible than evolution. And as you can see, we have Stephen Hawking's up front riding in the basket. And we've got Charles Darwin and Dawkins, and they are riding the bicycle. And it's just a fun way to jab at the atheist. Up next, we have, this is our 2 Peter 3:5 boys. And this is, for they are willingly ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water. So, willingly ignorant. That is going to be a crowd favorite. Next up, we've got the lying Darwin. What I know can rewrite origins. Oh, devastating. Okay, then, if you guys are just looking for a cool Proverbs Guys Ministry shirt, this has all of the hosts. It's in a very beloved theme. You got Jason on there from Harvesting the Word of God. You've got Dan. You've got TTOR. You have Dale and Keisha from the Karis Project. My beautiful wife, Krista. Myself. You've got Brother Achilles. Of course, he's hiding his face. And you've got Rich from Theories of Creation. All of our amazing hosts in one place. But we also have individual t-shirts. So you can get your shirt for Justin's show. All right? If you don't like Justin, which you should, I mean, he's a great guy, you can get Theories of Creation's t-shirt. If you're like, you know what? Justin and Theories of Creation are both mad. Get a Designer Talk shirt for President Dan. One of my personal favorites is with Brother Achilles. Satan was the first narcissist. What? That's right. And we have an episode to back it up. It's called STDs, Sexually Transmitted Demons. Additionally, we have all of our old gear. We've got a regular Proverbs Guys retro logo t-shirt. We've got the I Got Banned on Proverbs Guys. We have I Survived the Lion's Den. We've got some hoodies, some hats. This is a good episode that Achilles and I did, Declaration of War on Sin. So you guys can help support us by getting one of these shirts. If you don't want to just make a donation, that's great. Go buy a shirt. It still blesses us. Give me just a moment. I'm going to play this next video for you guys. Some of these clips are going to be in the documentary. Very common. Hey, how's it going, BBM? Good to see you, man. I'm going to be giving you guys the short little intro to Ron Wyatt and who Mr. Ron Wyatt was. So let me pull up this video now, and here we go. Ron Wyatt was born in 1933 and died in 1999. He was an amateur archaeologist and adventurer who discovered numerous biblical sites and artifacts. His claims are highly contested by mainstream archaeology and creationists alike. However, none of them have been able to, or willing to, examine any of his evidence. Here's a list of his claims and evidence to go along with them. And I'm going to try to do it chronologically. The true site of Noah's Ark he discovered somewhere around 1977 to 1978. He found Noah's Ark remains at the Jupiter site near Mount Ararat in Turkey. It's also known as the boat-shaped formation or the boat-shaped object on Doomsday Mountain. He discovered the boat-shaped structure, the petrified rivet work, petrified wood, and a chunk of deck timber that was presented to him as a gift from the Turkish government when the Turkish government acknowledged the site to be the resting area of Noah's Ark. Lastly, he also discovered in the surrounding area the drudge stones, which were the giant anchor stones that they used to attach to the ark. One of these anchor stones even depicted a rainbow over a boat, animals exiting away from the boat, and 8 cross shapes, which they believed to represent Noah, his wife, his sons, and his sons' wives. The next discovery was the Red Sea crossing. This would have been somewhere around 1978 to 1984. He identified the spot where Moses crossed the Red Sea at the Nuweiba Beach, Egypt. He found underwater chariot wheels in coral formations matching those of chariots, few sand on the beach, which would have been from where the pillar of fire had crossed over. The sand on the beach got so hot it fused together, almost sort of like the effect that glass has. And on either side of the crossing there were 2 pillars erected by King Solomon, marking that this was the Red Sea crossing of Moses. His third discovery was that of Mount Sinai in Saudi Arabia, the Jebel El-Oz. This would have been 1978 to 1985. In that time range is when he was making his discoveries.
3 weary Americans came home Monday night. Ronald Wyatt and his sons Daniel and Ronald Jr. returned to Nashville at the end of an amateur archaeology expedition that landed them in a Saudi Arabian jail. They entered Saudi Arabia illegally, searching for the site of the biblical Mount Sinai. Ronald Wyatt and his sons are with us in the studios of our Nashville affiliate WTVF to tell us all about it. Gentlemen, good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Wyatt, you there in the middle,
Yes.
Your sons on either side. Why did you, I didn't know that Mount Sinai was in Saudi Arabian territory. Why did you think it was?
We found some chariot parts that
On the stone altar with carvings of calves, the split rock, which was actually discovered after Ron Wyatt's time, but it further solidifies that this is in fact the location of the real Mount Sinai. They even discovered ancient hieroglyphic markings all over the area, and the pillars that would have been erected for each tribe. The Saudi Arabian government has made this location a tourist attraction, and they openly claim that this is in fact the mountain of God where Moses would have brought the children of Israel. The location of Sodom and Gomorrah, 1978 to 1980. He found the remains of the biblical cities near the Dead Sea. His evidence were ash and brimstone, large sulfur balls found in the area, and even the remains of some bones that were petrified. And even the remains of some bones that were petrified, which you can clearly make out to be a femur. The location is still contested by mainstream creationists.
I drove back and forth through there many times. You have to go past there to get to Kadesh. You have to go past there to get to the Red Sea crossing site. And I did stop and show my workers, my 2 sons and whoever else was helping us, this ash, because the road went right through the middle of it down at the Zoar area. And, you know, I showed them this soft stuff. I said, this is bound to be what's left of those cities, where the cities of the plains once enjoyed a beautiful and very prosperous existence. The place where Lot chose, rather than the mountains, to feed his flocks and herds and raise his family. And you'll notice here that we have several feet of nothing but white powdery ash. Ash that's only produced when material is burned at degree temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The stuff crumbles to powder in your hand, sticks to your clothes. It's just pure ash.
The anchor stones of Noah's Ark, 1978 to 1979. He found large drug stones. These are the ones that were found around Noah's Ark. The discovery of the stones came after the fact. The large drug stones near the Ark site of Jupiter. One of the stones depicted a rainbow over a boat with animals walking away from the boat. There were also the 8 crosses carved into it I mentioned earlier, and they believe that to be the representation of the 8 people that survived the worldwide flood. Now, similar stones exist in the area, and mainstream archaeology attributes them to ancient culture, not specifically or necessarily directly to Noah's Ark. I would obviously say, okay, sure, because it's kind of weird that these ancient cultures would carve a depiction of Noah's Ark where they found Noah's Ark.
Was that an outcropping of stone that these people had gone up and dressed with hammers and chisel, and from a distance, by the way, of their monastery, it looked a good deal like the end of a boat sticking out of the mountain.
The burial site of Noah's wife in 1990 to 1992 was found near the Ark site there in Turkey mentioned above. Ron Wyatt's family still possesses the finger bone from the gravesite. I've actually held it in my hand personally, and it's about 7 to 8 inches in length. It's very long, and you can even see in the bone where they had early signs of arthritis.
Say a wild animal could not have gotten through, but on the inside there was a very large opening, and the window casing was at quite an angle. That way, the little bit of light that entered the hole would be...
The true site of the crucifixion of Jesus, 1984 to 1986. Ron identified Golgotha and claimed the Ark of the Covenant was directly below, with the blood still on the mercy seat that had got there through a crack leading from the cave opening all the way up to where the cross hole that would have held Jesus' cross was. And they still have the stone that covered the cross to this day. The Ark of the Covenant, 1979 to 1982. Discovered in a cave beneath the site of Jesus' crucifixion in Jerusalem. Ron Wyatt found the ark with the blood on the mercy seat.
Leviticus 17:14 informs us that the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Once again, scientists are finding out that the truths of Scripture are far more literal than they ever imagined. Tiny particles have been discovered in blood that are seemingly indestructible. These tiny particles are less than 1/10 of a micron in size, and while they cannot be seen using standard medical microscopes, new methods of microscopy have been developed, which makes it possible to see them in their living state. The French scientist Gaston Naessens designed special microscope components that would allow him to see these particles, which he entitles somatids, meaning the body that creates. Through experimentation, Professor Naessens found that these somatids contain genetic material yet to be fully understood by the scientific community. They are polymorphic in nature, growing from stage to stage, and are unaffected by high temperatures, extremely toxic chemicals, or even nuclear radiation. Professor Nason believes these somatids to be subcellular living and reproducing entities, the precursor of DNA, and that they may be the building blocks of life. About 6 years ago, I learned about these particles as a result of some research that I was conducting, which was totally non-related to archaeology. At that time, I was using a standard medical microscope, and while I could not see these particles, I knew they had to be there. I began to develop my own microscope patterned after the design of Professor Nason's. What you see behind me is that microscope in its latest stage of development. The microscope employs an extremely bright xenon or mercury light source, which can be combined with tungsten light. The light is directed across the microscopic specimen rather than on or through it in what is known as a dark field configuration. The light reflecting off the object is transmitted through the microscope and is magnified over 1,000 times. The image is then captured by a sensitive CCD camera and transmitted to a monitor for viewing at screen magnifications of up to 30,000x. Under these conditions, the tiny living particles can plainly be seen against a dark background. In 1996, my family and I made a trip to Nashville to visit the Wyatts. I brought along the microscope, which at that time was somewhat portable in its early stage of development, and set it up in the basement of the Wyatt's house. One evening, Mary Nell Wyatt asked me to take a look at some material from a burial cave to see if these tiny particles were present. Without my knowledge, one of the samples was actually the blood sample that Ron had taken from the Ark of the Covenant dig. The sample was placed under the microscope, and as the specimen began to come into focus, thousands of tiny particles, somatids if you will, became plainly visible. At that time, Mary Nell, who was standing behind me, began to weep. As I turned around and saw the expression on her face, I realized immediately that the sample we were looking at was actually the sample that Ron had found to be the blood of Christ. Okay, Mary Nell's going to take the sample and mix it with sterile water. And a test tube there that we've that'll be enough.
Okay.
And she's going to take some sterile water and a little bit, just some drops, all we need right now. Okay, so now that we've got the sample on the slide, we'll go ahead and focus into the sample and see what comes up on the screen here.
Just to kind of help you guys understand what you're seeing on the screen right now, I know it just looks like somebody pointing a camera at a very old box TV playing a recording, and that's fair, but you're looking at a recording of the analysis of the blood of Jesus Christ that Ron Wyatt took off of the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant. So I just want that thought to sink into you guys. You're literally looking at the blood of our Messiah. This is amazing.
And there they are, thousands of living particles, less than a quarter of a micron in size. The spores are maybe a half micron, and but most of those little particles we're looking at is 17,000 X, magnified on the screen 17,000 times. You know, in the Bible it tells us that the life is in the blood, and there's little living particles that most people are unaware that are there. And this is the same thing we see in living blood. The scientists in Canada says that these things never die. The blood may dry up, but these things, he says, they're indestructible, and he says they are the basis of life.
Ron Wyatt went through mass amounts of mocking and doubt, leading to hatred of his name even at times. The vast amount of his research was self-funded. Ron Wyatt's life was at risk multiple times traveling to the Middle East. He even endured kidnapping from terrorist groups who held him hostage. After Wyatt's death in 1999, his sons, his wife Mary Nell, and his supporters, the Wyatt Archaeological Museum in Tennessee, continued to promote his work. Eventually, the museum was closed down, and the remaining sole support for Ron Wyatt is his family members, namely his widowed wife Mary Nell. It has, however, inspired some newer creation ministries, such as myself, to take an eye to Ron Wyatt, because all of these claims are going to be solidified over the next 5 to 10 years. And none of the credit is going to be given to Ron Wyatt. They're going to try to forget his name because of the amount of mockery that he underwent. It would be too much eating crow to then say after his death, and after they've continued to mock him and put articles in their work, even lately as far as the last year, and then to apologize to the Wyatt family, they couldn't do it. So ministries like Proverbs Guys, we make it our mission to make sure that you know who Ron Wyatt is, because all of these claims are about to be solidified, and as they're solidified, we want you to remember that the credit goes to God, of course, but his instrument that he used for these discoveries was Ron Wyatt, and Ron definitely deserves the credit for these discoveries before it's taken by other creationists who don't deserve it. No excuses, Claude. No excuses, Claude. You can do it. You can come and you can join me, and we can battle this out. The link is in the description. One moment. There you go. All right, let's see who our first contestant is. Contestant number 1, Nameless. Yes. Nameless, how's it going, my man?
Hello, Stephen. Thank you for having me, and what a privilege it is to be here and explore these incredible discoveries that were made by Ron Wyatt through the knowledge of God that was directing him. I think it's an incredible thing. What a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Yeah, amen, man. Are you a fan of Ron Wyatt's work?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I think many years ago, I can't remember when, it was probably around the 2010, 2011 time frame, where I stumbled upon his amazing discoveries, and it went into Sodom and Gomorrah, Mount Sinai, the Red Sea, things of that nature, and I was just so fascinated, and I kept on saying, why is this not out? Why is this not going everywhere? And then, a little later on, I seen this agenda of bias, not by evidence, but by, I guess you could say, religious pride or denominational pride, I guess you could say. And, nothing should be able to cover the truth. Nothing that we should have, no bias that we have should ever expose the truth if we are of the truth. And so it revealed a lot to me, not only the evidences, but also agendas and biases.
Okay, so have you actually checked out our channel at all, like our playlists?
Some of them, I'm not sure about yours in general, but I have with the Ron Wyatt discovery ones. And so I'm not really thorough, I wouldn't say, but I may have to check it out. It's just been a very busy agenda, so to speak, on my plate.
Yeah, I understand that for sure, no doubt. I'm going to drop the link for you for our whole playlist. We have 33 videos in our playlist about Ron Wyatt and his research. I think you'll really enjoy it. And the other one is to a video that I did called conspiracy against Ron Wyatt. And I go out and lay out my theory on how there was an orchestrated conspiracy against the research of Ron Wyatt, not by atheists or militant unbelievers or even the scientific community, although the scientific community was involved and went along with it because it helped discredit creationism as a whole. But the conspiracy was led against other creation scientists. And you kind of nailed it on the head. You said because of denominational bigotry, basically, not to put words in your mouth. And I believe that. I believe because they associate Ron Wyatt with being a Seventh-day Adventist and being a Sabbath keeper, he was blackballed in the young earth creationist circles.
I agree. And I think there's probably maybe more detail to that, to each their own agenda, if it be, through bribery, through hatred, through jealousy. It doesn't really matter. We should set aside all of our prides and all of our biases to come to the truth, regardless of what it is, and let each person make their own choice. If there's nothing to defend, there should be nothing to hide. And so it doesn't really matter. And I think we have a lot of wolves in sheep's clothing amongst us everywhere. And so we should be on our guard and be diligent to search for our own and not take things at face value of what other people say.
Yeah, man. Amen to that. And I'll tell you what, I have a special interview that I did I've done several with his widowed wife, Mary Nell. I love her to death. I've done a ton with her. All of her interviews are in the playlist that I shared with you, our Ron Wyatt playlist. But I also did a special interview with Ron Wyatt's brother, and he looks like Ron Wyatt's twin brother. I mean, interviewing him was a little eerie because Ron Wyatt's a huge hero of mine and has been my whole life. So interviewing his brother was just kind of creepy, but also an honor. And I asked his brother flat out, I said, do you believe that there was a conspiracy against your brother? And he said, absolutely, I do. And then he goes into his reasoning and details. And he said, even though he's a insignificant nobody himself, talking about Ron's brother, William, he says, I've even felt the blackballing and harassment for trying to continue some of his seminars. Just because I'm related to him and I continue his research, I feel just a small smidgen of what Ron Wyatt went through. And I'm like, wow.
That's very shameful, but at the same time, those that are diligent in their search are going to stumble upon this, and it's going to be very euphoric. I hope, even more so than it was to me, which it was a great big deal to me. I now know Ron Wyatt's voice very well because I've listened to so many of his seminars, listened to so many of his videos, and seen a lot of the evidences. And I have to say, I went in as a skeptic. These are very big claims that someone makes. And so, but when you see not only what he's saying, the evidence he's producing, the governments and the agencies that also approve this and uphold this, and how it's historically recorded as fact, and yet we still debate this amongst the community that is supposed to uphold these things, and it's kind of incredible. It will open up people to a lot more than just these evidences. It'll open them up to a society of truth and lie and hypocrisy. And I think that's important as well, to be aware of how deep some of these issues really go. But for me, it's the fascination of the glory of God and the evidence that his word is true. And I pray that everyone will come to know this, if it be through evidences, if it be through faith without seeing, blessed they be. But regardless of however it comes, let them come to the glory and the truth of God.
Yeah, man. Amen to that. Can't argue with that. I think you're going to be a big fan of the Ron Wyatt documentary that we have coming out. Were you ever able to watch our Kent Hovind documentary?
Yes, I have been. Those have been on my list. I've been doing those partial by partial, and I'm a very big Kent Hovind fan too, as a matter of fact. And so, I hate to say it, but I'm a little jelly that you get to spend a little bit more time with him than I do. But at the same time, I'm very grateful that the Lord has placed all these things upon him, that he may share I hate the struggles that he's had to go through, but I glory in the fact that these sufferings are not in vain. And I'm grateful that he's able to share them. I thank God for that.
Can I don't get to brag often. Can I make you just a little bit more jealous, Nameless?
Go ahead and throw it in there.
Okay, so my dear wife Krista is his adopted granddaughter, and so I have not only a personal friendship with him from before I even met her, but now I have that connection with him, and so we love Dow. We want to go and visit again. We only live an hour and a half away from Dow, and my son is close to Kent Hovind. He absolutely loves Doc, and he looks at Doc like a grandfather. So eat your heart out, Nameless.
I sure will. I sure will. And I glory that you can even do that. I seen that where you went to Ron Wyatt's, widow, held the artifacts and things like that. And I think that's an incredible thing that not many men in history will be able to partake. And I'm not jealous, but I glory with you in those things, even though I don't get to partake. I glory that you do. And that I get to talk to you now. I think that's also a gift from God. And so very well done. And I pray and that, these things may abound even more in your life, Stephen. I really do.
Thank you for that. The last visit I made to Mary Nell's, I was in the basement. I went with Kent Hovind and their tech guy, Joseph. They actually put together a really nice interview of all the artifacts with Mary Nell. And for some reason, the audio came out really bad. So they were never able to fix that to get it released. So almost for a waste. But this time Krista got to go with us, and we were sitting down in the basement, and we took that picture together that we have on Facebook where we're both holding the deck timber from Noah's Ark. And it kind of it hasn't been lost on me, but it doesn't have the same aha it does like the first time I held it. But I realized in that moment, like, this is the first time she's going to hold it, and I want to make sure that she's processing it the same way I did. And I kind of mentioned to her, like, do you realize that this deck timber we're holding, this piece of rock, this piece of petrified wood here, we are part of like less than half of 1% of the world throughout all of human history who has touched a piece of this ark, this Ark of Noah, this wooden boat. And she's like, yeah, you're right. Less than 1% of human history have been able to say that. And you've got to go, man. If you can make it to Tennessee, you've got to go and see these artifacts.
Believe it or not, I am about 10 miles south of Chattanooga, Tennessee, right on the Tennessee-Georgia border. And so I really don't have any excuse. And so maybe I one day will. But, I had goosebumps when you were saying that, because Noah himself, this is, he who started the next generation of man. All of us derive from Noah. And for that, that piece of wood was also handled by that man and yourself. And so sometimes we don't grasp these realizations. And so that's just a phenomenal thing. And I believe that as well is a gift from God. And I'm grateful for that. That's an incredible treasure that you got to witness and hold even in your hand. A piece of wood that Noah himself had to handle and hew in order to build this by God. Congratulations. And I glory in that with you.
Were you getting into it with one of our hosts, Rich, the other day? I saw a comment somewhere where he was like, I don't know, was he telling you could leave? Like, what the heck? I was like, he's a really friendly host, and you're one of the friendliest guests we have. I can't imagine what was the issue.
I don't know what happened. And so I was trying to be very nice. And so there's somewhere down the line, something had to be crossed or something had to be misunderstood for him to feel this way. Regardless of what it is, we had a prayer group over it, and I didn't really want to bring this up in public or anything like that. Maybe one day me and him can be in private. but at the same time, I didn't want to just let it go. The scripture does say, rebuke a man in public, and all those that see will be wiser and take notice, and hopefully we can lay our pride down one day and maybe have a private discussion. I don't like doing that in public, and I didn't even want it to be brought up in chat or even in the video itself. But hopefully one day we can pacify this and we can become brothers. I'm not really sure of the details of it. I even tried asking him, but it doesn't matter. I just hope he's well. I want him to know, if he does, see this, or if he's listening now, that I have no bias against him, and I do love him, and hopefully we can come to terms. And so I really don't know what happened. I was getting text messages after that going, "What is going on?" And I was just saying I don't know. And so, but hopefully we can smooth all that out. And I do pray for my brother. I really do. I think he's a very smart man. I think he's a very well-learned man, and I have no toxicity towards him. But at the same time, I had to lay the law down at some point. There's been, I've seen things boiling over, and we've even discussed, me and some others on the panel have discussed, well, was that towards me, or was that, what was going on? And so we blew it off, and then all of a sudden and I was like, oh my goodness. And so from right then and there, we just, I wanted to cap it, so to speak. But I still want to resolve it. But as men, as grown, men of God, I think dispute dispute isn't really a good thing in the house of God, especially when there's people witnessing this. If we as Christians are devouring one another, what testimony is that towards others? Are they going to want the same thing that we're wanting? And so I think that's a very big issue, not just personally, but also broadly. And so I pray for my brother. And Rich, if you are out there, I love you, brother.
Yeah, I am at a loss. I don't know. Are you a Sabbath keeper? I don't think you were you?
I am. I am a Sabbath keeper. I just don't promote it.
Why?
I don't see why it would. What we do individually should have no basis on anyone else. I don't force my beliefs or impose my beliefs on anyone. Even if I profess my beliefs and stand by my beliefs, it shouldn't be an offense to someone else.
Can I don't think disagreement. You a little context though, that would maybe explain to you the why?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I am the founder of the ministry. Dan is the president of the ministry. It was too much leadership for me. I didn't feel like I was in the right place, and I thought Dan would just be a better fit for leader, and he's been a great leader. So I put Dan in charge, but I'm still the founder. I am a Sabbath keeper also, but like you, I just don't advertise it every day because I don't believe it's a salvation issue. And I just, to each their own when it comes to that kind of doctrine. No one can answer for another man on the day of judgment. I tell my wife this all the time. She'll be like, well, what do you think of this? And I'll give her my opinion, but then I'll also tell her that's between you and Jesus. And that's because on the day of judgment, she can't pull me in to help her. She has to seek out her salvation with fear and trembling, same as me, same as everybody. But whenever someone attacks the Sabbath, I will defend my core belief, and I am a Sabbath keeper. And we did an open panel that was a little impromptu, and it was on the Sabbath. It was a Sabbath debate type panel, and not as many non-Sabbath keepers showed up as I thought would. It was only a handful, Rich being one of them, and Kent Hovind's tech guy, I believe, was there also. And then we had a couple hosts who all happened to be Sabbath keepers did show up, and as well as a few panelists showed up who were also Sabbath keepers. So for like 3.5 hours, the Sabbath argument really held ground, and it got kind of contentious, as these things sometimes do. And so I think there was a little root of bitterness there, But then also Kent Hovind challenged me to a debate on the Sabbath, and I accepted very quickly. And I think that made him second guess that he didn't really want to do a Sabbath debate, and he started putting me off, which I understand, and I love Doc. But I told him, I was like, okay, well, I already announced that we're doing a Sabbath debate. So if you don't want to do it, that's okay. But I'm going to have to do another video called Why Kent Hovind is Wrong About the Sabbath. So I did, and I released it. And, you know, Rich, like me, worked at Dow, knows Doc personally, loves and adores Doc. So it could also be a little frustration from that. And that's what makes Proverbs Guys unique. We all do really have different doctrines and opinions. TTOR is not a fan of Kent Hovind at all, but he's a great creationist. And he loves teaching Christians about creation and arguing evolution. So he fits in great here. You know, a lot of us other guys, we love Kent Hovind, and we don't make that an issue because we're not a Kent Hovind ministry. We are a young earth creation ministry.
Yeah, you know, it's incredible because, you know, even the scriptures, you see, you know, Paul and Timothy and all them, they've all had discrepancies and even sometimes revilings amongst each other. But they didn't do it openly. It was only spoken of in the letter. And there'll be no difference with believers as well. We all will have discrepancies and disagreements amongst each other. It's how we present those things, and if it becomes emotional or if it becomes logical, I think would be the issue. And I think what we should all agree on is the foundation and work up from there. And I think we should all lay our pride and even our own understanding, lean not on your understanding. And I think sometimes we get so emotionally involved that we throw logic out the door, and that will reflect also in our character sometimes, with hostility or even hurt and pain. I think that's been happening amongst a lot of us, and in doing so, we devour each other in that. And so a lot of times we try to you know, we're all human. We're all going to do this. It does not matter what degree of knowledge or what level of faith that we're on. This is all going to happen. We're all human. But this is where we have to have the peace of God that comes in. And so, first of all, that spirit will be of patience and understanding and long suffering. And I think that those are the things that we have to tend to, especially in the face of adversity. And when I say adversity, that could be of difference of ideologies or perspective. And so this is where we have to lay down ourselves and forsake ourselves and look at the Lord. This is our Father, our Dad, and let's just see what Dad says. And sometimes we might not like it because as children, we don't always agree with our parents. And sometimes when one sibling does agree with the other parent, you'll see this rivalry. We've seen it with Cain and Abel. And so no different than us. And I think when we recognize that, and hopefully we do, we can lay those things down. And we're not here to war against our brother. We're here to edify our brethren. And another thing is we're not here to convince anyone. We're here to warn them. But by loving them, we do want them to come to know these truths. And we ourselves have to shed some of these things off that we might have that might hinder that. And I think that's where, you know, this whole thing of growing is. Regardless of how old we are, how young we are, how knowledgeable we are, we always have to have this sense of humility that we're able to shed the things that are not of God and put on the things that are. And that's a very hard and difficult thing. And I realize this, and I try not to hold that against anyone else. But we are all emotional people. And so, but I pray that the Lord softens all of our hearts, you know, including ourselves first. And that way we may be able to go out and hopefully share the same.
Yeah, so I don't know if honestly it was animosity towards you. I think probably you were a casualty of war just for being a Sabbath keeper. But I could be wrong. It could have been something completely different. I really don't know. I was just surprised when I saw a screenshot of your twos back and forth, and I was like, very interesting.
I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. And believe it or not, I held my head in shame, to be honest with you, because I think there's some things that, you know, I succumbed to that I said that I would not. And so with that being said, I know when I'm wrong, and I should apologize when I'm wrong. I think by this time, I don't think he was there anymore. But at the same time, I wanted things to dilute a little. If we act irrational and keep on going forth, it will only get more irrational. And I think that was what was happening then. And so I apologize for even having that on your channel and in public. And so please forgive me, personally, and to all our viewers, please forgive me for my lack of restraint.
It's really okay. The original concept of this channel, this ministry, what it developed into, the original name of the channel was Proverbs 27:17. It was iron sharpening iron. And from the offset of when I decided that God's vision for this channel was to become a ministry, it was based off the fact that it was going to be as ecumenical as biblically possible, meaning we're not going to compromise and say that, Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons serve the same God we do, because that would be a lie. But other Christian denominations who are legitimately part of the body of Christ, even our Catholic brothers and sisters, who I have a slew of different doctrines with, and they would call me a heretic for certain doctrines. I would probably call them a heretic for certain doctrines just as easy. But we are both believers. I believe that they have confessed with their mouth and believe in their heart that Christ is Lord and that he died for their sins and rose from the dead on the third day and is victorious over death. And because of that principle, we have a plethora of different doctrinal beliefs here. And that's because we're united in one cause, and that is Christ crucified. All the other topics we're open to discuss. We can dispute and we can all disagree until the cows come home. As long as you profess Christ crucified, you can be a part of the Proverbs guys,
Yeah. And I totally agree. And I think, sometimes we forget that we do not wrestle with flesh and blood. And so we shouldn't be warring with our brothers. It is the spirit within them. And so a lot of these different denominations that we don't agree with, that we know that are very blasphemous, I don't look at those people as evil. I look at them as being victims almost. Even on, with the political side, there's a lot of hate and bickering. And when I say hatred, I mean hatred even unto death. And we shouldn't be that way. We should be warring against these ideologies. And sometimes a lot of deceived people do not realize that they're deceived. We become high-minded and prideful in the things that we're taught and the things that we embrace because we love them. And I think the devil has done a great job at dividing. A house divided cannot stand. Even though that we're all one house, we have many members with many duties and different strengths in our attributes. And we shouldn't lord ourselves over our brethren. Christ says, the world, they lord this over them and them over them, but with you it should not be so. And so regardless of how seasoned we are, we should be the most humble and serving to our brethren, especially those that are not to the caliber of truth that might be there. And I think that the main thing is not just a profession. Paul says, we're done by this seal, that all those who profess the name of Christ should depart from iniquity. And I think sometimes we might abscond from that. And when we try to show people certain truths of the scripture that they don't agree with, that they don't realize, it does stir something in their spirit. But it's not them, it's this thing inside of them. And you'll see these signs and symptoms. You'll see it all over Proverbs. You'll see it all throughout Scripture, to be honest with you. And this is why we have to forsake ourselves. This is why we don't lean on our understanding. And this is why I'm a very, very big addict and advocate for Proverbs, because I believe that's a very big attribute of how we can decipher one from the other. And we have to rightly divide those things, but not in war, out of love and compassion.
Yeah, amen. And, that's one of the reasons why we encourage around here, me and Dan, we've stressed this, to we get these guys together and, believers in Christ. We allow them to have these conversations, especially knowing they disagree, so that we can have a civil conversation with each other, right? Because that's important. And that gives us the training to be able to talk to atheists like Big Bad Mama, who is now with us, and be able to treat them respectfully. Because how can we ever try to hope to convince someone of the hope that is in us if we can't even have a conversation with them without calling them big dummy heads,
Right.
Hey, what's up, BBM?
Hey, guys. Good to see you.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the Ron Wyatt documentary. That's going to be good.
As soon as I can finish coming up with the funds to get the software so I can enhance all his old video, because as you know,
Right.
everything he did was like early
Super
90s,
8 or,
late 80s.
yeah.
Bad quality.
Right.
And it's just not good enough quality to do a documentary. So once I get that, I'll be rolling. But I've got all the interviews together that I need, and it's going to be really good.
Yeah. Well, Stephen, I pray that the Lord gives you all the resources that you need to do His will. May this be done in your ministry.
Amen. A big sign would be if Big Bad Mama broke out his checkbook right now and sowed a seed to Proverbs Guys Ministries for $5,000.
Oh, we do have a place here that does that kind of work, though, where you can send in videotape or film and have them put it into a format. And I think they'll even like do the enhancements. But yeah, it does cost something. I've done it with a couple of old Super 8 movies that I had.
Really? And they came out decent?
They came out pretty good, yeah.
And like, did they enhance the quality on yours?
Yeah, it looked better. There's only so much they can do. You might be able to do a better job on it yourself, but they could certainly do a good transfer to an I don't know what format you're looking for, whether it's MP4 or.
Yeah, MP4 would be the best for what I'm working with. Monsieur
I would
Claude,
expect he has a lot of stuff on videotape, right?
almost, well, a lot of it's online, but it was originally filmed in videotape, yes, which is way worse.
Well, if you can get the original videotapes from his wife, that would help, I think.
I can get access to all of that, and I have permission to use all of it, so I will.
Oh, cool.
I'll probably look into that. Monsieur Claude, how you been?
Yeah, not too bad. I'm traveling at the moment. Yes.
When are you not traveling, Claude? It must be nice.
About half a year I travel, and half a year I stay put.
Good investments, or do you work for the CIA? I have suspected the CIA thing for a long time.
Except he's not American.
I still do some contracts, but not that sort of contract, so you're safe.
Oh, yeah. If you wanted me on, Claude, you would have put me under 6 feet by now.
No, and I never had that sort of contract, actually.
I am not big enough to be a threat to your guys' worldview. So that's why you don't put a hit out on me. BBM, that applies to you too. If I ever get more significant, I'll have to look over my shoulder for you guys.
Well, we don't go after Kent Hovins.
Well, okay. Not everyone in your guys' circle, fair, has plotted against Kent Hovind. We could probably just leave it there. And Claude, you want to debate me so bad on Kent Hovind's taxes, but why won't you ever debate me on anything else Kent Hovind related?
Well, some of those things would not be for family viewing, so you can't really do that.
I have a feeling that even if we debated Kent Hovind's taxes, you could find a way to make it not family friendly.
Oh, no. The taxes, I could pretty well stick to the facts, But
I may take you
just
up on that.
thinking with the Ron, and we have difference of opinion there, but what about if you looking at into the actual bit more research into his claims instead of just sort of believing everything that was said. I mean, this man, if that was true, one of the most remarkable and lucky archaeologists ever. And I wish you would look into the claims that the Turkish government says, yes, that's where the ark is, because they don't. And the same with the Israeli government. The Department of Antiquities actually specifically called him a fraud. So those are things that you could easily check, and I wish you would,
Let me see if I can find it here in my Ron Wyatt playlist for you. I won't play the video, but here, it's this one. But I mean, they most definitely, the government in Turkey acknowledges the site. I mean, that's an absurd claim because I have it right here.
It is a tourist attraction.
It's a tourist attraction, not a site.
Well, okay, but I mean,
the claims that have been made about it.
But which one is it, guys? Like, you have to make up your mind. Is it that they don't acknowledge the site, or that they do, but it's because it's a tourist attraction? Like, make up your mind and we'll go from there.
It's a tourist attraction because that's where Ron Wyatt claimed the ark landed, but they don't agree that it landed there. And the many of the machinery and stuff that he used has been discredited, including by the people that worked with him when he did the first investigations. And the titanium nail, that's just ludicrous.
Well, we're jumping around a little bit. We'll go through one claim at a time, but the first one was that none of the Turkish officials solidify the claim that this is the site, and yet here is the video from where they commemorated the site in honor of Ron Wyatt with the Turkish officials. So, all right, I would say point one was disproven, that it is acknowledged by the Turkish government. Now we can debate whether or not it is just because it's a tourist attraction and makes them money.
The way that I like to look at things is we'll weigh everything on a scale. And so if all they have are accusations, let them put their accusations on a scale, and then take all the physical evidences and put them on another side of the scale, and let's weigh it. And let's see which one weighs more.
Well,
and I think that should be a good justification of what, we're looking at.
I mean, they had teams of archaeologists look at this before Ron Wyatt even knew about this site in the 60s. And, they came away saying there's no organic matter whatsoever, that it's a rock formation. In fact, it's been mapped. It's what's called a plunging syncline, a folded rock. And they have other similar features, topographic features in the area too, that look maybe not exactly the same because of the erosion, but similar. And they have these units mapped. Those folds connect to other folds that are right near that site. So, all this has been looked at by actual archaeologists and geologists. So, I would dispute it mainly on those facts.
I would say whenever the last time secular scientists really got in there and got their hands dirty was 1965, when most of the research that you're talking about right now was actually conducted. That is an incredible ancient time. Now, recently in 2023, this Noah's Ark Scan group has been doing great research, and they did the GPR data analysis of the area, and they have found some corridors and room-like chambers running the full length of the formation, consistent with large, intelligently designed vessel.
Intelligent?
Yeah, meaning it's not a rock formation.
I mean, I would have to see, who did that research and where is their paper, and are they actually,
I'll drop you the
who
link.
is the one that went out there? Were these folks creationists?
Would that automatically disqualify them?
That doesn't automatically disprove it, but it does usually bias their findings. And I would say that where is the actual scientific paper with that information?
It's somewhere out on the internet, and it's from 1965.
I'll check it out.
I would recommend it. Like,
well, just because archaeology was done in 1965 doesn't negate the findings.
I think if we have more recent 3D scan imagery done of it since 1965, that should drastically change the game. Now, that still does not prove that that is the biblical Noah's Ark. That is our consensus that that's Noah's Ark, and it's exactly where we claim it should be. But just because we can prove that it's a boat and not a natural formation doesn't necessarily mean you guys have lost it all and that it's Noah's Ark. So I don't even know what the big pushback is.
To me, if you could prove it was a real boat, I would probably be willing to say, well, in that case, it's Noah's Ark. It's just not a real boat. It's just not.
Would you really, though? Like, honestly, you would feel that way?
Yes. If you prove that that's a boat, I'll eat my hat.
I don't want you to eat your hat. don't
beret and drink a wine and say, yes, that's Noah's Ark. I'm prepared to give you that.
Okay.
I went to the. I want you to. And
you were breaking up just a little bit, Nameless. Now you sound perfect. Do you want
Stephen, I went to a creation museum where they had all the, a lot of the accounts of Noah's Ark locations on Mount Ararat. And I think, as you know, there's several different sites and all at different elevations, all with the Ark in different positions, all in different locations. So, why would there be so many purported sites on Mount Ararat for the Ark? Why wouldn't it be obvious to everybody?
Well, for one thing, I would say that the tourist attraction that has become the Noah's Ark site in Turkey, we've seen the devastation that tourism takes on it. And it's getting to a place where in probably the next 10 years or so, they're going to have to completely quit people from going up to it at all because it's just decaying what's left of the evidence.
Take pieces of it and stuff
like that. And even amateur archaeologists like Ron Wyatt did it a few times. I'm sure, if I'm just being honest with you guys, if I went and visited the site myself, I would try to bring home a couple rocks and artifacts from the site too. So I think for that reason, God purposely tried to preserve it until the last generations or closer to the end, so that one, he could say, look, here's all the evidence for these claims you've got have doubted, but also just so they'd be preserved for the last generation who would need the reminder the most.
Yeah, I would definitely protect that area. Just for me, it's a really cool looking rock formation. And so, I wouldn't want to see it like disturbed in any way.
Yeah.
That's interesting with that picture of Ron Wyatt with the authorities. I'll have to look more into that and kind of see what that event was all about.
Oh, it's not just the picture with the authorities, it's the video. Like, go to Ron Wyatt YouTube.
No, the video. Yeah, the video that you showed. Yeah. I want to read some more. I think you just showed a video, right? Or was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I showed part of the video that I've used in videos I made, but the whole videos are all on Ron Wyatt's YouTube channel that Mary Nell and his daughter Michelle run.
Why is it, Stephen, that the Institute of Creation Research, they won't even accept, and they have a bias towards these things, but they won't even accept Ron's claims and regard them as fraudulent and ridiculous?
Do you want my honest opinion?
A group like that would, and at least most of those people do have some legitimate qualifications. I think they're misdirected, but why? Why would they be against Ron Wyatt's claims if they were real?
Could I?
If I were to give you $10,000, if I were to give you $10,000 to say that Noah's Ark is real, would you take it and profess that it's real with bribery?
What?
$10,000 cash.
No, I wouldn't. No,
I would.
No, but some would, and that's the difference. And I think regardless of what it might be,
a Christian group called the Institution of Creation Research.
Can I give you
Ken
my
Ham,
opinion?
etc. Would he take money to say that it was
go ahead,
wrong?
Stephen.
I'll give you my opinion, Claude. It's because Ron Wyatt claimed to find the resting place of Noah's Ark. He claimed to find the Red Sea crossing. He claimed to find the pillars that were erected by Solomon on either side of the Red Sea to mark it. He claimed to have found the ashed remains of Sodom and Gomorrah. He also claimed to find the location of the Tower of Babel, which most people never even talk about. And he claimed to find the site of Mount Sinai. But the most controversial one that he claimed was that he found the Ark of the Covenant underneath the burial or the crucifixion site of Jesus Christ. So that is an extraordinary claim. And if you take Ron Wyatt's claims for one of those findings, you would have to also back him up and support all the other extraordinary claims. And I don't think they wanted the scrutiny from, one, the scientific community, or two, from Christians who had trouble believing that a Sabbath-keeping Christian who was a Seventh-day Adventist could possibly be the one God would choose to find all these locations. So I think, one, they did it to give themselves credibility with secular scientists, like, oh no, we don't even believe that's whack science. We do real creation science over here. And honestly, do you guys not feel that way? Like, don't you guys find Kent Ham a little more credible than you do Kent Hovind?
Not really.
I'm not asking. I'm not asking if you buy their research, but don't you guys find him more credible? Honestly,
The only thing that separates them is the Hovind theories, I think, and yeah, those are out there. I mean,
like the canopy theory.
Yes.
Well, that and the fountains of the deep peppering the moon and making the craters. And I think Kent even claimed that the rings of Saturn were from the Earth's fountains of the deep bursting open. And Ken Ham just denies that totally. And I think Ken Ham doesn't accept the Derupinar site as Noah's Ark either. But
he doesn't. But what's interesting,
I would say Ken Ham's a little bit more credible. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Stephen.
No, you were saying you think he's a little bit more credible, but not much more?
Not much more. I mean, he's still a Bible literalist. He still believes there was a global flood and that all the layers were laid down in a year and that kind of thing. So, yeah, I wouldn't say he's that far off of Kent Hovind.
One thing that's interesting, and eventually I knew it would happen, and I'm glad to see it. Ken Ham is going to have to eat his hat, and maybe soon after Claude will eat his. But Ken Ham is now in a position to where there's so much overwhelming evidence for the Mount Sinai location being in Saudi Arabia that even the Saudi government is turning it into a tourist attraction, and they're now allowing visas for tours of the area and getting really in depth there, and are even building tourist cities around the area. And it's becoming such mainstream that is the location of Mount Sinai. All these other creation scientist groups are going to have to get on board with that, and that is Ron Wyatt's claimed site. So once they have to all publicly eat their hat on that, people like me, other small young earth creation groups, will be happy to remind them that that's the location that Ron Wyatt discovered, and then they'll have to start reevaluating these other locations too. And they deserve it.
You know, something I noticed, Stephen, and it doesn't matter what field of science or education, a lot of times when people do not want something to be true, they have to look past the evidence, and then they go to the people. When I came in with the Ron Wyatt and the discovery, I didn't know anything about Ron Wyatt. I didn't know he was a Seventh-day Adventist until much, much later. And so I already had this bias against him. And so, but I had to look at the evidences. I didn't look at the man. I didn't care about the man. I looked at the evidences. And sometimes when people do not like the evidence that they see, they look past it at the person, and they start trying to discredit the person because they can't discredit the evidence. And so I live on a cattle farm, and I tell people, look, the meat that we're eating is from a cow. If I show them the carcass, they might not believe me. So I'll show them the carcass, and they'll see the carcass, and they're like, well, who's the butcher? And I'll show them the butcher, and they'll ask me, well, where did the butcher get his license from? And what does that matter at all to the evidences already at hand? And so a lot of people will be naysayers, and so we can't convince them. But the fruit, it's all in the pudding. It really is all in the pudding.
Well, Christopher Hitchens says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And that's, what I would say. I mean, I'll let you on a little secret. I discovered the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And, people won't believe me. They want to see where that rainbow's end is, and they want to see that pot of gold. And I can't provide it. I just wish they had more faith and would believe me. And I think this is probably evidence that Ron, we're all these things that Ron found, and have they been tested? Have they, if so, let's see where, see what the results are. And I just don't believe it. I think it's, you'd have to be hugely sort of believe anything. You'd believe me about my pot of gold.
Well, since you mentioned that, Claude, here is the QR code to make a donation so that we can meet these needs and make this Ron Wyatt documentaries for you to tear it apart. Really, if you're sitting on a pot of gold and you travel 6 months out of the year, this won't break your bank. And Big Bad Mama, I know you enjoy our content. You feel free to hit that also.
And even if you were to provide that pot of gold as evidence, I would ask, for the character of the leprechaun. And I would want to know where the leprechaun was from and what shire he was from and what shoes he was wearing to make sure that pot of gold was real.
But if you donate, it's a good indication that you did. So we can start there. Hello, everybody.
Achilles, welcome. How are you doing?
Achilles. All good. All good. I got my coffee. I got salt. I got pepper. Because I hear somebody wants to eat their hot.
Did you bring the tomatoes?
Yeah, those got rotten. Very well said, Nameless, about what an ad hominem attack is. Now, Claude did respond that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, but you weren't focused on the evidence. The reason Nameless said what he said is because people get so focused that if somebody discovers something, well, if he doesn't have the right degree, he better put it back into the ground, because some people will be like, well, where's your degree? And I thought that example that you brought with the cow should be enough, but it's never enough.
No evidence is never enough to those who refuse to believe.
Right, but it's okay. We love having the discussions, and the guys are helping us. Atheists
start with our
are helping us bring up the evidence and have the discussions and all that. So, and hello, by the way, hello, BBN, hello, Claude, hello, everybody.
Hi, good to see you, Achilles. I just want to add that we don't start with a belief. We start with evidence and then make our opinions from that evidence. So we're not starting with, a document like the Bible, and that's giving us a conclusion from which to work backwards. What are you doing, Stephen? You're freaking.
I'm trying to hold it in, man. I'm trying to be respectful and let you get it. I couldn't do it with a straight face.
I don't want to filibuster. I just have to give my opinion about things.
I think of all people, I am the biggest skeptic in the world. I was an atheist, and a diehard atheist. I became a believer. I was a big skeptic with the Ron Wyatt thing. I became a believer. Everything that I look at with skepticism, and a great deal of it. Especially nowadays, we live in the times of AI and illusions and magics and trickery. And so everything that I look at is even more compounded with skepticism. And so this is what brings a greater belief in the facts and evidences that are presented, because I went in as a skeptic in all these things. And my foundations of my belief aren't based on social conformity or even my desire, because a lot of these things that I believed in, I hated. I became the thing that I hated as a Christian. I hated Christians. They were like little gnats in the ear, and here I am. I became the thing I hated. I didn't believe in Noah's Ark. I didn't believe in a flood. I didn't believe in any of these things. But I could not refute the truth. And that's what brought me here. And I think sometimes we war with these truths because it would conflict and it would require us to change, maybe not personally, but even ideologically. It would have to make us lay down our pride and say, hey, we were wrong. And for some, that's just too much to handle.
Very good points. And there is this belief from the other side that we choose to believe, to be with the Bible. It's like we like what that book says. Now, we gotta tell you, we don't like what that book says as much as you don't like it. Like, we don't want to be controlled. It's best to be out there and just do whatever I want. But there are some things in that book that tells me, nah, you you better not do that. And so it's not like we choose that because that's what feels better to be controlled, but we end up realizing at some point that some things just don't add up and they don't make sense. And even if the ark was not found, even if that is completely fabricated, and all I have where I am is pictures of it, and if I go to the site, I realize that the whole thing has been faked, and it's a whole internet thing, that like it doesn't even exist, the formation doesn't even exist. That will not change the fact that the layers that we see on the earth have been created by a big flood and not by millions of years.
Oh.
Yep.
Now you stepped in it.
Hey, Big Bad.
What's that, Claude?
You're breaking up, Claude. You want to go again?
To settle this question, because I hear that all the layers, all the dirt is the same age or whatever it is, and it's the layers that
you're breaking up, Claude.
Claude, do you maybe want to refresh or step into another room?
I hear what he's saying. Yes, and Kent knows this. It's the layers. I gave this analogy to him of if you made bricks in the year 1800 and then you built a house in 1900 with those bricks, and then in the year 2000 you demolished that house and built another one, what is of the second house? Well, it's from the year 2000. It's not from the year that the bricks were created that create the house. So does that make sense, Claude?
Yes, it does. It's good because this happens all the time, and it's misinformation. And it's just,
what is misinformation, Claude? Define it.
Saying that it's regarding the age of the layers. Kent portrays that all the layers are the same age, and they simply aren't. And that's why I wanted that explanation.
Because the material in those layers was created earlier. He's saying that layer, he's not distinguishing between the layer and the sand grains or the silt grains.
I don't think he's saying it because
I think what we're overlooking is the formation and the placement of these things. These are not natural placements or formations. These are unified and calculated. This would be like a book, an encyclopedia falling from the sky and with letters and just falling into formation of words and sentences, of coherence of things. And we'd look at that and say, oh no, that's natural. And so we have this formation that's so out of place and with in great detail.
Why is it out of place?
Even for it being as well, because a lot of the things that do not match the lay of the land. A lot of the timbers and artifacts are not found within that same scope of area. This is an out of place. I mean, if you even look at it, the way that it was found was someone flew over and said, "Hey, that doesn't look right," and then even from above the sky.
Nameless is referring to the ark. So I was beginning to think that because we were referring to the geologic column. Yeah, like it's okay. Just so we don't get confused.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
The ark has been mapped, as one of the folds in a series of folded rock. Layers get folded when they're deeply buried at high temperature and high pressure. You can fold solid rock, and that's what happens with rock. It's called ductility. And, Kent maintains that the layers have to be soft to be folded like that. Well, they don't. They can fold them in the lab with high temperatures and high pressures, which is what you find deep in the earth. So, I don't think things are out of place. You don't find fossils in layers that are dated differently than that fossil should be, the date that fossil should be living. Well,
you don't think
this is a complicated topic here. This is a complicated topic here.
You don't think anything is out of place at all?
Well,
nothing?
Stephen, these, what do they call these?
No, Stephen, keep it at yours. I brought up my screen was on the
You can
arc.
put it up there again.
Let's start with yours. Okay, I'm disconnecting mine.
These are polystrata trees. And so a way that those form is the type of tree. Now, some of these might be casts, but for polystrata trees, you have a tree in an environment that has a high amount of sedimentation every year. And so you have sedimentation come in the spring floods, say, and lay sediment down. Well, then you have that tree that grows up through that sediment and keeps growing. And then you have another flood bring in more sediment. And these don't take, that long of a time. These dates that they give aren't a million years, despite what Kent Hovind says.
How many years do you think, like the example I have highlighted here, would represent? Because you're talking about layers collecting rapidly annually, but this looks like a lot more than just 40 years of sediment collection. I'm no expert. You are the geologist.
Well, you have the thing is you have root casts with a lot of these. You have roots with a lot of these.
What about those that are upside down?
I'd have to see what those are. Yeah, I'd have to see the upside down ones. And I'd have to look at each one of these on a case-by-case basis. So there's a couple different ways that you could get these. You could get cracks in the rock where it's filled with fluid later that creates a structure that might look like a tree later. But a polystrata tree is pretty well understood that it is based on active sedimentation, and then the tree growing up through that sedimentation, and then another layer being set down, go on and on for 100 years. And you have quite a bit of sediment that has been accumulated there. And then, of course, you bury that under additional sediment, and that layer becomes rock through compaction and cementation and those kinds of processes. But I don't know. It's a big discussion. I'd want to see these like individual photos, but I love that stuff though.
Achilles, now what was your video that you were going to share?
I think we lost Achilles.
No, he's just muted. Oh, here we go. Is this what you were sharing, brother?
Uh-oh.
We can't hear it, Achilles. We can't hear you, and we can't hear it. Now we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you, but not Kent.
Okay, why won't it? Okay, I'm gonna have to unshare because I probably didn't share with audio. Okay, so give me a second here. Share screen, audio, entire. On the entire screen, you gotta tick the audio again. Gotta tick it again. All right, now again. Okay, did you share it, Steve? Hey, you guys can hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Up.
You're going to want to mute
it. Doesn't sound good.
Okay, I was rewinding it actually. So Tell me now.
Yeah, so there'll be an echo. Mute yourself.
Okay, I'll take my volume down. Okay.
1,662,400 years old. How could he possibly know such a thing? Okay. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting these different rock layers. Petrified trees standing up. Now, how long does a dead tree stand up around here before it falls down? 5 years, maybe 10 years? 5 million? Oh, no, not 5 million, that's for sure, right? But yet petrified trees in the vertical position are found all over the planet. I'll just flash through some pictures real quick here. There are all kinds of petrified trees found standing up. And they're running through multiple layers, and the kids are being taught the layers are different ages, and yet here's one tree connecting them all. I'm having a hard time believing these layers are different ages. That's what I'm having. Central Alabama's got a large coal mine with a whole bunch of petrified trees standing up running through 2 seams of coal, the Blue Creek and the Mary Lee. Now they're going to tell you in school, for coal to form, a forest has to grow, and then it all falls over and turns into a swamp, and then it gets buried, and then new mud washes in on top, and the coal slowly forms from the forest that was buried. And then thousands of years later, another forest grows on top, and a whole new layer of coal form. So if you find 2 layers of coal, oh, that took thousands of years. That's what they'll tell you in school. That's simply baloney. We'll cover more on coal formation on video 6, but if you look at the samples of trees found in this coal mine, you look at sample A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I mean, any freshman law student could tell you, hey folks, I think I can prove these 2 coal formations formed at the same time.
All right, Achilles.
Very quickly.
What up?
Okay. I just want to make sure, pause the audio on the video for a second to get rid of the echo. I want to just give Big Bad Mama a chance to address what he's already gone over so that he doesn't say like we just lost him in the weeds.
No, I understood what Kent was talking about there, but I'm getting an echo though.
Still? Did you, Stephen, mute my screen?
I can't mute your screen.
Okay, so you can take it off the stage. Give me a second. I clicked on it, but it always look how much it takes from the click. Okay, so
I think that got rid of it. No more.
Do you have an echo now?
Nope.
That might have done it.
All right, go ahead, BBM.
Yeah, so what Kent said there, one thing that wasn't accurate is he said that scientists are telling us that these layers are different ages, implying that they're millions of years apart or what have you. And that's not the case with polystrate trees. Most of these plants were what are called lycopods, which exhibit some sort of regenerative growth after burial. And then the plants continue to grow up and out of the sediment until they either died or were overwhelmed by subsequent floods. But they added height and new roots with each increment of the sediment. So it leaves several meters of the trunk buried underground as sediments accumulated. The growth is impossible in a global flood. You wouldn't have those complex, delicate root complexes like you find in some of these. They couldn't have been transported elsewhere. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you know, BBM, that the oldest, man, I don't remember the name of that tree in English. Let me just Google that.
I think you're talking about the Methuselah tree, and it's the one that dates to be like 4,900 years old, which puts it right around the same age.
No,
I think so, but it make what?
Plane tree. You know the plane tree, which grows around rivers? Plane tree. I'll give you a picture.
How do you spell it?
I think you're talking
like
about
a plane, like an airplane.
Oh, I thought you meant plains like a prairie.
No, I can show you the.
I don't know.
I can show you the tree, but I'm gonna have to unshare that screen because that one has audio, and we don't want to have these issues anymore. So let me unshare that for a sec, just so you know which one it is. Here, okay. So this tree, the one that has this. You guys see it?
Yeah.
You know that tree, right?
It kind of looks like a maple tree almost.
I think
It looks like a pot plant.
I'd say
there.
sweet gum.
That's what I was thinking. Sweet gum.
Well, it's all over rivers. It's a tree you find where there are rivers. So here
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen those seed pods before.
Sycamore, I guess. Oh,
Sycamore, yeah.
okay. So
Definitely.
the oldest one in Europe has been found in Greece. Now, here's what's interesting, and how that kind of connects to what you are saying, is that we thought those were two trees, but it turns out that the whole stem, the whole tree is underground. So
right,
the two branches of the tree have become two different trees. So as people dug,
yeah, I gotcha.
okay, so as people dug,
It's one organism still.
it's still one tree. Let me see if I can find it.
They have those here. They're aspen trees, and they're clonal aspen trees, and so you may have multiple trees, but it's all connected to one.
Yeah, so here it is.
Root complex.
Well, the joke's on you, BBM. That was an analogy for the Trinity, which you understand now. Boom, you're a Christian.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
So here it is. After they...
Yeah.
So
that's a cool tree.
They dug out and we killed the tree because they were researching to see how how deep it goes, and we killed it like Greeks, man. We're good at that shit. So here's what we did with it. But what's funny is that as they were digging, they were not finding layers. It was all dirt. It was not. So the layers that we see the polystrate fossils in, we don't see any soil. A tree usually needs soil. Even if you surround it with a flood that is going to bring sediments, those are not going to petrify.
You know what you call a tree without soil, Achilles? A dead tree.
So I'm sorry for the big analogy, but that...
You don't know that the tree didn't have soil where its roots were.
What the creation side is saying is that that tree was probably not even rooted there. It landed there.
There's root systems that have found.
Some, yes, but some have been found upside down. And there are other occasions where a lot of trees, for some destruction, have fallen into a lake, and then they float for quite some time, and then they start sinking.
Yeah, like Spirit Lake, Mount St. Helens.
And then they start sinking, and when they sink, their weight takes them down vertically. They will turn vertically, and they're going to sink, and that can sometimes happen backwards. And that's why we can find them all over the world, because of floating for a long time and then at some point sinking, and as they sank they got stuck like this, and then more sentiments came in, like the flood that we are presenting, the true creation movement is presenting, is a global flood which, being influenced by the gravity of the moon, had currents, and it was going left and then it was going right. So if you have a vase or something that you can have a lot of sediments in, and you stir it, they're going to create sentiments immediately when you let go. But if you have moving water, all those sentiments are being placed at the same time. The bottom layer, the layer above that, and the layer above that, they all get placed at the same time, and then the current turns and more sentiment gets placed on top of those. And if you have a lot of trees that are sinking at the same time, they're going to get trapped into that process. So that's the creation side of that issue. Oh, I'm still sharing that. I'm sorry.
See, so, what I would say is that you guys are ignoring that we see these kinds of burials today. In the Mississippi River Delta, for example, in marshes and extensive floodplains, we see this exact same thing occurring, where you have rapid sedimentation followed by periods of slow deposition or non-deposition. And I think creationists are ignoring the fact that we see non-catastrophic local burials of trees today. It's not something that requires a once in Earth's history.
No, but it's
global flood.
evidence. It's evidence that it can happen during a flood. So if we can observe that in a local flood, we would observe it on a greater scale on a global flood.
Yeah, but we don't even need to. Why would we? If we're already seeing it with local floods, why would we have to make the conclusion that it's a global flood?
That's why I brought the whatever.
You see, Claude's quote comes into play here because, by saying there's a global flood, it requires a lot of evidence to show that it's global and that it had that,
and that
global extent.
And as Nameless said, maybe in response to that, I'm not sure. None of us started with that premise. We all grew up thinking that the layers that we see on the Earth, which is undeniable, we see them. We thought they were deposited over millions of years. And then we started realizing that there are some things.
I did not grow up with that mindset.
Okay. And then we started realizing that there are some things that don't make sense. But if you had something that a book that I actually don't like, and it's telling me how to live my life, is saying that it was a big flood, and you start putting that down, it kind of was making more sense that way. So it's not that we started with that premise. So we started, this is called something about a shooter fallacy. I don't remember. Like you put the target first, you shoot the bullet first, and then you draw the target around it. I don't remember the name of that fallacy, but that's not what is what we're doing, because we didn't start that way. Now there is I'm sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
I did not know.
The reason we like Ken Hovind so much here is because he kind of opened our eyes to this. And I think to other creationists who have a very big ego, and they will not admit that he was the first to go out there and present the creation theory in such a presentable and scientific way. And a lot of creationists today are using his material, but they're not saying they got it from him. So.
So two things that, I base this flood thing on. One, if it was sedimentary deposits that were done over time, it would take time. If it was done as something which was fast and violent, it would have an effect on these things that are very limber and very, susceptible to the elements of these forces. And so we find the evidences of that, all throughout. But the biggest thing is when we find these, let's say, shells and sea life and even aquatic life skeletons remains on high mountains, that is very great evidences. One of the biggest evidences for me, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of has anybody here ever heard of the London Hammer?
The London Hammer?
No. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I highly recommend that you guys write this down, bookmark it, do anything. And it's called the London Hammer. And this is going to be a very, very biggie for everybody. It was a hammer that was found inside of a rock with a wooden handle sticking out.
Oh yeah.
So they found this and they start doing analysis on this. When they scratched it, they noticed that it never rusts. And the reason why it never rusts is because the lack of carbon. And it's made of, iron and nickel and a little bit of something else. and it was definitely man-made. But the reason why it didn't have any rust was because of the lack of carbon, and it can only be done by a pre-flood element. Everything that we have now has been susceptible and tarnished by flood in the carbon of water, in uh, the chemical reactions of it. And so this had to be done by something that was pre-flood or uh, pre-tarnished by this element. And that is a big factor. And it's one of those things that are suppressed by mainstream public and by mainstream science, because it becomes a threat to an agenda and the ideologies of what we use in our educational system. So I plea and beg that we go and look up this thing called the London Hammer, and that should be a very big evidential basis, and hopefully it will open our eyes. And if not, we can just disregard it like we do all the other evidences. And then of course people are going to start looking at the people and the shoes that they were wearing and the coffee they drank that morning.
Was he accredited? I'm
the
sorry.
London Hammer is a concretion, which this is like the spark plug that is, Kent Hovind would show these photos that weren't even of that spark plug. They were in a geode, but actually it's a concretion, and concretions can form really rapidly under certain circumstances. It's a well-known process. So you can have a spark plug from the 1920s form in the middle of a concretion. It's just an accumulation of calcium carbonate layers. The other thing, and I'm trying to think of the other thing you mentioned, Nameless, the thing before the hammer.
The sedimentary deposits, if it happened over time, then it would happen over a mass amount of time to accumulate. If it happened suddenly, there'd be a force that would impose on these things that would be susceptible to that force.
Insert mic drop.
Geologists believe in both gradual processes and catastrophic processes. So you can have catastrophic floods that form sediments over large areas. They're not global by any means, but you also have processes that are gradual, like lake deposition, for example, where you have layers forming slowly over time. So it isn't a matter of catastrophism versus some sort of a slower uniformitarian process. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and with that being said, here in America, we're taught that the Grand Canyon was through, erosion through a stream. But if you look at both ends of the Grand Canyon, you do not see the deposits that would dictate this erosion. You don't see the sedimentary deltas that should be at the ends of these. You don't see them at all.
No, there's a massive delta at the mouth of the Colorado River where it drains into the Gulf of California.
But it would not equal the amount but it would not equal the amount of sediment that it would take from the erosion of how deep the Grand Canyon is and how wide. It would not be proportionate to that ideology, so to speak.
Right. You don't need millions of years to make the Grand Canyon. You just need a lot of water.
Well, you have deposition of sandbars and that kind of thing along the Colorado River. I mean, the Colorado River goes for quite a bit, hundreds of miles after the Grand Canyon until it hits the ocean. And you have all sorts of places where sediment's been deposited, including, and most importantly, the Delta. So, yeah, I don't agree with that at all. I know the Grand Canyon.
And that might be the case. That might be the case. And thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
Sure.
But isn't it true that the Colorado River is like a mile from the top of the... Hey, how's it going, everybody? Isn't it true the Colorado River is like a mile beneath the top of the canyon? So how'd the top of the canyon get there?
Okay. So what we have with the Grand Canyon is a combination of a river down cutting through sedimentary rock and the uplift of the Colorado Plateau. Which, if you've ever visited the area, you can see the land warping, and it is uplifted. That tectonic forces have uplifted that area for millions of years as the river is down cutting through the sedimentary layers. So it's a combination of those two things is why we get such a deep canyon there.
So you're telling me that the Colorado River started out at the top of the canyon, and at the same time it's cutting through the canyon is raising?
Yeah.
Is that what you're?
Yep.
Do you have any evidence for that, or is that just a story you come up with?
They think that there's potentially, and this goes back to Kent Hovind's idea that there was a very large shallow lake, if not multiple lakes, Hopi Lake, and some of these other lakes, that at some point there was a draining of those lakes, and they might have actually created the channel of the Colorado River that we see today. But it is the combination of the downcutting of the river in combination with the uplift that's actually created the entire canyon. We not only do we see the depth of the main canyon itself, which, you know, Kent Hovind would say it was created in a week, but we also see side canyons that are just as deep as the Grand Canyon. And he was never able to explain those when I questioned him about it. They're just as deep as the Grand Canyon, yet they are not in the same watershed as that lake that might have created the Colorado River drainage.
You know,
I'm
so
not sure if that was all gobbledygook.
I don't know if you're familiar with Dr. Stephen Austin, but he does a great presentation on
You haven't
YouTube
heard that
about this thing called the Grand Staircase and the different layers
Yes.
and how they came to be about. And he does a great presentation on how a lot of the ideologies that we share as facts would not calculate on how these things formed, and he goes through great depths, more than I could ever explain now. I'm very ignorant on teaching or explanation. I can't even bring a great joke to light, but he does a great job on this, and so I also ask that we explore these things as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be interested in that.
I heard somebody came back. Was it Joseph?
No, I was sharing my screen. I don't see Joseph back there, but hopefully he comes back. That was going to be good.
I think BBM bored him. No, I'm kidding, BBM.
Probably.
It's like, yeah. No, I'm
And
kidding.
to all these people that I've never met, you know, these people, Big Bad Mama and Claude, thank you guys for bringing, you know, your intellect and your opinions. I think this is very, very healthy for all of us. Thank you for being here.
Cool. Yeah, it's good to meet you and good to talk to you.
Yeah, Big Bad Mama is a world-class geologist and an opponent of young Earth creationism. He hates our theologies. And then Claude is actually Claude is the founder of the Kent Hovind fan club.
Well, funnily enough, there is one of his channels is called Kent Hovind Fan Club, but I can assure you that's not me.
If they had an award for an atheist who has re-uploaded more of Kent Hovind's content than any of the others, there's no way you would not be like the atheist of the month for that, Claude.
I think so. Maybe of the century.
Yeah.
I think lightness is claiming that it's not channel. Where does he get that from?
That's I
think Claude's actually a theological scholar, being the devil's advocate and proposing, you know, and pretending to be, you know, the devil's advocate.
I was once a believer, you know.
What does that mean to you, Claude?
Well, once I believed in Jesus and God and everything, but when I stopped believing in Santa, I think it was about 8 or 9, it was the time I started questioning this other stuff too. Yeah.
Is that really like,
you know, Claude,
the time in your life where you evaluated and decided there was no God? Was like
yes, but I stuck with it for quite a while.
At 10?
Probably in my 20s that I decided.
Okay, so wait.
That was the reason why I became an atheist, to be honest with you. If they lied to me about Santa, I learned about Santa and Jesus in the same building. And believe it or not, I think that was one of the breaking points and deal breakers for me in Christianity, was not only that, but the rest of the hypocrisy in the church and Christianity. And then, Lord, you know, grateful to the Lord that he brought me back. And I realized that Christianity isn't the following of other Christians. Christianity was the following of Christ. And what I was doing was following, God is true and all men are liars. And I was following liars. And I wasn't following the truth. And I thank the Lord with the greatest of tenderness for me, that he brought me back to this truth. And I pray that the Lord will soften your heart and be tender, a lot more tender to all of you or any who are listening that might not believe than he was with me. And I pray this very sincerely. And I thank you guys for being, vocal on your discrepancies against, creationists and God in the Bible. And I thank you guys for your, for your sincerity.
There you go, Claude. That was a sincere compliment.
I don't get them very often.
And I have a question.
I liked what Nameless. Yes. Let me just say one thing about what I liked what Nameless said earlier about going after people's beliefs as opposed to the people themselves. It was something like that. And I think that's a really good thing for us to keep in mind, as opposed to, me going personally after Achilles, for example. It's right. Better if we go after each other's ideas that we don't agree with, because our individual identities are much deeper than our belief systems. We're human beings at our core. And so we have deep connections that transcend our individual belief systems. So that's all I would add there.
Although I was just had a funny question for Claude. Instead of that, I'm gonna use my time to tell you, BBM, that on top of what you said, the reason us as creationists are trying to present that side to others that have the view that you have, that we did, is not because we like that book or because we want to believe in something, as Claude would put it, like Santa, but because if that is the case, it's an alternative that needs to be examined, because we either got here by chance, so there's no judge, or we were created, and therefore if I get judged, I want you also to be careful about that judgment that might come in the future. So from our perspective, it's love. It's trying to protect you from something that we believe is true, and you don't believe it yet, and we're trying to show you why with concrete evidence, not just talking about fantasy stuff.
Right. I hear you.
Because
and I would say we're doing the same thing out of love too, Achilles.
I love you all.
When we're looking at when we're looking at we're coming on here to try to free people from what we view as superstition, and so and you're trying to turn us on to what you believe is the truth. So hopefully it's all done in love and not in I have good vibes with you guys right now.
And to be fair, on your perspective, I see how evil men or men with ulterior motives have turned this truth of a creator into religious superstition for their whatever benefit that was, whether it was a land grab, whether it was money, whether it was oil. We see it happening right now. So we see why you guys are think that this is evil and that is the enemy, because the Catholic Church existed and stuff like that. I don't want to be very specific because I'm going to have a swarm of people attacking me. But we see that, and we're just trying to show you that beyond what man has done to religion, we did not create it. We have a creator. So, because the evolution side is saying that we created God, and the creation side says, no, God created us.
And we'll go a step further and even say that those people who did all those atrocities in the name of Christianity are going to be judged way harsher than, say, you and Claude, because they did it in the name of Christ.
Mm-hmm. And they have the judgment of people like that on their shoulders. If they're the ones that made them see God as a fantasy or a lie that is convenient, then they're going to be judged for that fact too, for every lost soul that lost its way due to people like that.
I think
Yeah.
Claude's character there with his mustache is going to, the uneven mustache is going to be judged a lot harsher than a lot of other things out there.
Well,
That's
it's the
a
fact
pretty
that
horrible uneven mustache.
I'm
Said the
drinking
man
grape
with the
juice.
donkey.
See, we have a little bit different theology. I don't even think the French get to go through the judgment. I think, the first question is, are you French? And then just step this way. So poor Claude doesn't stand a chance.
Has it ever occurred to you, that so you accept religion, you accept Christianity, that everyone, everyone else's religion is wrong, and it just happens, and there are thousands of them, and yours just happens to be the right one. Is it because you have a personal relationship with the God that you believe in? And if so, could that approach something of delusion?
I don't think
It's because we have bigger guns.
No, truthfully, I don't think any of the other world religions, historically or modern today, have as much evidence for their texts as we do. I think out of all the religions in the world, Christianity, and tied together with Judaism, has the strongest irrefutable evidence. Even if you put aside the miraculous, miracle, supernatural stuff that we all believe in, and I preach as truth, just the historical claims, the places, finding the city of David, all of these archaeological discoveries, none of the other world religions have this evidence, but we have it.
I think the greatest part, for me, that solidifies the scriptures and God and Christ. We have these people called Jews, and which were written, thousands and thousands of years ago about a place called Israel, which was thousands and thousands of years ago. And we can still sit there and go there till this day. And we can find archaeological evidences of, the Cyrus scroll and Nebuchadnezzar and David and all these other things. And all these other places. We believe in the Mayans. We believe in the Aztecs. We believe in the Native Americans. But where are they? They're not here. We might see the remnants and we believe them. But here we have this incredible thing that hasn't faded away. If anything, it's grown. And the more that we try to snuff it out, the more it grows and it becomes bigger. And the reason it's that way is because it's not a fad that it would fade away. It's something that's everlasting and promised. And there's things in here that, scripture is 33% prophecy. And if any of those were to be discredited, everything would crumble. And it would crumble and fade away. But it hasn't. And all it has been doing is re-solidifying itself over time. And the Word of God says, I will tell you these things before they even happen. And I think that's the greatest part about it. And a lot of these evidences are dismissed. And no different than a lot of these archaeological evidences are dismissed with whichever agenda or motives that they might have. But with the scripture, it's not true. And so for a lot of people, and especially myself, I speak for myself, that I was a very big naysayer, an antagonist of Christianity, the Bible, and some guy called Jesus. But now, like I said, I became the thing that I hated. And I'm very greatly and proudly so of it. And I'm grateful to say that I was wrong.
May I add to that? First off, what you just said kind of reminded me of something that people say about the Bible, that it is the anvil that has destroyed many hammers, because everybody's trying to discredit it and it just doesn't get discredited. Now, to add to these lines of thinking that present evidence that Stephen brought up and Nameless brought up, I want to add something else too. I am a Greek, and Greeks are very proud for their heritage. They had created the whole system of divinity, which took over the whole planet, the known planet, right, at the time. And all of a sudden, Paul comes in and starts talking to them and there was no war, there was no stoning him. All of a sudden you see the greatest civilization of that time just flipping into Christianity. Why? Because they also would philosophize, and they would discuss, and they would say, yeah, that kind of sounds more reasonable from what I thought. What about this and what about that? And they would sit down and discuss. And they had the 13th God, which was where Paul based his teaching on. And that's how the window opened up for them to hear about a new God. Because first off, Greeks, whatever they did, they had to sacrifice something to see what the omens were. And if they would go on with this, like, okay, we're going to Troy. Let's sacrifice a goat, read the blood, and see if we should go. So if you look up, that up, you'll see that Achilles tried leaving for Troy twice, and there was bad weather. So they asked a priest of the time, and he said, you have to sacrifice the daughter of Agamemnon. It's a very known story, the sacrifice of Iphigenia. And so they were very spiritual. Now, I don't like child sacrifices, but they were very spiritual. And they had one God, a 13th God, which they called the unknown God. So they were worshiping him without knowing anything about him, in case we missed one. In case we missed one God, we don't want him to be angry with us. Therefore, we're going to create him a statue, and we're going to be also doing sacrifices for him in case he exists, and we don't want him to be pissed with us. And Paul the Apostle said, I came here to talk to you about that God, your unknown God. That's why they opened up their ears. But then you see the whole Greek civilization just flipping into Christianity. Why didn't they see this as an exterior influence that came in to attack their gods? Isn't that weird? It was the greatest divine understanding of the time. And it just flipped.
So I have a question, Achilles, about that.
Yeah.
The Romans took the Greek pantheon of gods, but they didn't believe in them with the same depth as the Greeks believed in their gods. They were much more superficial beliefs in Rome,
and using
so
God.
Hadn't let me just add one thing real quick. So hadn't Rome been in Greece, taken over Greece at that point, where Paul came to the Greeks? So, what I would say is maybe the Greeks did not believe in their pantheon like they did at one time in their history, and so that they were open for a change in religion. What do you think about that?
I think that with Nero, Greece was no longer under the yoke of the Roman Empire, because Nero thought highly of the Greeks, and he freed the country from the Roman Empire. Now, that was, I believe, a plan to create the Byzantine Empire, but it was not under the Roman oppression at the time of Paul. Now, I'm not sure about whether it was Nero, because I think Nero came on 70 AD. Was it? I'm not.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of what the order was. It was Augustine, and then it was Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, and Nero, I think, right? Something like that.
Yeah, and I don't remember exactly when it was that Paul started preaching, how much after Christ it was, and if it was after the destruction of Jerusalem or not. I'm not sure. I know Paul was hunting down Christians, but I don't think those were the first Christians. I think it was the second generation. So even if the Romans first off, we got to admit that the Roman Empire, which started the Catholic Church later on, I think just used religion as means, which if you take, if you buy a video game today called, I think, Rome, Total War, one of my favorite series of games, Total War games, it shows you how to use religion before you take that area. You send your priests there first to start getting influence, right? So I think that's what the Roman Empire did. They used, okay, that's the religion that works, let's use it. And then they saw Christianity work better, and they tried to use that as well. And I think that is what gave birth to the Catholic Church, in my view. Don't shoot.
Do you think that Peter was the first pope of the Catholic Church?
No.
Isn't that what they say, or am I mistaken there?
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
But no, there is no way to prove such a thing. No way.
I think they just say that he was the rock of the church, right? Yeah.
That's the only thing, just that Bible verse that says that I'm going to build the church upon you. Yeah, he didn't see the Catholic Church, right? He actually renamed him to Rock. Jesus renamed him to Rock.
Petra. Petra.
Yeah, it means Greek. And that's where you get all the words like petrified, right?
Right.
It is insane how many words go back to Greek. It is insane. People don't even realize.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Nameless, you had something to
Well,
say?
how many philosophy? How many philosophic schools go back to Greece?
And I'm just on the linguistic part, right? So many words go back to a Greek word, man. So many. Like, I don't know, something like 70% of English, and the rest is Anglo-Germanic,
I have told Achilles this, though, and I mean it wholeheartedly. It was a little reckless for an ancient civilization like Greece to leave America in charge of the world, knowing we were infants. So all the troubles we're having around the world, kind of Achilles' people's fault for leaving us in charge.
What could we do? You had guns,
Exactly. See, that's the thing. Everyone should have some.
We were still stuck with like bows and stuff. We asked for nukes, but nobody gave them to us.
This right here is why Nameless said in the private chat that we're not a serious stream.
You saw what
Hey guys, I'm going to back out for a moment. I'm having technical issues again, so I'm going to back out for a moment, and I will be right back.
All right.
BBM, you saw what we did with the oldest tree of Europe, of the European continent.
Yeah.
So yeah, imagine what we could do if you gave us nukes.
You would have used them on Turkey.
Yeah, but it's too close. I mean, we would have to make sure the wind remained like, it was western. Right. It was going that way.
It took it over Asia instead of Greece.
I love how you didn't deny that you probably would have used them against Turkey. You were just like, yeah, good point.
Yeah, but we're too close, That's an issue always. Actually, if you guys visit here and we go like to a beach and we chill somewhere to have food and drink, we might encounter a Turk, and you'll see how friendly the nation of Greece, the people of Greece, and the people of Turkey, we see as brothers. The government is what is creating the issue. Like when you have Erdogan, who is there for 18 years so far, and he keeps pushing for this big empire of Turkey and all that, creating issues. And I heard somebody on the radio say the other day that there's nothing we can do as people. If leaders decide to shoot each other, we got no option. And it happens worldwide. We still have the whole Muslim Christianity thing, but our job as Christians is never to hate, but to evangelize, to bring people to the truth. It
You know,
doesn't matter.
I think that the biggest difference with Christianity is we do not force anyone by gunpoint or by force. It has to be a willing thing.
Right.
You know, with a lot of different religions, it's done by intimidation, force, or some sort of deception. With Christianity, it's not. Now, there's plenty of people that went out in the name of Christianity that tried doing so, but with Christianity, you know, Christ said this incredible thing. I'm not of this world. If I was, my people would take up arms and fight, but we don't. We do so out of love. And with this love, you know, we have compassion. And with this compassion, people will hopefully come to this sense that, hey, these people are willing to die and lay down their lives instead of take it. What is going on with them? There has to be a reason for this. You know, in order for somebody to sacrifice something so great as their own life, both in death and in the totality of their suffering, it has to mean something great. And so when people look at the intention and the reality of it, it becomes something phenomenal. But a lot of people that do not believe, they're not willing to sacrifice even the smallest part. But these people are willing to sacrifice everything, even unto death, to share this message that is so important to the whole world. And that's the sacrifice that we live on a day-to-day basis, even unto death.
Right, and those that use the
Do you
name
guys
of
think
Christianity.
Mormons are real?
Nah,
Do you
it's a
guys think
different.
Mormons are real Christians?
It's a completely different God.
I don't think Mormon is a real Christianity. I think there might be real Christians in Mormonism, but I think the ideology and the religion of it is not Christianity. And so I think that
I'd
there's a
agree
lot
with
of
that.
I think there's a lot of good people in a lot of these denominations that we do not agree with, and they'll be saved by their faith and more than their action. And it's love that covers multitudes. It's love and mercy that will cover iniquity, not laws. It's love. And I think a lot of people have that, you know, miscategorized and misunderstood. Christianity isn't about laws. It's about love, respect, and truth. Those who worship must worship in spirit and in truth. And you can uh, kind of reclassify that as truth and love. And that's what differs than a lot of other religions. Um, I think a lot of times we try to make it into something that it's not. And even inside the house of God, they try to make it into traditions and laws, where in totality, it's about love.
Well, there's mixed messages there because a certain person called Kent says that God made the world, it's his, and he makes the rules and you've got to keep them. And if you don't, go make your own planet. That's what it's a direct quote.
Now, Claude, let's say, you know, and I'm just going to assume that you have children, and forgive me if I'm wrong on that.
No,
But
that's
in
right.
your house, when your children are growing up, you would have rules, and they have to abide by your rules because it's your house and you paid the bills. You built the house, you established the house, and if they do not abide by your rules, you would inflict punishment. And as they get to a mature age where they're self-sufficient, you would say, well, it's either my way or the highway. And so it's okay for you to play God in your household, but it's not okay for God to play God or be God in his own house.
The disconnect is that it's proof that it's my house. There's no proof that God made the world. Not your
Did
God.
you make it? Oh, wait, but did you make it? And can you point to anyone here on earth that has made it?
Your microphone's really bad.
Yeah, it's getting a little gerbled.
But that's why
it's
we're
getting
trying.
really poppy. So maybe we can hear what you said, but it's starting to sound really poppy. So just so you know.
Let me
So
try
that's why we're
I'm so
trying.
sorry.
That's why we're trying to present the evidence, Claude.
And I agree. You know, I don't disagree. The historical Jesus, the Bible.
Not just that. Not just that. The thing is that if there was a flood, it is evidence that that book was not telling us lies. So if there was a flood, what we would expect to find would be a lot of fossils, a lot of dead things, that would become fossils because they wouldn't be on the surface to be eaten by other animals, and they would be covered by a lot of layers. That would be what we would be expecting to find, and we do. So we have
we expect to
a
find the
fact.
same thing in find the same thing in just
Right.
natural processes.
Right. So you're leading me into what I'm trying to say is that the fact is that fossils exist. There are different interpretations of that fact. One is looking at it from one perspective and the other one from the other perspective. And we're trying to examine which one it is, just in the case that if it was two random things that created it, there wouldn't be an argument. The argument is here because if one is not random and it's judgment, we gotta tell each other, we gotta wake up to this. This is not our house. And if it is our house, we're treating it like shit.
Well, we don't believe it's random. We don't believe science isn't saying that the formation of fossils is a random occurrence. I mean, there's very specific circumstances and environmental conditions that create fossils.
Yeah, but you have a problem here. It is either a sequence of events that do not relate to each other, and they have coalesced into what we see today because of those random uniform laws, or there is something uniting them and controlling them. So which one is it? Are they actually random, or is there some form of connectivity between all this? Like, is it Mother Nature that knows what it's doing? You know, so it's either random or it's something.
It's not an intelligence like that, though. It's just a function of physical things. Are a function of physical and chemical processes. You don't need somebody that's controlling those. They act on their own. A chemical reaction happens of its own. It's not, and I think you would agree, not every chemical reaction is God setting something off, right?
No, I'm not going to say that God is in chemistry and everything, but he has created the laws of chemistry or of everything, and they work on their own, just like I've created a computer and I don't need to be in there all the time.
See, and that's our, that's our belief that, or, that's what the evidence shows us, is that you don't have to have that entity that's creating those laws.
Yeah, but
they happen because of the nature of the universe itself.
Yeah, but
and of course it comes back to who created the creator and all that kind of thing. But those types of discussions.
If we're talking about who created the creator, we're not talking about the same creator, because we are talking about a creator that didn't have a creator. He is the creator. There's not, Mormons do talk about a previous God before this God who created this God. Mormons do that. Christians do not. So there is the moment that you are saying who created God, you're already placing God within time. That there was something behind him time-wise and created him, but he's outside of time.
But that's a special exception, isn't it? That's just very convenient that that's the case with your God.
Well, it's kind of funny because with as great as mankind is, and as the capabilities that we have, our downfall is that we cannot see past the things that we do not understand. And so I know that I'm in the realm of very, very smart men. And I know each one of you know what a rose smells like, but not one of you can tell me with exact detail what a rose smells like, where I can decipher it from a carnation or a lily or anything else. You would not be able to explain it. You would not be able to explain how we capture waves and frequencies that come through a box when we're on the opposite sides of the world. And these are things that we do not understand individually or collectively, and how much greater than the creator of everything. And we can't even explain life, but we know it exists. And these are all beyond our understandings. and how much more is God?
I hear you. Sounds good. Yeah.
But I
I
mean,
just
these are
don't
things that we
believe
should consider.
in the God. I, what I would ask this of you guys: what if God was everything? God was reality. How would
He
that
is.
affect your day-to-day beliefs or your day-to-day?
It changed my whole life. It changed my whole life. And that's the thing, is something so grand, if it ever had impact on you, it would change your whole life. My whole life changed in a day. I gained this thing called the fear of the Lord because I then realized that God knew everything about my life. I wished he would have done to me or done to you what he's done to
Do you
me. Uh,
do
Go
you
ahead.
think that we're all part of God then? Do you think that
Yes,
we're all part
absolutely.
of
You have to.
God?
So he says, all things were created by him and for him and through him, and nothing was created. And this light was in the life of men. And this is why we have life. This is why you have conscience. None of us can weigh a spirit or our conscience. Um, this life is actually evidence of God. This isn't happenstance. This isn't done by evolution. This is why rocks do not have life. This is why soil do not have life. Water is the essence of life, but it's not life itself. It has life inside of it, but it's
They
also
do have
the
energy,
a
though.
sustenance for life. It does, and exactly. But does it have life? And being that it has energy but no life, does it mean it's life? And I think these are things that we need to comprehend, because this goes back to the whole chicken and the egg thing. But even more so than the chicken and the egg, what came first, the heart or the blood or the veins? Because, we go back into this thing of irreducible complexity, where one thing cannot exist without the other. And all these elements have to be at the exact same moment in order for them to be. And this is only can derive from a creator or a designer or an
Who
architect of all
created the
things.
creator?
Well, there is no creation of the creator. The creator was always
Why
all in
not?
existence. Well,
Everything
so
has
hold
to
on.
be created.
Well, that goes back to our finite mentality of all these things.
No,
And
that's
so the
stupid
scripture
thinking.
says he derives from everlasting, and he comes from everlasting, which means he's infinite. He has no beginning or end because he's the Alpha and the Omega.
How
It's
do
a
you know
perfect
that?
circle. And if you have a perfect circle
How
with
do you know
no
that?
beginning or end, there
Give me
is
the proof for
it's
that.
finite.
Give me the proof for that. I mean, that's a major statement. That's
How long?
extraordinary
How
statement.
about this? I want you to
But,
measure the beginning
but,
of time.
but
Or so how about
David,
this? Measure the beginning of time and measure the end of time, and bring it to me and prove that that's got a start or an end.
yeah, and Claude, to what you just said, yes, we believe that, but
Yes, exactly.
you also don't have facts about his non-existence. You also believe he doesn't exist. It is also a belief system. You can't,
I
you
just don't
can't.
have the proof that he exists. If I saw proof that God exists, well, I
It's a
would
lack of
believe it.
belief system, not a belief system.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
lack.
you can't have proof that he doesn't, right?
Yeah, but you can't prove there's no leprechauns either. You can't prove that Thor doesn't exist. You can't prove a negative. It's just
I've actually not
So
placed a
not
lot of
argument.
thought in
Yeah.
trying to convince myself whether Thor exists or not, to be honest. But I'm just
Let,
saying that yes, there are
let me
parts
make a
of
comment.
God that.
Let me make a comment on this. I'm sorry, Achilles. I'm interrupting
No,
you. Go
it's
ahead.
okay. There's a delay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vivian. It's okay.
Well, I was just going to say with the irreducible complexity is, let's take the eyeball, for example. Now, all of a sudden, a fully functioning human eyeball didn't just pop into existence. We have organisms today where we can see that gradation happen, that evolution, a potential evolutionary path by what we see in eyeballs, from simple organisms all the way to humans, or if there's eyes beyond human. But we have organisms that just have light sensitive cells that pick up light and dark. And that's how the eyeball started. It started as a simple system, and it becomes more complex through time as organisms that had better eyesight survived and passed on their genes to subsequent generations. So it didn't just, these systems that we have, these bodily systems, didn't just start out as complex.
But the issue there, though, the issue,
and
nameless dropped.
Go ahead.
But the issue with that is that the eye can either work or not, see or not see. There are, if there was what you and others think there was a long process that spanned through a lot of generations, none of those generations would be able to see until it
no. So the first eyes were light sensitive cells, and organisms were able, that was the first eyesight, was
wait.
just
What
sensing
do you do?
light and dark.
What do you do with a trilobite that had one of the most complex eyes? That
Well, a trilobite is, billions of years after life first formed. I mean, we had single-celled
but our eyes are
organisms
not as evolved as something that was a billion years ago.
Well, the first eyeball was not the trilobite, is my point.
Okay.
There were soft-bodied organisms that were around for a long time before trilobites.
So how about this with man? So with people, you need a male and a female. You need a sperm and an egg. And so if man, evolved from a primordial soup of some sort, and let's say he had no eyes, how long would it take for a female to develop in order for reproduction to happen? Would this be millions of years of evolution? And if so, let's say it was asexual. Let's say it was asexually. How come we don't have asexual reproduction even today? And being so,
we do.
How long would it
asexual
take
reproduction
for
today.
a man to wait for a woman to evolve where they could reproduce? It would be impossible. A man would not be able to last millions of years of evolution. And let's say even so, let's say that did happen. How come it's not happening now?
They weren't men, though. Nameless.
I'm sorry?
They weren't humans. They weren't humans.
But we are. But we are. But that's the point. We are human now.
Simpler organisms that. Right.
But
They
so
were
where is the
organisms,
other
though,
thing?
that were male
So
and female.
how come the primordial soup is still not evolving now? And when I say this, it's if you were to have a child and let's say they had an extra limb, or let's say one of their arms or appendages did not form, would you call that evolution or would you call that a deformity? Because if you were to reproduce, you would expect them to have 10 fingers, 10 toes, 2 ears, and you would have this expectations because of a repeatable process of time. If it didn't happen that, you wouldn't call it a mutation. You wouldn't call it evolution. You would call it a deformation because it was deformed. And the reason why it was deformed because it was made in a form, and you would expect this repeatable form to have a processes. And so if this processes was derived from a primordial soup that was evolving, how come we're not doing so? And where are these processes, these evidences that should have been? Where are they at now?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I mean, we had a time in Earth's history when abiogenesis occurred. Now, we don't know what the exact mechanism is, but we know that it occurred because we see the first organisms that we find in the fossil record. The oldest layers are single-celled organisms. Maybe not the oldest layers, but old layers. Yeah.
Can you do me a favor, BBM? Just don't say we know. Say we believe, because.
Well, we've measured, but we've taken direct measurements, and so
the direct
we do have a
measurements of
series of
something.
facts.
Direct measurements of something that not only we can't reproduce today. The science itself says that the reason that no lab has ever managed to create something, make it alive, make the first cell, and make it replicate cannot happen is because it could only happen in a prebiotic soup. So whatever we do, there is no way to replicate it, and that is not science. It is a belief system. This is what we believe here, and
Well,
I'm actually
that's why I said we don't know of the exact mechanism of abiogenesis.
Yeah, but at the
We
same
just
time,
know that
But that wouldn't be science
abiogenesis.
then.
We
It has
just
to
know
be
but at the same
repeatable and
we just
provable.
know that abiogenesis occurred because we see that all of a sudden you have no life in the very oldest layers, or the very oldest things we have, and then you have single-celled life that shows up in these layers in the Precambrian.
Yeah, just because you see
So
single
you
life.
do have evidence that we observe of changes through time in the fossil record.
Yeah, but when you have chemical scientists, chemists saying that that is not even biology, is pre-biology, abiological, and I'm a chemical scientist, and I can tell you that it's not possible to happen because you need the elements which need to be put in the precise order for a cell to function, and it doesn't just happen. Why do we push those scientists aside and we still stick to a narrative that we know it happened? It must have happened.
My
So
biggest thing is, when did evolution stop? When did it decide to stop?
It hasn't stopped.
When did
It's happening.
when did
It's
monkeys
happening.
stop making humans? When did fish start making, land-dwelling
Well,
animals?
Well, we branched off of monkeys at a certain point millions of years ago.
But why did we stop branching off of monkeys? Show me any kind of a monkey or primate
supposedly
that has
nameless.
now at all
So-
brought forth a human being, a Homo sapien.
Well,
let me,
that's not how
let me try to
evolution
respond.
works. Evolution is very
Yeah.
gradual changes. So you're not going to have a species that's just going to give birth to another. I mean, we know,
I know, but we have not
human
seen a
evolution.
species make another species, though. We have never seen that. We cannot prove that. And so at some
We've
point,
actually
evolution
seen-
decided to stop.
We've actually seen
wait.
No, evolution is on.
Well, let
So
Big, hold on,
just
hold
show
on,
me a
hold
species
on,
that
hold
has
on, hold
morphed
on,
into a
hold on.
different species.
Wait, hold on, let Big Bad Mama get his defense point out. We don't
You're
want
right,
to
I'm
just cut
sorry.
him off. No, it's all right, guys. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So I would say in the lab they've created multicellular organisms from single-celled organisms, and we've seen that evolution happen in the lab. But you need to look
Bacteria?
at wait a minute. You need to look at evolution as a bush with all sorts of branches. Now you had one primate branch that came off of that bush, and it went into the great apes. Each branch then went into other branches, of which we had the chimp and the bonobo and the gorilla and the gibbon and the orangutan and the human, and also different types of things that we might call human hominids, say Australopithecus, and these different. We don't know exactly which branch we came off of, but we know that we're all the tips. Every living species is the tip of one of those bush branches. Go ahead.
And so this is where creation gets different, because let's say even with a branch, so we can see trees, we can see the evidence of from seed to fruition to fruit, and each fruit and each tree goes after its own kind. In other words, you don't see a tree with apples and oranges and grapes. And if these all originated from the same thing, you should see evidences of that. And so we don't see this branching off. We've never seen a.
So you don't
hold on,
think that-
excuse me. We've never seen, other than inside of a lab with manipulation, with some sort of intelligent design behind it, do so. And so if we're talking about nature doing its own thing, we've never seen a species make a different species from itself, either in living matters or in plant life. And so, and we can't even hardly do it ourselves, and we can only do it with sophistication, which we did not have through evolution because man wasn't even there yet. And so there has to be some sort of intelligent design to this.
So, we wouldn't see those changes. You wouldn't have an apple tree come from an orange tree, for example. I mean, it's built into the DNA code.
Oh, built. Who was it built by? Who was it built by? Who was it built by?
It just occurred. It wasn't built by anybody. It just occurred.
Wait, a building cannot build itself.
It occurred based.
A building cannot build itself. It needs a builder.
So who built a mountain then? Let me ask you that. Who built a mountain?
God. Because he says, let the waters part and let earth come forth from that water, and there came mountains.
So you don't think mountains were built by natural processes, that a faulting up of areas of land?
No. So how about
which
this?
Is what we
where
see.
did where did water come from? How are we 70% of our globe is water, and where did this water come from? And science will tell us by comets that passed by. Well, how come we don't see that even today?
I mean, ultimately, water came from our atmosphere, a methane, ammonia atmosphere. Ultimately, we had water.
So all the water in the atmosphere, decided to just drop down and on Earth. And is there still that water in the atmosphere? Because we call that above the firmament.
And supposedly,
there's water in the atmosphere. We know that.
As the Earth was a burning, spinning ball that got created from the creation of the solar system, it had no atmosphere. So that part of Earth, so as it was cooling down, it still couldn't produce any atmosphere on its own. So according to the scientific theory about this, which is the godless way of presenting things that we are trying to show you that they just had a creator, the godless side, I'm going to call it that because we are not going away from science, but they want to be calling themselves the scientific side. It says that it all came from comets. That's where it came from. Like we got rained down by comets that had water. What? It is. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That's one idea.
Okay. What is another?
I said that's one idea.
Yeah, I don't know another. Can you help me out?
I don't know. Even godless. You made the statement that we don't.
That's what about this idea. That's what I want. That's a lot of water, man. I mean, have you seen how deep it can go? We haven't even explored the depths, right? That's a lot of water for a lot of comets to bring. In that theory.
So if we don't believe in intelligent design, then what basis do we have for being intelligent at all?
Intelligent design, it could be possibly unintelligent design, but it's certainly not intelligent. But
looking at humanity today, I'm beginning to believe that
H2O is because I'm not a scientist. So
Claude, you seem pretty intelligent, and so if there's no intelligent design, and you being intelligent. Would you be able to manifest me
let's try nameless. Let's try not to talk over one another.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you'd let me answer, Godless, go to Francis Collins, the great geneticist who was mapping the human genome while Kent Hovind was shooting rubber bands, because I notice you say a lot of the stuff that Kent Hovind says.
Shots fired.
He will explain to you brilliantly why there can't be intelligent design. And that is one of the greatest scientists in the world, living scientists. So go to them and don't, it's just nonsense.
Well, give us his number. Because we got stuck with
you can find him on YouTube. He has a great one. He actually is a Christian.
So are you saying that Einstein was not a great scientist? He was not a great mind?
He was a great scientist, and he's certainly not a theist.
No, you're wrong. He said the more I dig into science, the more I believe in God.
He talked about as it's certainly not the Christian God. He was talking about
I don't
nature
care.
being the
I don't care
God.
if he believed in Jesus. I hope he did for his
He
salvation.
certainly didn't.
But he said, it is a quote of him, that the
Yes.
more I look deeper into science, the more I believe in a God. That
Yes,
is
the God
a
of
quote.
nature, actually, if you look further into it, he did not believe in the Christian God.
He believed that somebody made this. I don't know if he was the same that I and Nameless and Stephen believe in, but he realized that there was a creator. So why is that scientist disproven, and the one that believes that we all came from?
Because you're distorting what Einstein said, and you need to look at the whole basis
Claude.
of Einstein's beliefs. This is just nonsense.
Claude, can I ask you and Big Bad Mama a question?
Yes.
So you guys do believe in a series of local floods, right? And when we point to things like polystrate fossilized trees, we would say this is evidence of, rapid, being rapidly covered very quickly by layers through the flood. You guys say these are all from different local floods. Is that correct?
Sometimes.
Sure.
Okay. How many of these massive, large-scale local floods do you guys believe in?
Well, 3, I think.
So these flooding occurs everywhere, Stephen, and in different locations, so you have mountains that are being drained by rivers that are flooding in the springtime and depositing all sorts of sediment. Now, that's in one particular area. In another area, you have an ocean which is depositing beach sand on top of whatever the rock layer is below it. So it just depends on the location and also the time in history, because things change through history. Landforms change drastically. And that brings me to a question based on what Nameless said before is, creationists don't even agree on how the fossils got to the top of Mount Everest, say. Now, geologists know that the Himalayas were caused by the Indian subcontinent crashing into Eurasia slowly and buckling the sediment up, which is still occurring today. We see active faulting. We can measure the movement of the faults. So we know exactly how those mountains were created, but you have some creationists that say that the water was deep enough that it covered Mount Everest. And then you have people like Kent Hovind say that, no, it was created by hydroplate theory right after the flood or during the flood, to where those mountains formed very rapidly. And so that's what pushed up those fossils. I would point that you guys can't even agree on how the Himalayas were formed.
Oh, so hold on. So when I said that, we found fossils and bone matter and whatnot on top of the Himalayas, I didn't say we didn't disagree.
Right.
What I was saying is that we did find it, which would have been evidence of a flood. And if not evidence of a flood, if not evidence of a flood, let's say the Earth came out from the water all the way to the top. And so in the creation story, the earth was just nothing but a big old blob of water. And God says, let the earth, let the waters divide and let the earth come up from the waters. And so, but regardless, the waters were there. Where in evolution or Big Bang or primordialism, we say that, the comets brought it, or this atmosphere brought it, where we didn't even have an atmosphere at the time. And so there's still kinks in this whole theory of evolution and primordial, Big Bang and the whatnots.
Well, I mean, the Big Bang's a whole different topic, but we're talking about how the fossils from a certain age got onto the top. Why are they found at the top of Mount Everest? And the answer is that those fossils were once at sea level, and those rock layers formed at sea level. And then those mountains were created later, to where those layers with the fossils were uplifted tens of thousands of feet to their current location. And as I said, we see this happening today, and we can measure this today. But, I still stand by the fact that you guys aren't in agreement. There are creationists that believe that the top of Mount Everest was covered with water, and that's how the fossils got there. And then there's others like Kent Hovind that believe in a catastrophic plate tectonics. Yeah, go ahead, Stephen. I'm sorry for rambling.
No, that's okay. And I appreciate your feedback. I think this is healthy and good. My explanation of that would be that the mountains have always existed since the very creation, but that they were not as massive as they are today. And I think from my biblical perspective, it would have been during the flood that all the shifting of the plates would have caused the mountains to grow higher, to increase in altitude, but also it says at the same time the valleys went lower. So I think that that would be similar to the explanation that you have. You just think it happened over a long period of time. I believe that it happened in a similar way, but I believe that it happened due to the flood and that it happened very quickly. So that would explain why all the mountains could have been covered with water. And at that time, you know, as the water's going down, the mountains are growing higher. So I don't think the mountains started off as high as they are today.
Okay. You have heard creationists say that, though, that the water was above Mount Everest.
I have heard creationists say that it rains because Jesus is sad. I have heard creationists say that the thunder is God bowling. So, I mean, if we're going to just go over multitudes of things that creationists have said that are stupid, man, we'll be here till tomorrow.
You know, sometimes I hear that coffee's good for you. Sometimes I hear coffee's bad for you. Then I'll hear that coffee's good for you again.
Yeah, what's going on with that, dude? Every week,
You know,
they
so
change
whoa.
the
I'm
line.
gonna stop. I'm gonna cure that right now. Coffee is good, always was good, and always will be good,
Dude,
even with a little bit of sugar and cream.
I live with coffee. Like, don't take this one away from me.
Yeah, I know.
Only biblical coffee is acceptable. It doesn't have caffeine in it, a bit like Bible wine.
Yeah.
Well, according to the Bible, men are supposed to make the coffee.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
You know, I seen something in there about men doing the dishes also.
they
And
have-
you know what? We're just gonna, you know, kind of ignore that verse in the Bible. You know,
No, I mean,
just
there's
like
a whole book of the Bible that is dedicated to men making the coffee. It's Hebrews.
ooh.
And BBM, if you ever need an arc, I know a guy.
Yeah.
You know,
Boy, have I got
there's
a
another
deal
thing.
for
There's
you.
so many different so many different times of histories in all over the world which would talk about a flood throughout a historical flood, and I think sometimes we discredit these claims as well. Even in our time, I'm sure they did in their time up until it happened. And so God says that He did flood the whole world. He even sent out a bird that went out looking for land, and when it didn't find land, it came back because it had no place to rest. And I think that, you know, being that the earth is already covered with 70% water, what stops us from believing that it couldn't have been covered that extra 30% at some point? Because we do know that there's water under the ground, and we've already made the claim that there's water above the atmosphere, and we're already 70% water here. Why wouldn't it be an impossibility that the whole world was covered at one point and receded again?
That's a good question for Claude.
So
and,
Yes, so you
and
believe
people-
in Hinduism as well, because that talks about a global flood. So I'm glad you're becoming.
So I do have an answer to that. I hear something's.
Why?
Okay.
Echo?
So
you get echo?
In these layers, we find fossils that are from coherent ecosystems. We don't find layers that are violently I mean, we do, but I'm talking about like layers like in the Grand Canyon. We don't see violently transported organisms mixed with organisms from dissimilar environments. When we see a layer, we can see if it was formed at a beach because we see beach organisms. We find sand grains that indicate it was a beach. All sorts of even microscopic features of that layer that we can look at in thin sections that show it was a beach. And then above that, we'll have a deeper oceanic layer like a silt, because silt is carried out further to the ocean than beach sand. And so we'll have, in a sea level rise, we'll have a silt that's deposited on that beach layer. So, and we have the organisms that are found in that particular environment. We don't have these transported organisms from different environments in these layers. So that would be the answer to that question, is why we don't think it's a global flood. What we see in the Grand Canyon is a series of sea level rises and falls. So we see limestones, silts, and sandstones.
That's a very great point. And what I have to ask about that is, so what did the sand and the silt make the mountains and the stone, or did the stones break down to make the sand and the silt?
So you had a mountain range in which was being drained by rivers and streams, and it deposits its sediment wherever the river or the streams go. And so that's where that sediment, sand and silt comes from. Now, it depends on the environment of what's happening in that area at the time to whether that's going to be a beach sand or a river sand. But in the Grand Canyon, we have these limestone layers, multiple limestone layers, sometimes separated by other sandstone and siltstone layers. And limestone's formed in a completely different process by the deposition of calcareous organisms over time in relatively calm environments, not in something like you would see with a global flood, which would be a chaotic environment. So, the geology of the Grand Canyon does not fit a global flood model. And that's the most well-studied sedimentary sequence that we have in the world. What is it? What are we looking at here? Let's see.
I can tell you're a very learned man, and
I see.
I do appreciate what you're bringing to the table. So thank you very much. And
I like talking about this stuff.
and thank you for sharing. I love your demeanor.
And stuff.
You've got great demeanor and great composure.
Right.
That's remarkable,
Nameless.
both of you guys.
Nameless, I've told him that it's always a pleasure to talk with PGM, because he's not going into ad hominems, he's not attacking. Like, you can have a discussion with him, and he's hard to convince. He's like a rock, but I
would have coffee with. I would definitely go golfing and have coffee with this man. Absolutely. And so with that being said, my wife has just alerted me that dinner is ready. And as much as I respect you and I believe that you guys are all powerful men, I fear her the most, more than you guys. And so with that being said, I pray that you guys have a great day and a great night. And it's been a pleasure talking to you guys. God bless all of you.
Take care. God bless, brother. Thank you for being around. Love your
Thank
input.
you.
See, take care.
So you guys have been going fast, but that was just try picking up this chart about how many civilizations of the past talk about a global flood. And this is a chart. Now I had to zoom in this much in order for the letters to be distinguishable, but that cuts the chart a little bit. But on top you just see Assyro-Babylonia, Syrio-Babylonia. Oh, Assyria-Babylonia twice? Wait a minute. I don't know what that is. But Persia, Syria, Asia Minor, Greece, Egypt, Italy, Lithuania, Russia, China, India, Canada, the Crees, Cherokees, Papagoas, Aztecs, Peru, Leeward Islands, Fiji Islands, Hawaii. All of them have a flood story. And some of them are not talking about, for example, man in transgression, like it's not our fault, So the Assyrio-Babylonian and the Syrians and the Egyptians, Italians, Lithuanians, and then the other three on the other side are saying that it was man's fault. The others are not. So you can see that there is a lot of correlation here, enough to represent not evidence, but a sign that it could be reality, because you have all these different civilizations talking about the same thing, about an ark, all of them, right?
Yeah. So yeah, no, that's an interesting diagram. I would quibble with it here and there by, I don't know, Italian, like Italy was composed of different groups. So I wouldn't say Italy is like a group of people. Do you know what I mean?
I think
I would quibble with those.
the whole term Italy belongs in a later time.
I mean, if they want to say Roman or Etruscan or.
So it probably means, the some civilization that existed there that I didn't know of, because the term Italy is a modern term. It's not like,
Even Greece has Macedonia, and even their beliefs are a little different, I would think.
Greece,
They're myths,
though,
I would imagine.
with Greece, though, it's kind of easy because we're talking about the Greek civilization that does go back to 2000.
I guess so, yeah.
Right. But with Italy, I'm not so sure what that base is here. What Italian myths? The Roman myth?
That would be my only quibble with that. But Achilles, when you're talking about ancient civilizations, they're all formed near major rivers, such as the Tigris and Euphrates. Maybe not in Greece, but I'm talking about older civilizations.
Yeah, they're talking
the Tigris and Euphrates.
They're talking
the
about
Indus
a global
River,
flood,
the Yellow River,
and one of them is
so
the Chinese.
My point.
Yeah.
Right. And so like the Yellow River in China, and these major rivers all had flooding. And a flooding was a huge part of their agriculture because that's how you had organic matter brought into the fields. They would flood in the springtime and drop organic matter and build up the soil to where you could farm it for the rest of the year. And so
but
a lot of these things, they might say they're global floods, but I would just say that floods were important. Local flooding was important to a lot of these cultures. Go ahead.
Okay, because I agree with you, because I agree that floods was part of the process, that means that's why this one stood out, because it was not a local flood. A local flood would be something that they would have expected. But how come all of them are talking about an ark and humans regenerating the earth? The earth.
I'd have to see the ark claim I'd have to
I
go
can
and
tell
look
you
at
about-
these individually.
I can tell you about Greece.
Of course, we know the Assyrio-Babylonian would be the Epic of Gilgamesh, for example, where I think there was an ark. And where they think the Noah's Ark story may have originated. Some Bible scholars would say that.
So I can tell you about Greeks that, according to the Greek myth, which does not relate to the Assyrio-Babylonian or Jewish myth, it is completely different. It goes back 2,000 years. Was a man and a woman being told by Zeus to walk and throw rocks behind them, and every rock they threw behind them became a human. So that is a little harder to believe than the Noah story. Like the Noah story sounds more plausible to my ears, if you know what I mean. But but I don't know all the other myths. I know that China, there is a very great sermon. I will call it sermon. Maybe you don't like that word, but because there is a gospel message to that, I think it is brilliant to see how their letters today represent things that happened during the flood. For example, the word boat is 8 humans in one boat. This is what you have to draw as the sign, because Chinese is all about those I don't know how they're called, hectograms.
Yeah, the symbols.
Yeah, those symbols. So if you break down the symbols, there is a message in the symbols. And there is a lot.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that.
There is a lot in Chinese, and one of them is that the boat is 8 people inside a boat that you have to draw to make the word boat. And 8 people is the story that we know from Noah. And according to their myth, it was 8 people. Now, for them, they were Chinese. I don't know, I guess. But it's funny how they correlate all over the planet. So it's, and we're talking about a time where in order to get something from Hawaii to Babylon, you'd have to be traveling a long time to get it to them, right? No phones, no internet, civilizations that didn't know about each other's existence at all. A whole Atlantic in between, plus a Mediterranean, you know. And
yeah,
I think it's an important indication that there could have been a global flood. And if there was, it explains a lot of things. Now, I am not a canopy guy. I don't agree with Kent on the fact that it was there and it broke and it created what it did on the moon or the rings of Jupiter, of Saturn. No, I don't.
Well, he said it created the poles. The polar ice was created by.
But it could explain, but his theory could explain why we find those mammoths being frozen with food on their mouth standing on a tree. Because breaking that canopy could get all the cold rushing in, because it's easy to freeze a flower, but it's not easy to freeze a mammoth. It takes some time, but it looks like that ice age that hit was real quick. It was real cold. What did that?
Well, I mean, it could have just been a rapid freeze that occurred within several hours. You know, either it fell into a cold crevasse, or there was a sudden drastic temperature change like you would see in a blizzard or something like that, where you just have a wall of cold temperatures and that animal is eating at the time and it gets caught in this storm. I mean, that happens to people. We had in the United States, we had this event called the Children's Blizzard, and they didn't have meteorology to an extent they have now. And they had this whole buildup of all these cold temperatures in Canada, and they just blasted down in a wall of cold, and they caught all these kids that were walking home from school, and just caught them in their walk to where it was blinding. You couldn't see. And there was, tens of people that died in that. The Children's Blizzard. I think it was like in South Dakota or Nebraska or somewhere. But, these things happen to where, a mammoth could get caught in something like that and then just covered with snow.
Imagine, my issue with the mammoth is that even if you freeze it on the outside, it will take a long time for the whole inside to freeze, because we're talking about an elephant, a bigger than an elephant animal, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about 30 below. I mean, it's going to lose its warmth really rapidly
Suddenly.
over hours.
So I'm just saying.
Well,
it
doesn't have to be completely suddenly, but I hear you.
For it to be frozen, to be finding animals giving birth frozen, or animals eating and their food still in the mouth, it had to be like pretty sudden.
Well, it died suddenly. I'll give you that. I mean, in fact, everything dies suddenly, but it died and it had grass in its mouth. Now, whether it took 3 hours or 3 days, it could take 3 days and just be buried in the snow and it would freeze. So,
all right.
I got to drop off here, guys.
Okay. I have something that I've been going back,
can you save it for me for next time?
Yeah. I exported it. I uploaded it on YouTube to check its copyrights. So there, it's copyright free. So I'm good to go. I'm going to show it to you next time because I'm actually working on a video, which for now it is a
Okay.
2 hour long. It's a 2 hour long edit, which I'm trying to squeeze into something smaller because people don't watch 2 hour long videos anymore. So sad. So that's just one part. It's like 10 minutes where I watched by accident the Noah film of Hollywood, and it
Yeah.
is bringing
Yeah.
it's bringing evolution into creation.
Oh yeah, there's a scene in
And
there that is a scene about evolution.
right, so I don't like that as a creationist. So I played a little bit of
Right.
an edit.
I wouldn't expect that creationists would like that scene, but it was a really cool scene actually.
As an animation, it was brilliant.
Yeah, just as an animation, it was really well done, and it like illustrated kind of, at least a very simplistic version of what happened. But it was great talking to you guys, and thanks for having me
Yep.
on. And Claude, Stephen, Achilles, good talking to you.
Good to have
Same
you.
here. Catch you next time. Thank you so much.
All
Take
right.
care.
Thank you guys. Thank you for being around.
Bye.
We'll see you
Hey,
next time.
and
Yeah, thanks for
just to
having us.
just to remind you, BBM,
Oh, yeah.
you can just scan that QR code, and we appreciate it. We know you love the
Hey,
content.
Do you get
pay
super?
at the exit.
Okay.
Claude got out too quick.
Oh, Claude.
Bye.
Bye.
You were supposed to pay at the exit. We're not asking for money to come in.
Get
But,
back in here until you pay to leave, Claude.
man. Okay, so let me get me my coffee, and I have a treat for you, my brother.
All right, I am open for a treat. So, I'm going to be in here alone for the next few minutes, and I am going to use this opportunity to, what am I going to do? I don't even know. I shared the video with you guys.
Whatever you do, don't sing.
I'm not going to sing. No, I agree with Krista. I'm not going to do that. All right. I guess we'll show you guys the t-shirt store because Achilles has not seen this yet. And there are some new additions to the t-shirt store that I think he will appreciate. So we'll share this screen and I will play this little song until he gets back.
Oh, here I am.
All right. So it looks like I was able to stop that. Krista didn't want me to sing and I had to kill a minute.
Well, if you sang, you definitely would have killed something.
I mean, I'm just glad that the Bible says to make a cheerful noise and not a good coherent one, because I would be out. Have you seen our new merch yet, Achilles?
Yeah, I checked it out as you were presenting it. I was
like
away.
it when you sing like Elvis.
I was away when you started the stream, but I got
I
in.
like it when you sing like Elvis, though, or try to.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I saw that part, yes, and the presentation on. Come on, man, my brain.
Ron Wyatt.
Ron Wyatt, come on. That was some great stuff, man. I can't wait for that documentary. And yeah, upscaling. Not only is it tricky, the funny thing is that you never know which program will do a good job before you pay it. There is a chance that you pay for a program and it does a terrible job on upscaling. That's pretty sad.
Yeah, no, I did a lot of research, and I'm going to be using Topaz. Topaz seems to be the best with upscaling and AI enhancing.
Okay, that's awesome. All right, so
you have a surprise for me?
Yeah, so this video is part of a longer edit, which There's always, on my line of videos, there's always a lot of birds that get shot because I don't enjoy being on my editing decks, because I've been doing this for 10 years and my body has gotten tired. And so when I do make a video, I'm trying to shoot all the birds down that have been happening, like political, religious, um, astronomical, all that stuff. But one portion of that video has to do with how evolution, because we've allowed it to remain in children's school books, textbooks, without insisting that if we take out everything that had to be falsified and everything that has been proven wrong, if we took that out of the textbooks, there would be nothing to support evolution anymore. But we've been slacking. We didn't seem to care enough. So therefore, it started infiltrating religious movies as well. And it didn't start this century. There are Bibles that have started creating the theories of the gap theory and the day age theory. And so it happened for me to watch by accident the Noah film, and I got shocked. And this is how the video that I'm working on began, because I've noticed this with astronomy a lot. When they create a lot of eye candy and they make your eye being satisfied with what they're seeing because it looks good, it doesn't matter what you hear. They have discovered this mechanism that if you're using your eyes and they are preoccupied to look at like the formation of the universe and all that stuff, I could be telling you to go kill somebody and you wouldn't notice, because your brain is too busy processing what your eyes are seeing. And with doing that, all documentaries that you can find today on the creation of the universe, the better eye candy they have, the deeper the fallacies of evolution and Big Bang theories they hit you with. But I was very shocked to see that on a supposedly religious movie. So for me, that's why this is dangerous, because there are religious people out there that are not too educated on creationism, and they were going to say, hey, let's watch this religious movie, and all of a sudden they will get that poison injected into them, and they will take it for granted that we did start from a fish. I mean, if we don't go back to a rock. So I've checked the copyrights. It's not, I don't know, if I were to play the whole thing, it would probably be copyrighted. But what I do is I cut it. I'm experienced with YouTube, and I cut it down in little parts. I pause it here, pause it there, add some text, add some lecture, and it's okay.
How long is it?
Depends on how long we want to go. It will start with a problem, and we'll show that. Kent Hovind starts talking, then I have the next phase, and that chemist that we had the other day continues and says how a biogenesis is just not possible. So we stop it wherever we want.
Yeah, I at least want to see James' tour. I know the part you're talking about. I think I know the part you're talking about, and it's amazing. So that definitely is worth showing.
So you're gonna have to mute me because he does that. So mute me up and let's go.
Okay, you've got to share it first.
Muting me.
Okay.
And then the formless light began to take on substance, shape. Second day. And our world was born. Our beautiful, fragile home.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Verse 5. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. King James Bible uses the word the. Now, it took me a long time, okay, I was dragged slowly, kicking and screaming, into the King James camp. But for perfect attendance in the 4th grade at the Methodist Church, I was given a Revised Standard Version of the Bible, RSV. I still have it on my shelf in there. In the RSV, it says, God called the light, this is Genesis 1:5, God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and there was evening, and there was morning, one day. Verse 8 says it was a second day. Verse 13 says it was a third day. Is there a difference between one day and the first day? Yeah.
Another day.
Almost all the new versions, and you can check it out, NASB, New Living Translation, Amplified Bible, RSV, ASV, almost all of them have changed it to say one day. Why would they do that? It's one reason why most people do most things. Money. They want to sell more books. They don't want to offend people who believe the earth is billions of years old. And the first day is really definite, and that bothers them. We don't have the authority to change God's Word. We have the authority to preach God's Word. We have the authority to print God's Word and give copies to other people. We have the authority to teach about it, but we don't have the authority to change it. I think it's a serious thing if you're going to change God's Word. Anyway, these folks who do most of these new versions believe in what's called the gap theory. How many have ever heard of the gap theory before? So reluctantly, I gave up my RSV and got a Schofield Reference Edition, which I still have in my library there. It's really ratty looking. If you pick it up, it falls apart. I've worn out several Schofield Bibles. Well, the first thing you come to in the Schofield Bible is his footnote on Genesis 1:1. Anybody have a Schofield Bible and read the reference there? You know what I'm talking about. Schofield says there's a gap between verse 1 and verse 2. Here I was, brand new Christian, reading my Bible like mad, learning the Bible, studying, going to church, you know, singing the songs, and total change in my life. But I got a Schofield Bible. Probably set me back 15 years in my Christianity from that footnote in chapter 1, verse number 2. Genesis 1:1 says, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Verse 2 says, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And Schofield says there's a gap in here, maybe even billions of years. So then I had been saved for, let's see, a couple years, and I went off to college, Midwestern Baptist College. One of the books we had to study from was a great big huge book I still got in the library called Explore the Book by J. Sidlow Baxter. Excellent book in many, many ways. But Sidlow Baxter also teaches the gap theory. And so that's what I was taught going through Bible college. And so I basically ignored the creation evolution issue because I didn't have an answer. Sidwell Baxter says in his book on page 35, between the first two verses of Genesis, there is ample scope for all the geologic eras. This is the other most commonly accepted theory to try to put billions of years into the Bible. It's called the day-age theory. In other words, maybe the days are not really days. Maybe each day is an age, a long period of time. How many have ever heard that idea before? The day-age theory. In the Living Bible, in my collection of Bibles that I've gotten over the years, I noticed this verse in verse 13. Let the earth burst forth with every sort of grass and seed-bearing plant and fruit trees, blah, blah, blah. It says in verse 16, all this occurred on the third day. Remember we mentioned earlier how the King James uses the first day, the second day. I said, yay, I finally found we got another one. You know, Living Bible says the first day, the second day, the third day. But it's got a little asterisk right next to the word the third day, and it's got a note at the bottom that says, literally, this is a period of time. Anytime I see a footnote, I hear a preacher say the same thing. Well, literally this means, red flags go up. He says, literally, this is a period of time. And the day-age theory people always use Psalm 90 as one of their proof verses. You know, anytime somebody's got a theory or a doctrine, they have proof text, which is what you're supposed to do. That's the proper way to do it. Here's what I believe, here's why, blank, blank, verse, 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 verse. That's exactly correct. I'm for that. But the proof verses the day-age theory people use are silly for the day-age theory. Look at this. Psalm 90, verse 4. 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday when it is past. Okay. 1,000 years looks like a day. You go to 2 Peter chapter 3, and it says, one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. I'd like you to notice a couple things. These are the only two verses where anything similar to this appears in the Bible. Only two verses that there are. Psalm 90 verse 4, 2 Peter 3:8. Neither of these verses say million or billion, do they? They both say thousand, right? And secondly, neither of these verses have anything to do with the creation. Both verses are simply saying time doesn't mean anything to God. We are absolutely 100% stuck in time. God is not. If He were, He would not be God. Time would become God. So these two verses, 1,000 years as a day, and a day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like yesterday, have nothing to do with the creation. I have in my Bible collection in the library, you can come take a look at it, what's called the Farrar Fenton Bible. In 1903, a guy traveling around, a preacher traveling around, you know, speaking on Bible, he was a Bible scholar. He wrote his own version of the Bible. Here it is. I've got it in my library. The Farrar Fenton Bible, 1903. He says in verse 1, and by the way, notice he says, translated direct from the Hebrew by Farrar Fenton. Hebrew scholar, going to tell us everybody else has been wrong all these centuries. I'm right. Follow me. Here we go. Okay? He says, by periods, God created that which produced the solar systems, then that which produced the earth. That's Genesis 1:1. Does that sound kind of like the Bible, you know, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth? By periods, God created. What's he trying to say there? Long periods of time, yeah. These days aren't really days, they're long periods of time. How about verse number 5? And the light, God gave the name of day, and to the darkness He gave the name of night. This was the close and the dawn of the first age. What does he mean by that? This is a long period of time, right? Verse 8. This was the close and the dawn of the second age. He goes all through all 7 days and does that. He does that to all of them, okay? The first age, the second age, the third age, the fourth age. And the guy claims he's a Hebrew scholar, okay? Translated direct from the Hebrew. Farrar Fenton, the Hebrew scholar, says this is a period of time. The first age, the second age, the third age. Well, there are some real obvious problems with this idea. Could the days of creation have been long, millions of year periods of time? Well, let's see. Genesis 1:11. God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind." And blah, 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 talks about it for a while, and says, God saw that it was good, and the evening and the morning were the third day. What day did God make the trees, grass, plants, etc.? Day 3. Verse 18 and 19. "And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day," which we would assume to be the sun, "and the lesser light to rule the night," we assume to be the moon. "And God saw that it was good, and the evening and the morning were the 4th day. Wow. He made the grass, the plants, the trees on day 3. He made the sun on day 4. I taught biology for a long time. I would suspect that'd be kind of hard on them plants waiting for the sun to come up. If those days are thousands of years, right? Even if it's a week, it's going to be hard on them plants, okay? Waiting for the sun to come up. How is this going to work in the creation? Who's going to go around shining the lights on these trees? You know, stay alive, you know, you'll make it. Now, on day 5, God made the birds and the insects. Those 2 are essential to pollinate plants. So here we got Farrar Fenton trying to tell us the days are long or periods of time. I would say, Farrar, I think you have a problem here. The very order of creation would say what you're teaching is not true.
And the waters of the world gathered together, and in their midst emerged dry land.
We do not know how to build even a simple bacterium. The simplest bacterium with its 256 protein coding genes, we have no idea how to build it. First of all, we don't know how to build the molecules, the 4 classes of molecules that are needed for it. We don't know how to, even if we had those 4 classes of molecules, assemble them even into the simplest of bacteriums. We don't know how to do that. One can do that with the technologies we have today. We can make technologies, but we can't even make the simplest bacterium. Anybody who would say something contrary does not know what they are talking about. Show me the demonstration. Nobody has ever done it. And it's not because of lack of effort. It's not because of lack of will. First of all, they haven't been able to get the molecules to do this. And if they could make the molecules, even if we were to give them the molecules, they wouldn't have the information. There would be no inherent information in the DNA. But even if we gave them the DNA in the structure that they wanted, they wouldn't know how to put all the components together because of the sophistication within a cell. The interactomes, meaning that the interacting connectivity between the molecules, the van der Waals interactions, all of these have to be in the right place and in the right order for a cell to function. We don't even know how to define life, let alone knowing how to spark it to begin. I'm a synthetic organic chemist. Origin of life is purely synthetic organic chemistry. There's no way around it. I'm perfectly situated to be commenting on this, to be critiquing the origin of life research. It is abiological. It is before biology takes over. This is purely synthetic organic chemistry. And making these compounds is very simple. 4 classes of compounds. You have to make them from what's available on a presumed prebiotic earth. And so the chemistry is not hard for a synthetic organic chemist to follow, and any trained synthetic organic chemist can follow me on this. And I've never seen a synthetic organic chemist disagree with me on this. In fact, the people that might disagree with me are biologists because they've never made anything. The only thing they may have made is they buy a kit and they make it, which is made by chemists, but they've never made anything ab initio. And so it's the synthetic chemist that can critique origin of life research better than anyone else. So go ahead, ask your synthetic chemist friends to listen to what I have to say. If they have anywhere a master's degree or beyond in synthetic organic chemistry, have them critique what I say. When one looks at a typical textbook, one will see some prehistoric pond and molecules, and those molecules coming together and forming a cell, and those cells coming together and some slithering creature coming out of this pond. That is fallacious. There is no truth in that. We don't even know how to make the molecules. We are lost on how to do this. We can't even make the basic building blocks. But even if we could, from prebiotic type environment to make these, with all the intellect that we put into this, even if we could make them, we have no idea how to assemble them. You say, well, we can make the liposome, the cell membrane. We cannot. There's over 40,000 lipids have been identified in cell membranes. You want to take some simple ones? It's not just individual lipid membranes. You have to have the inside and the outside of the membrane have to be different. You have to have this huge array of proteins, that transmembrane proteins, and you have to have carbohydrates on the surface as identifiers. Even in the simplest bacterium, we have no idea how to put the structure together. It's not there. So not only do we not know how to make the basic components, we do not know how to build the structure even if we were given the basic components. So the Gedanken experiment is this: even if I gave you all the components, even if I gave you all the amino acids, all the protein structures from those amino acids that you wanted, all the lipids in the purity that you wanted, the DNA, the RNA, even in the sequence that you wanted, so I'm even giving you the code. And so now I say, and all the nucleic acids, can you now assemble a cell here in your individual bodies, not in your individual laboratories, not in a prebiotic cesspool, but in your nice laboratory? And the answer is a resounding no. And if anybody claims otherwise, they do not know this area. This is how far the misunderstanding has gone. Even science professors, even biology professors, think that there is a near building of life, that we understand all the ways to build life. We do not. Not only have none of the molecules been made ab initio under prebiotic-like conditions to make the homochiral molecules that are made. Remember, we need 4 classes of molecules. We need the nucleic acids, and then the homochiral systems that for the amino acids, which then need to be built up into protein structures. We need the carbohydrates, which have to be built up into the polycarbohydrate structures. And then we need the lipids, which also are chiral. All of these we need in homochiral form. We don't know how to do this in any prebiotic type scenario at all. These have not been made. And then to assemble these into a cell, it's never been done. So there's a gross misunderstanding. And this misunderstanding has come because of the projections of those who work in the area of origin of life. They do one little thing and then they extrapolate it, and then they work with the press to ramp it up even more, and they project as if they really know it. And so the layperson reads this and says, you see, scientists understand. And then it's not just the layperson. Scientists think that other scientists understand all of this, but they do not. So this is a cell. What is the origin of life? How do you get a cell like this? What is the origin of something like this? This is an amazing machine. A cell is an amazing machine. It's not just a blob of protoplasm. Every day it gets harder to have the origin of life, to come up with a scenario, because the origin of life becomes more and more complex every day. A cell is a factory. It has the lipid bilayer, which is extremely selective to let certain things in and not other things. It has all of this substructure in here, these little areas where energy is made in here. It has these microtubules which can form, so you can move matter from point A to point B. If you go to a factory, what you see is these overhead hanging machines that are moving materials from point A to point B. In these systems, and the way they do this is they build these racks. But same thing happens in a cell. You get these microtubules to move material from point A to point B, and then as soon as the material is done moving, the microtubule breaks down and then assembles some other place. You say, well, why doesn't it leave it there? Because then the cell would become too rigid. So it just rebuilds it. It's just amazing factory what's happening in a cell. This is what we have to make. If we want to have origin of life, you got to start here. You don't start here. You start with a single cell. Just build a single cell. That's what we have to do in origin of life. Nobody has ever done this. If you've been taught that simple forms of life have been made, that is a lie that you are believing. Somebody told you a lie. That has never been done.
Okay, a small pause here, just to say that we heard that. BBM told us, we know that scientists have made cells, or they've seen them turn from single-celled organisms to multi-celled organisms. And we get a synthetic chemist telling us that it's a lie. It's just a lie. It has never been done by mankind. But even if it was, which is something that I'm not sure James Tour addresses it at some point, even if we do, we are going to prove that it does take a creator to do it.
Yeah, like it's literally proof for intelligent design. If we have to create it in a lab with special circumstances and controlled climates, like if we have to dictate every variable along the way, it's no longer a natural process. It is an intelligent, guided process.
Something else that was brought up here earlier was how BBM mentioned the human eye. Okay, he's back. I don't like talking to myself. Another thing that was mentioned is the human eye by BBM. And he was going back and forth with Nameless. I tried to get in there, but I couldn't. Because the human eye has been a creationism evidence, because it can either work or not work. And so evolutionary believers of evolution, have tried hard to pick up, to imagine of different scenarios where a generation of beings could live with shades before it becomes a fully formed eye, which is just nonsense. But it went that far as to have an experiment done by Richard Dawkins, which I challenge you all to find it, type Richard Dawkins experiment on the creation of the eye. And you will see that there was this one moment in Richard Dawkins' history where he tried showing us how an eye can create itself, and he did that in front of a lot of students, and it was in a university. And the fact that he kept putting his hands in the process made his students laugh and tell him that that didn't work on its own. You had to intervene in many occasions for this to happen. And he was at a loss of words. It was like a completely failed experiment that completely embarrassed him in front of his students. So we here are not talking with theories or somebody somewhere said something to someone that he did something that, no, it's there, it's out there, it's on YouTube. It completely embarrassed Richard Dawkins, and you can find it today. And what we are showing you here is a synthetic chemist who is just telling you that a biogenesis just doesn't work, because one cell is so complicated that it can either work as it is or it can just not work. Even the membrane, the kytharic, the cell membrane, kytharic is in Greek, the cell membrane, the fact that it only allows the things that it wants in, it has some specific keys, and nothing that it's not part of that key can go in, because viruses could just kill it immediately. That disproves how a single-celled organism, which we're talking about one cell, if we're talking about a single-celled organism, we're talking about one cell. In order for it to become a multi-cell organism, it had to have an influence from the outside, but it can't have that with the cell membrane. It is protecting it. So those that are claiming to be the science side, they have to ignore a lot of science to push evolution. And our statement here is that that is a religion. It's not science. The deeper you dig into science, the more you realize there must have been a creator for the single-celled organisms that are more complicated than factories, for the multi-celled organisms, which then goes on to another layer of complication, for the creation of the eye, for the creation of everything, there was a creator. And we provide the evidence. Steven,
Isn't it funny, too, though, that we use all this biblical language to explain these complexities, like abiogenesis and atoms? Like, they don't see that, and now they have the mitochondriac Eve gene, right? Is that, or am I butchering that?
No, mitochondrial Eve, it's called, yes. And I actually, in this video, I think I also have something about that. And 1 second, let me see if I can just find it real quick. Because I had decided to leave this outside the video, but I loved it, so I actually stored it somewhere around here. I didn't. I think I got it.
If you found it, that's lucky.
I'm sorry, no, I didn't. And then this Noah, I haven't finished with it. This Noah thing continues and shows something that is accurate. It shows the fall of man and how we're the ones that destroyed the world. And I'm like, okay. And then the process ends. And here's what's funny. It never mentions Satan. It shows a snake, but it doesn't say that it was the snake that talked to Eve. So here's what's funny. The reason you don't hear about Satan is because you're hearing Satan speak. He is the one describing that story, and he pretends to be Noah. You can't have a creation myth in a creation-based film that doesn't mention Satan. I mean, I found that very shocking, Stephen. I mean, it made me want to sit down and edit this out and try to explain it. Was there anything that annoyed you as you were watching it, like as a viewer? You were like, maybe this was too fast, too slow, got bored. I think the sound of the error was a little too high, so I'm going to take that down a notch.
I thought that was good. No, I thought that was fine. The only critique I would have had is I would add something in the background at the places where it goes quiet and the text starts going.
Music,
I would
some
just
form of music. Okay.
music or like a sound of the universe expanding, whatever, just something to break up the silence.
Okay.
No, other than that, it's great. The way you kept stopping fake Noah and then having Kent Hovind critique him, just brilliant.
And that, you see how he just slips it in there. He's like, and then another day, and people just don't even notice that because they watch the brilliant eye candy, you know. So I find that to be very dangerous, and I've done that before in my line of videos. I'm waking people up when they are watching something. Don't just swallow it because you're watching it. Be critical as you're watching stuff. Now, if I was watching a documentary of evolution, I would expect that language. But this was supposedly played in an Orthodox Christian country during Easter week. So I imagine there's a lot of Greeks who believe in God and watch this poison and swallow it. And there is this line that says, eat the meat, spit the bones. There's no meat here, like at all. Like that thing was all bones. And I don't know if you've watched it, like Noah, they just saw him as the anti-hero. He's like a terrible human being. I don't know. Have you watched the film?
I have. And yeah, they make Noah into like a psychopath who's trying to kill
babies,
his grandchildren, and they've got these weird Nephilim rock creatures. Like the whole movie is bizarre.
You don't need that level of complication that the movie is squeezing there. Anyway, my brother, if you feel like you want to go and you want to end the stream, I could go and play the rest of it, which is the first something like 20 minutes of lies in the textbooks from Kent Hovind. So I wouldn't mind previewing it for people here. So I could go on for another 20 minutes after you go. In other quick news, all the other stuff that I showed you backstage from the Matrix film, all of them are through copyrights. It's all good. They've been cut down so nicely that I don't need to do any fixes. So that was, for me, that was just great news, man.
That's awesome. Amen. If you're willing to take over 20-30 minutes and premiere that show, that would give me at least time to go eat, and then we'll regroup. Maybe if we have a crowd by then, we can keep going, and if we still only have a few, we'll just close it down, because we've been going for 4 hours and 46 minutes.
All right. So go eat. Say hi to my sister. Give her a hug. And what I'm about to play, you guys will know this already. You're not missing out on anything.
All right, brother. I'll see you soon.
I'll see you in a bit. Bon appetit. Bon appetit, as Claude would say. Kaliorexy, if that's how it is in Greek. Have a great appetite, I guess, I should say. So, lads, let me continue this. My little bit of an issue is that I'm going to have to mute myself before I bring the screen in. It's going to be just a second of silence. Let me first try to find where to resume from. Okay, we watched this. Okay, I think that's a good spot to resume. Making that, I'm trying to squeeze this into smaller, make it a smaller video, because so far it's pretty big, because it doesn't just talk about Noah. I had the other thing that annoyed me recently, which is how gullible people are when it comes to some space stuff. So after adding all that, and then adding Noah, and then adding some other stuff, oh man, that's a big video. I'm trying to squeeze it down. So now we're gonna watch a further part of it, which has to do, it continues from where we left it, and it just goes deeper into why all that theory is just nonsense. And it's something that I wanted to play earlier for BBM concerning the geologic column. This is where we are gonna get into now. So with no further ado, here we go. Sorry for the echo if you have some. I'm muting myself right now.
We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
Some people try to say, well, you Christians are against science. No, 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 I like science. I'm against evolution because it's not part of science. Evolution's a lie, okay? There's no scientific evidence to back up evolution. We'll get into that in just a minute. The Bible says in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not bear false witness. Don't lie. Proverbs says, a false witness shall not be unpunished. He that speaketh lies shall not escape. God hates liars. The Bible says they delight in lies. Okay? These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A lying tongue, then a couple verses later, a false witness that speaketh lies. Out of the 7 things God hates, 2 of them are liars. He must really hate them. He lists them in there twice, okay? Jesus said, you have your father the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in the truth, because there is no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own, for he's a liar and the father of it. Now, I like science, and I collect public school textbooks. I have hundreds of them from many, many countries, from clear back from 1880, I believe, to 2005, textbooks. I'm not against science. We happen to really like the subject. We have all kinds of cool science displays at our museum and our science center, and you can come down and visit Dinosaur Adventureland and see for yourself. I am, however, against lying to kids. Now, in the first 3 videos, we talked about how students are being lied to about the Big Bang. It didn't happen. They're being lied to about the age of the earth. It is not billions of years old. They're being lied to about the cavemen. There's never been a caveman, unless you mean Osama bin Laden. Okay? They're being lied to about the dinosaurs. They did not live millions of years ago. Now, here we're going to cover about 30 more lies in the textbooks. There are hundreds we could go through. We're going to try to hit the highlights, and this could go for days just covering lies in our textbooks. I'm going to hit some of the big ones, leave some of the little ones go for another time when we have more time. Now, I am not trying to get evolution out of the public schools. I'm not. I think any theory should be allowed to be taught, if you don't have to lie to support your theory with false evidence, okay? I am not trying to get creation into the schools. And I think Christians that work on either one of those are wasting their time. And many people have wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to accomplish those 2 goals. It's futile. It's not going to happen. I am, however, trying to get lies out of the textbooks. I think we'll find if we take the lies out of the books, there's nothing left to support evolution. Well, that's their problem. They shouldn't have picked such a dumb theory to begin with, okay? It's not my fault, okay? Now, I'm not against teachers. My mother was a godly woman, led my dad to the Lord on their first date. She retired from teaching public school years ago. Been in heaven now for about 7 years. My brother led me to the Lord. He just retired last year from teaching public school after 34 years. There are many good godly teachers in the system. There are many good godly principals, many good godly school board members. I'm not against schools. I'm not against school boards. I'm not against teachers. I'm not against textbooks. I'm against lies. Okay, let's just keep it in perspective. Is there anybody here that thinks teachers or textbooks should be allowed to deliberately lie to students for any reason? And I mean deliberately. They might be lying and not know they're lying, okay, but if they're deliberately lying, that shouldn't be allowed, should it? Okay? Wisconsin has a law that requires textbooks to be accurate. So does Alabama. Textbooks shall be adequate and current, up to date, okay? The latest information. Texas has a law that says instructional material shall be factual. Go Texas, okay? Florida has a law that requires accuracy of instructional materials, and the commissioner is responsible to remove books that are not accurate. Well, commissioner, do your job, okay? Watch this video and remove the books that are not accurate. It's so simple. It's so simple, okay? California says textbooks shall be factually accurate and reflect current and confirmed research, okay? Minnesota says the teacher shall not deliberately suppress or distort subject matter. Yeah, sure, hey there, fella, you betcha. The problem is, none of those states enforce their own laws. I don't know if Tennessee here has a law that requires textbook accuracy. They ought to if they don't have one. If you don't have one, pass one. This is a textbook from about 100 years ago. It says, God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Prayer is a duty, but it's vain to pray without a sincere desire of heart. God governs the world in infinite wisdom. You believe that's a public school textbook? Well, here's one today. Evolution is fact, not theory. Birds arose from non-birds and humans from non-humans. No person who pretends to any understanding of the natural world can deny these facts. Wow, something's changed. Actually, I was at Chickasaw, Oklahoma a couple of weeks ago. It was supposed to be a debate, but none of the professors would debate me. So they scheduled an evolution seminar 2 days after I was gone. They let me come speak on creation. The student group got me in there. Here's a poster they put up right next to my poster. The poster was inviting people to come to the evolution seminar. Interested in evolution? Well, come on down. Evolution lecture with Dr. Mather and Dr. Ray. It says, hear both sides of the issue. Well, we invited them to debate. They could have heard both sides altogether. Here the kids get 9 months of evolution teaching. I come in for 2 hours and they panic. And then they got to say, here, both sides. Both sides. You're not going to present both sides. You're going to present one side, the evolution side, which is what they already got for 9 months. They don't want to hear it. I think they said 20 people turned up, 15 of them are from the Baptist Student Union, just to see what the teachers would say. Okay? They hear both sides. Their own textbook, there in Chickasaw, Oklahoma, has 1/4 of the book, one entire unit devoted only to evolution teaching. Nothing about creation. Evolution's a dying religion surviving only on tax dollars. It's dead. This textbook has over 100 pages where evolution is talked about. There's not one single mention of creation. So don't tell me they want to hear both sides. They don't, okay? They want to present one view only. It's called indoctrination, not education. Is there anybody here that thinks teachers or textbooks should be allowed to use outdated or false information just to get students to believe a theory? Would that be a good idea? No, okay? Anybody here that thinks teachers that deliberately lie should be fired? Okay? Is there anybody here that thinks textbooks with lies should be banned or the lies torn out of the book? Think that'd be fair? All right. Well, buckle up, hang on, let's go. The Bible warned us that was going to happen. Knowing this first, there shall come in the last days scoffers. Did you know there are people that scoff at the Bible? I deal with them on a regular basis. I attract them like a lightning rod. They scoff, it says, because of their lust. There's no scientific reason for them to reject the Bible. They just don't like that book because it chaps their hide. So they're scoffing because of their lust, not because of their science, okay? Even Huxley admitted, I suppose the reason we leapt at origin of species was that the idea of God interfered with our sexual mores. We don't want God telling us what to do. Okay? Arthur Keith said evolution is unproved and unprovable. We believe it because the only alternative is special creation, and that is unthinkable. The Bible says they did not like to retain God in their knowledge. For this cause, God shall send them strong delusion. Anybody that believes they evolved from a rock 4.6 billion years ago, I would say is strongly deluded. You would have to have help to be that dumb. You could not do it on your own. You'd have to have years of training and conditioning to believe such a silly idea. Hey, is it possible for a person to go insane? I mean, absolutely loony? Oh yeah, it happens, doesn't it? Okay? Is it possible for an entire group of people to go insane? Can you imagine over 900 people drinking poison Kool-Aid and killing themselves? A whole group went insane. Is it possible for an entire nation to go insane? You know, like millions and millions of people go just plain old nuts? Oh, it's happened, folks. Hey, is it possible for the entire world to go insane? Well, the Bible says the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. I think we're living in a time when just about the whole world has gone nuts. They believe they come from a rock 4.6 billion years ago. How dumb can you get? 2 Peter goes on to say, where is the promise of his coming? That's what the scoffers are going to say. For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. That's an important phrase. The scoffers are going to say, the way things are happening now is the way they've always been happening. Long, slow, gradual processes. The Bible says the scoffers are willingly ignorant. Willingly ignorant. In the Greek, that means dumb on purpose. They're willingly ignorant of how God made the heavens and the earth, and they're ignorant of the flood. The world was overflowed with water and perished. We cover more on that on videotape number 2 of our series. But one of the scoffers in the last days was a guy named James Hutton. Now, James Hutton lived in the late 1700s. James wrote a book and said the earth is millions of years old. Now, you need to understand, in the late 1700s, most people believed the Bible, or at least they were strongly influenced by Christianity, and everybody thought the earth was about 6,000 years old. That was the common teaching of the day. Okay? They taught the kids in the public school, you know, God created the world in 6 days, like we saw earlier. But this was also a time of many revolutions. We had the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Polish, the Spanish, the German. Every country is just about revolting against the idea of a king and establishing a democracy. So they threw off monarchy, and this is known as the age of anti-monarchy. So the Bible says to honor the king, and some people thought the Bible was an obstacle to their political objectives, and they wanted to discredit the Bible. Keep in mind, this all happened in the early 1800s and late 1700s. So back when everybody thought the earth was a few thousand years old, James Hutton came along and said, oh no, it's lots older than that. And it got here by uniformitarianism. Ooh, kids, big word, bold print. That'll be on the test. They always are, okay? Uniformitarianism means the present is the key to the past.
Okay, so I'm sorry for this interruption because I hadn't I didn't add yet the text that I had to add there. He doesn't say there that uniformitarianism is also what I'm showing on Wikipedia and on from like Google, that it is the slow processes that haven't changed since like forever, which he addressed earlier, which is what the Bible is telling us that they would say. And I think that is also a very important, let me share without audio so I can just show this. Hey, was I showing it this small? I hope not. I hope not. I probably was, huh? So he just points out that it means that the present is the key to the past, which I guess, yeah, but it shows more. It shows that that Bible verse is actually very accurate. That which I have right here, and I'm gonna resume right now. So I'm unsharing this, and I'm coming back to reshare and continue with audio this time.
That's what the scoffers are going to say. For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. That's an important phrase. The scoffers are going to say, the way things are happening now is the way they've always been happening. Long, slow, gradual processes. No, James, I think the Bible's the only perfect key to the past. But during this time frame, the Christians, instead of fighting against this new teaching of millions of years, they swallowed it. The Christians accepted the idea of a gap theory or day-age theory or progressive creation. They just accepted millions of years right into the Bible when it's obvious to anybody with half a brain and one eye reading the Bible that it does not teach the earth is millions of years old. That's not what it says. So the Christians did not put up an effective defense, an effective resistance to this teaching, and they allowed the church to believe all this. And then when evolution came out, 1859 became popular with Darwin's book, well, the Christians just accepted that too. Boy, what a tragedy. That book covers the great turning point in history, if you like the history of stuff. Well, James Hutton's book that he wrote had a real strong influence on a young lawyer from Scotland named Charles Lyell. Charles Lyell, the lawyer, hated the Bible. Somebody calculated one time that if all the lawyers in the world were laid end to end around the equator, we would all be better off. Charles Lyell, in 1830, wrote this book right here, Principles of Geology. I've got it here on the table. You can come take a look at it. It's all marked up. In this book, you can see his hatred for the Bible kind of ooze off every page. He kept calling it ancient doctrines. He said, oh, you have a scriptural authority. He was mocking them, okay? He called it a religious prejudice. He said, men of superior talent, he's talking about himself, who thought for themselves and were not blinded by authority. He used every opportunity he could find to mock the Scriptures. And kids, you won't have to go to college very far before you're going to run into a professor that has this mocking attitude toward God's Word. How many of you had one when you went through school? Seems like their whole goal in life is to destroy your faith. I had a bunch of them when I went to school. They just wanted to destroy your confidence. Well, Charles said his goal was to free the science from Moses. What do you suppose he meant by that? Well, before Charles Lyell wrote his book, everybody looked at the geology, looked at Grand Canyon and said, wow, look what the flood did. He didn't like people interpreting Earth's history in light of the Bible. He wanted them to interpret Earth's history in terms of millions of years. Lyell is the primary guy responsible for inventing what today is known as the geologic column. How many have ever heard of the geologic column before? They divided the Earth up into layers and gave them names, you know. Cenozoic, Mesozoic, Paleozoic, Archaeozoic, all that kind of stuff. Maybe you saw the movie Jurassic Park, named after the Jurassic layer, okay? Each layer of rock was given a name and an age and an index fossil. Now keep in mind, all this was done in 1830 before there ever was a carbon dating, potassium-argon dating, rubidium-strontium dating, lead-208, lead-206, uranium-235, uranium-238. None of those had even been thought of. So they didn't determine these great ages by any radiometric decay method. They just picked the numbers out of the clear blue sky. It's a fact the earth has many layers of sedimentary rock. That is just a fact. You can see them all over Tennessee here. How'd they get there? Well, there are two interpretations. One group says the layers formed slowly over millions of years. The other group says, no, these layers are all from the flood in the days of Noah. And again, they're always trying to erase that line between the two and make their interpretation become part of the fact. And it's just not, okay? It's just their interpretation, that's all. The geologic column is actually the Bible for the evolutionist. The only place you'll ever find it is in the textbooks. It doesn't exist. This guy admits it. He said, if there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. Did you know there is no geologic column? If there was, it'd be 100 miles thick. It doesn't exist. It's one of the lies in the textbooks. And actually, all of evolution is based on this lie right here. This is one of the most serious ones, in my opinion. It's true the earth has layers. That's not the question. Okay? How did they get there, though? I mean, if that layer sat there for 10 million years waiting for the next one, don't you think it's going to rain once in a while in 10 million years? Why are there no erosion marks between the layers? Why are they stacked on top of each other just like a stack of pancakes? And by the way, why are there no soil layers between the rock layers? I mean, soil builds up on top of rock. Don't you think there'd be some soil built up once in a while? Look, if you get a jar of dirt and rocks and gravel and sand and mud and shake it up and set it down, it settles into layers for you in a few minutes. It doesn't take long. How many seen those things you buy at the mall with two pieces of glass and different colored sand in between? You know, you flip it over and it makes all kinds of layers just in a few seconds. It doesn't take long. I was preaching years ago in Union Center, South Dakota. Now, Union Center is right there. It's not even on the map. And South Dakota puts everything they can find on the map just to kind of fill in the white places, you know. Well, there were 40 people in the whole town. 38 of them came to church. Other two must have been pulling a calf, I reckon. I don't know. But boy, we had a great meeting, and the preacher said, hey, Hovind, let's go down to Rapid City. They've got a bunch of dinosaurs in the museum there. I said, oh, all right, I like dinosaurs. Let's go. So we all drove down to Rapid City. We came to this museum, and a guide met us at the door. He said, hey, folks, would you like me to give you a tour? We said, that would be great, sir. Well, the first place we stopped on the tour was the geologic time chart. They have it lit up, and it's behind glass, and it's holy and sacred. Don't dare touch that thing, you know. So we're standing over there, and the guide said, now, folks, this layer of rock right here is about 70 million years old. And it's so cool, because they always get that sanctimonious tone in their voice, you know. 70 million years old. Oh. Well, my daughter was 12 years old at the time. She raised her hand. She said, mister, how do you know that layer is 70 million years old? He said, honey, that's a good question. We tell the age of the layers by what types of fossils we find in them. They're called index fossils. And by the way, that's correct. That's what the textbook says. Scientists use index fossils to determine the age of rock layers. She said, thank you, sir. We walked around the other side. We're standing over here, and the guide said, now, folks, these bones are about 100 million years old. My daughter raised her hand again. She said, sir, how do you know those bones are 100 million years old? He said, well, honey, we tell the age of the bones by which layer they came from. She said, sir, when we were standing over there, you told me you knew the age of the layers by the bones, and now you're telling me you know the age of the bones by the layers. She said, isn't that circular reasoning? I thought, wow, a chip off the old block. That guy had the strangest look on his face. It was almost as if he were thinking. He looked at my daughter. He looked at me. I wasn't about to help him. I thought, wow, this is going to be good. I have got to hear this. He looked back at my daughter. He said, wow, you're right. That is circular reasoning. He said, I never thought of that before. That fellow drove 50 miles one way that night to come hear me speak in Union Center, South Dakota. The crowd swelled to 39. We set up a chair in the aisle. Afterwards, he talked to me for an hour. He said, Hovind, is everything I believe about geology wrong? I teach this stuff at the college. I said, oh, no, I like geology. I've got a huge fossil collection, rock collection, mineral collection. I teach earth science. I love studying geology. I said, but as far as the layers being different ages, I said, yes, sir, I'm sorry. That is all baloney. It's based on circular reasoning. I'll show you. Here's a textbook that tells the kids to date the rocks by the fossils, and on the very next page it says date the fossils by the rocks. on the next page, and they don't catch it. It's a lie. It's circular reasoning. The intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning in the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. The geologist has never bothered to think of a good reply, feeling the explanations are not worth the trouble as long as the work brings results. It cannot be denied from a strictly philosophical standpoint, geologists are arguing in a circle. The relative ages of rocks are determined by the organisms they contain. They date the rocks by the fossils and the fossils by the rocks. Ever since the beginning of the 19th century, fossils have been and still are the best and most accurate method of dating and correlating the rocks in which they occur. Apart from very modern examples, which really are archaeology, I can think of no cases of radioactive decay being used to date fossils. They don't date fossils by potassium-argon dating or carbon dating. That's not how they do it. Radiometric dating would not even be possible if the geologic column had not been erected first. There's no way simply to look at a fossil and say how old it is unless you know the age of the rocks it comes from. This is Niles Eldredge, one of the most famous evolutionists alive today. He said, and this poses something of a problem. Yeah, something poses a big problem, Niles. If we date the rocks by the fossils, how can we then turn around and talk about patterns of evolutionary change through time in the fossil record? Circular reasoning. This guy said the rocks do date the fossils, but the fossils date the rocks more accurately. I think the cheese done fell out of his sandwich. That's what I think. Okay, he's a few fries short of a Happy Meal. It's based on circular reasoning. Okay, this guy said the charge of circular reasoning can be handled several ways. It can be ignored as not the proper concern of the public. It can be denied by calling down the law of evolution. It can be admitted as a common practice or avoided by pragmatic reasoning. But it is all based on circular reasoning. Actually, at the Scopes monkey trial, 1925, over here in Dayton, Tennessee. How far is Dayton from here, Steve? About 100 miles, okay. This is what they were going to use as evidence for evolution. The lowest layers are obviously the oldest. Page 275 of the court transcript. No, the oldest layers are not obviously the oldest. Did you know in still water, sediment layers settle out the bottom one first, and then the second one, and then the third one? That's correct. But in moving water, you can get 5 or 6 or 10 layers to form simultaneously. They form from one end and travel across. So it's possible to have a fossil on the bottom that is younger than a fossil on top, if it's moving water. There's a great video tape called Experiments in Stratification. It covers all that if you want more on that. Or get our video number 6. We'll get more of that later. I like to ask evolutionists, I say, guys, your geologic column contains limestone quite a few places. If I handed you a piece of limestone, how would you know if it's 100 million year old Jurassic limestone or 600 million year old Cambrian limestone? I mean, exactly what's the difference? They'd say, well, the only way to tell the difference is by the index fossils. That's precisely my point. They date the layers by the fossils. This textbook shows the kids a trilobite, and it says, boys and girls, trilobites make good index fossils. If a trilobite is found in a rock layer, the rock layer probably formed 500 to 600 million years ago. I don't think so. Somebody found a human shoe print where the guy with a shoe on had stepped on and smashed a trilobite. They asked evolutionists all over, how on earth could a human step on a trilobite? If trilobites lived 500 million years ago, and man didn't get here till, 3 million years ago, and they didn't start wearing shoes till 10,000 years ago, how could a human step on a trilobite? One atheist said, well, it's obviously. The only answer would be that aliens visited the planet 500 million years ago. Oh, them aliens will do it every time.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, how did that happen?
I told you we don't know. Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact.
Another guy said, well, maybe there was a large trilobite shaped like a shoe that fell on a small one. Now, there are some big trilobites, okay, but I don't think they're shaped like a shoe. Actually, the trilobite has the most complicated eyeball ever. Trilobite eyes are unbelievable. And this is one of the first creatures to evolve, and it already has the most complex eye, which just the eye is one of the most complex features you could have. Now, trilobites are not index fossils for anything, okay? There are all kinds of different types of trilobites, and there probably are some still alive today. Certainly the Baltic isopod is still alive. A guy sent me a couple weeks ago, about a couple months ago, I guess, a whole jar full of trilobites from the Prudhoe Bay water treatment plant up there for the oil factory they've got, oil refining rig. When they arrived in Pensacola, Florida, they were still alive in the jar. But I don't know how to keep a trilobite alive. I mean, you give it mouth to what? Some resuscitation, but they all died, but we got them in our museum there. Somebody just sent me a large one that they got down in the Caribbean, about this big. It's in our museum, and it was frozen. They said, yeah, I pulled it off the rock myself down in the Caribbean, still alive. They call it some kind of roach. Roach, it looks like a big trilobite. This textbook shows the kids a graptolite. It says, boys and girls, this is 410 million years old. I don't think so. Graptolites were found still alive in the South Pacific 10 years ago. So if you find graptolite, you can't use that as an index fossil for any age rock, okay? They tell the kids in school the lobe-finned fish is the index fossil for Devonian, 325 million years old. See that short leg, boys and girls? He's got a little bitty leg and then the fin. See, that proves he's evolving from a leg to a fin. No, that's a lie. The lobe-finned fish are still alive today. They're swimming around the Indian Ocean. And when they caught the first one in 1938, the scientists looked at it and said, wow, would you look at that? They survived for 325 million years. It never dawned on them once to question the geologic column. That thought never crossed their brain. You don't question the geologic column. It is holy and sacred. You just have to say it survived for 325 million years. It's in the textbooks today. And they still say it's the index fossil for 325 million year old rock, even though they know they're swimming around the ocean. How can they be that dumb? This lady wrote a book about it, A Fish Caught in Time. She says, boys and girls, this is our own great uncle, 40 million times removed. She does look a little fishy, kind of around the gills there. Okay. You're going to be told that dinosaurs are index fossils for the Jurassic period, 70 million, or Cretaceous, 70 million years ago. That's baloney. Dinosaur bones were found here recently that had blood cells still in them. How long are the blood cells going to last? Here's soft tissue found with dinosaur bones, still flexible, soft tissue in March of 2005. Here's fossilized human hands found in the same rock strata as dinosaur bones. Now, they tell you the layers are different ages. That's simply baloney, okay? Now, Charlie Darwin didn't like round numbers, so he said the Wealdian deposits are 306,662,400 years old. How could he possibly know such a thing, okay? All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up, connecting these different rock layers. Petrified trees standing up. Now, how long does a dead tree stand up around here before it falls down? 5 years, maybe 10 years? 5 million? Oh, no, not 5 million, that's for sure, right? But yet petrified trees in the vertical position are found all over the planet. I'll just flash through some pictures real quick here. There are all kinds of petrified trees found standing up. And they're running through multiple layers, and the kids are being taught the layers are different ages, and yet here's one tree connecting them all. I'm having a hard time believing these layers are different ages. That's what I'm having. Central Alabama's got a large coal mine with a whole bunch of petrified trees standing up running through two seams of coal, the Blue Creek and the Mary Lee. Now they're going to tell you in school, for coal to form, a forest has to grow, and then it all falls over and turns into a swamp, and then it gets buried, and then new mud washes in on top, and the coal slowly forms from the forest that was buried. And then thousands of years later, another forest grows on top, and a whole new layer of coal formed. So if you find 2 layers of coal, oh, that took thousands of years. That's what they'll tell you in school. That's simply baloney. We'll cover more on coal formation on video 6, but if you look at the samples of trees found in this coal mine, you look at sample A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I mean, any freshman law student could tell you, hey folks, I think I can prove these 2 coal formations formed at the same time, very quickly. Within a few weeks or months of each other, that's for sure. Probably during the flood in the days of Noah. We'll cover more on that on video 6. In Cookeville, Tennessee, how far is Cookeville from here? 100 miles? What's that? 150 miles. In Cookeville, Tennessee, there's a coal mine with petrified trees standing, running. Here's coal at the bottom. The tree is coalified at the bottom, petrified in the middle, and coalified on top, where it went through a second coal seam. Same tree. By the way, why are coal seams generally found on top of layers of rock or clay? Wouldn't be a pretty poor place to grow a forest? Ought to be on top of soil, don't you think? Yeah. Polystrate fossils are found all over the world. In Joggins, Nova Scotia, there are dozens of petrified trees standing up, connecting different rock layers. Scientists go up there and look at them and just say, wow, that's curious. Oh, it's more than curious. It's devastating to your teaching that the layers are different ages. There's a brochure you can get from our bookstore. It's $2. It's got 30-some pictures of color pictures of petrified trees in the vertical position. Occasionally, the petrified trees are found upside down, running through many rock layers. Now we really got a problem. I've thought about this till my brain hurts. The evolutionists have two ways to solve this. They can say, well, Hovind, you know, the trees stood upright for millions of years while the layers formed around them. Or the trees grew through hundreds of feet of solid rock looking for sunlight. There's a third way to look at it. You know, maybe they were all buried in a big flood. How fast was that calf going? Keep that thought in mind, okay? Mount St. Helens blew thousands of trees into Spirit Lake. Lots of those trees are stuck in the mud at the bottom of Spirit Lake. They're going to petrify in the standing position. More on video 6 about that. It doesn't take long for things to petrify. Here's petrified firewood. The guy chopped on it before it turned to stone. Here's mummified dog stuck in a tree. Turned to stone. Chased a coon up the tree apparently and got stuck. They named it Stucky. What would you call it, okay? Here's petrified cowboy boot with the cowboy's legs still in it. The boot was made 1950 and the leg is turned to stone. Here's petrified fish giving birth. It does not take millions of years to give birth. Praise God, okay? Here's a petrified hat. Petrified pickle found in a jar. The guy sent me the jar and pickle. He said, Brother Hovind, I found this in Montana in an old home. The house was junk. The roof was gone. The house was falling apart. But he said, you want a petrified pickle for your museum? I said, of course. Who in their right mind would not want a petrified pickle, you know? Come on down to Pensacola, Dinosaur Adventureland, and see the petrified pickle. Here's petrified sacks of flour found in a flour mill that flooded in 1910 in Eureka Springs, Arkansas.
So now I'm going to read the chat, hoping that nobody is gonna say there was no audio. Okay, no, nothing yet. Oof. Oh, okay. Stephen does say you're muted, brother, so I'm not sure. So I don't know, because I had nobody around here to tell me if the audio was playing. Oh, it just dawned on me that I could go on YouTube. Oh no, I couldn't because I was sharing my whole screen. Right, so I hope you guys were watching this and you find that interesting. So Nameless, I will be around for a little bit. I think Steven is gonna come back after they eat, and whoever comes in to keep this going, that would be great. I do want people out there, whether you are atheist or whether you are a believer and you don't know about this, Kent Hovind, the reason you will find so many people hating him is because of what he has done in the past. Don't worry about the current Kent Hovind. He's an 85-year-old man. Don't expect everything from one man. But when he was at this age that we were just watching, he has created these 7 seminars that you can get from drdino.com if you want to support him too. He has a policy which is everything he does is not copyrighted. You can actually get the DVDs, copy them, send them back to him, and you will get your money back minus the shipping costs. And then you are free to share them around and put them on YouTube. Now, I haven't seen anybody else doing that. But you can also find them on YouTube. There is a small issue though on YouTube. Before I go to that issue, let me just say, you guys need to watch all that. It's 7 seminars. We just watched like something like 20 minutes exposing 4 lies, and only that seminar, which is number 4, exposes 30 lies. And then the other seminars are about around the same subject, that this world had a creator, and what are the issues of evolution, what are the dangers of evolution, how it has created Marxism, Nazism, communism, all that stuff. Now, the issue with YouTube is that you cannot find seminar number 5 easily because it was very dangerous to the system, and it is one of the reasons he went to jail for. And ask us how we know. So even on, I found a good quality version of the seminars recently, which is the one that I was using here. And as I was watching the whole thing to find the moments that I would need it for the video that I'm making, I realized that in the middle of it, it gets cut and it starts from the beginning again. So that's not the full seminar. So that is the reason why you gotta be careful with YouTube. Maybe somebody picked them up, changed them, and you would never know. So if you type Kent Hovind seminar number 5, you will find different lectures of Kent Hovind, but these are not the seminar number 5. So unfortunately, to be certain, it would be nice to support him too. He could use the money. To get it from drdino.com, and you can get them in a DVD form and you can share it with friends. Welcome back, Stephen. I hope it works this time. Hello. Okay. Yes, Carlos. This is what happened because the police that were stormed his house with a SWAT team, like he was some terrorist. It got overheard on their radio from people in the house. They received the order to pick up every seminar number 5 copy that they find in the house. But allegedly, he was arrested about some tax stuff. Why do you care about seminar number 5 then? So that is very weird. And the fact that they couldn't charge him at the end and they had to let him go, that is also weird. So this man got jail for those seminars. It is exactly as you stated, Carlos. And what you can do to the system is watch them. If you haven't, watch them. Hello, brother. Welcome back. Good, Carlos. Good, brother. Here's a man that has watched all 7 of the seminars. So I do some videos and I keep adding stuff from the seminars because my subscribers here in Greece, at least, they don't even know Kent Hovind. They don't know him at all. So this is why people hate him. He brings up all the scientific evidence of why they are lying to you, and it's in the science books. I have science books right here from my university times, and they have the same lies in them. And I can't make my video way longer and add all the lies because as our friend Carlos here knows, and Stephen knows too, the other lies are even more absurd. Like you have Haeckel's drawings that every embryo starts from a fish, and this has been disproven for, I don't know, 70 years now. The man lost his university, the license to teach in universities because of that. Because we developed radioscopy after that, and we saw that the embryos do not look like the embryos that he drew. But it's still in the books, and it's still supporting evolution. Welcome back, Stephen. What's wrong with me today, man? I'm ranting.
I don't know. In like the last 30, 40 minutes, my internet was been weird and it's keeping me from muting and unmuting. So I don't know if maybe it's just like, oh, you've been streaming for 5.5 hours, quit.
And you've been damaging our system.
Right. You're destroying evolution single-handedly.
Yeah, can't you just go play a video game or something? You know? So you said at some point in the chat that I was muted. was that a big thing? Was it a long time? What happened? Because I didn't have somebody to.
No, that was a long time ago while you were playing the other video. So that was really old.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, now we got company. We got Nameless back.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Oh,
Your
thank
wife-
you.
Your wife lets you have more playtime?
Uh-oh.
We hear
Yes,
you.
yes. And my wonderful, beautiful wife cooked me the best, wonderfulest ever chili. Yay! I'm in earshot, y'all, so be very careful. But yeah, so it was great. Yeah, so I'm allowed to play. I actually had to ask for permission, or not really permission, but for a blessing that I may do this. All things are permissible, but not all things are edifying in a marriage.
May I ask something?
Absolutely.
Because you were eating, I'm pretty sure you didn't have the monitor next to you, but did you watch that Noah part that I played and what they're trying to do in the movie and how they're trying to squeeze eras in creation and that stuff?
No, I'll have to go back and take a look at that. I was trying to, follow some of the podcast while I was off, but at the same time, I had to give attention
Yeah,
where
I bet.
attention was due.
Okay, so I started it right after you all guys, you left. After you, we had a little bit of back and forth with BBM and Claude, and then when they left, I played that. I started playing that presentation. So there are two reasons why I want you to watch it. First off, the first reason is that it's gonna piss you off what they're trying to do with that movie, and I want you to know because I love you as a Christian, your arguments, your zeal, and I want you to check that out. I want that person that has that zeal to check that out.
Achilles, did you know
And
that?
I love you too, Stephen. Don't get envious here. Come on.
No, we have a very special kindred friendship. But did you know that Nameless has already got his feet wet? He's already picking bar fights with our hosts.
I kind of noticed that, and I didn't even know. I didn't even understand what happened with
So much for incognito. Oh my
in
goodness.
the chat there. I didn't notice what happened. Before we go there, though, the second reason that I want you to watch that is because I do want you to know what Kent Hovind has done with his seminars. You are one of those people out there. So I put on a 25-minute uninterrupted part of that seminar, which is only number 4, and it's only 20 minutes of it, and you will get why I want you to watch them.
I will. I think very highly of Kent Hovind, and I'm always hungry for knowledge. I'm a nerd. I'm a big nerd. I love learning, and I think I take everything that Kent Hovind says uh, uh, very tenderly and acceptingly. And so, thank you for even offering that.
So yeah, I'm done. I've had a long time talking here. So Mike's yours, guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you for holding the fort as well, and thank you for having this very enduring long marathon. I hope this has been beneficial to your channel, and if not now, soon to be. I don't think anything that you do for the Lord is in vain. Hopefully, as long as it's for the Lord, and if it's in the will of if it is in the will of God, then it will come to fruition. However, He chooses. So let the Lord be glorified in all that things that we do, including now.
Amen.
But yeah,
And
I hope there becomes no more friction between brothers, and the Bible does say in Proverbs, a brother is born for adversity, and we see that all throughout. But it's also
I actually didn't catch what happened. Like I saw somebody speaking in a very weird manner to you and told you because I don't like your flattering and stuff like that. I was like, I don't even know where that came from. So maybe I've missed an episode. I was asleep or something. You guys had a fallout?
I think I may have figured it out, Achilles, because our brother Nameless, by the way, do you prefer to just go by Nameless, or do you have a first name we could call you?
You remember what I've printed on my bike, Stephen? I've printed the name No One on my dirt bike.
I get it.
I think it's the same. So I don't know, but if you don't like us calling you Nameless, you have to give us something else.
Well, he is also a Sabbath keeper. And as you know, we did that stream not too long ago, and the Sabbath keepers kind of outnumbered the non-Sabbath keepers. So it was a little bit of a contentious episode. And I am afraid that he just maybe fell victim to that stigma because there's still some hurt feelings over that era.
Yeah, but he was getting told, like, I straight up don't like you. And I'm like, where's that come from? I didn't get it. So I'm not, I caught what Nameless said here on the panel and how he apologizes for whatever he did. And I haven't heard that from the other side, at least not yet, because it's the other side that was attacking. It wasn't even Nameless. Like, so I still don't see why.
Because
You know,
he's so friendly.
we are all entitled to our own prerogatives, our own opinions, and our own emotions, no matter the regards, you know. And so I don't have to understand, you know, he doesn't have to understand anything like that. And so, like I said, you know, that's something within, and that's something
Yeah,
we
but
all have to deal with within.
yeah, but Nameless, I do have a little bit of an issue with that because as a ministry here that is here only to glorify God, from the time you appeared, I never heard or saw something that deserves that behavior. And if that behavior made you say, I'm never going back, I believe that this channel, not calling it ministry, it's a channel, it would miss out. So I don't, that was somebody's opinion, which he didn't even express why, and it could affect the viewers by missing out on somebody who has stuff to say and can have a discussion with BPM, a respectful discussion, and bring out the arguments and all that. So that's why I have a bit of an issue with what happened.
Well, I pray that, you know, remember that time in the scripture where the Pharisees said, you know, this man, he was born blind, you know, is it his mother's fault or is it his fault? Whose sin is it? And you know, Jesus says this incredible thing. This is for, you know, this is neither his mother nor his father, but, you know, a testimony to the glory of God. And maybe this might be a healing that might do the same thing. And you know, and I'm not trying to I hope this never does discredit, you know, the reputation of this ministry. This ministry doesn't belong to me or, you know, anybody else. And I don't, sometimes we forget that it belongs to us as well. But hopefully, maybe it might do fruition. I'm worried about the internal workings of people more than I am their reputation, even my own. And so hopefully, maybe, if it be the Lord's will, this might be one of those healings, so to speak. Not of a physical
Maybe, yeah.
element, but maybe a spiritual one.
Maybe, yeah. It can also bring an opportunity to say that as long as we are the only one in chat as a host, when we say something, the other person might take that, not personally, but as a ministry, like everyone believes that. So we got to be a little bit more careful to hold our inner personal feelings when we are representing a body.
Well, you know, it is iron sharpens iron, and when two hard, you know, forces collide, those are very big, big sparks, so to speak.
Right.
And so maybe this might soften us, and you know, even refine us even greater than what we were. I pray that be the case.
Amen. I love your how you saw this, but as another member of this channel, equal member to the other one, I'm apologizing. This is not the view of the ministry, right?
Well,
it was something
I've
personal.
already forgiven him in my heart. You know, I've already forgiven him in my heart. If he ever comes to, you know, forgiving, you know, me and himself, or you know, what have you, that's great. I hold no grudges. You know, that day, you know, even moments after, you know, I kind of in myself, I felt more ashamed of myself on how I handled it, regardless. Sometimes we feel justified when we're attacked on, human nature. It's almost human nature to, when you're attacked, is to defend and reoffend. And sometimes, even though we might feel justified, it might not seem right. That might not have been the best path of resistance. And so I personally felt shame. I even presented this to my wife and some friends over the phone that, seen this. And, so regardless of what his actions are, I'm accountable for my own. And that goes for all of us. We live in a world of hostility. And so this is going to happen to all of us, either through brothers or strangers. And so my thing isn't about fault or blame. None of that is going to benefit anything. It's not going to solve the problem. Mine is about resolution and healing. And I pray that, this doesn't come to be about a shame. I really didn't want it to be as broadcasted or even a big thing as it is, because I try to protect, even my enemies. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to love our enemies. And that's where I felt great shame. And I would like to say that even publicly, because I'm not proud of myself. Sometimes we make it a battle of wit when it shouldn't have been a battle at all. And so for that, I do apologize very greatly to this ministry.
You don't need to. I think that, as I agree with you, we have our human nature, and we are men, and men, we can get weird. Like when we get punched, we will punch back. You were straight up told, get out of here. And then not even given an explanation why. So I kind of get it, how it's easy to defend yourself and say, just show me why. I mean, I actually don't see something you did wrong, but yeah, I get your response. I hope
as a man of a very lesser man before two elders of this ministry, I beg for I beg for mercy on his behalf.
Right, and I hope you guys can have at it at some point, which doesn't even have to be public. Like, we gotta understand what happened. Like, maybe you did something that pissed him off, and okay, then you're gonna actually feel like, oh yeah, I do owe him an apology. For now, I do think you were treated unfairly. So I just want you to know this is not the view of the ministry. Remember the first time you appeared here, you made me say we're hiring. I've never said that before. If you go back to like 100 streams, and we've had so many people coming in, and you're the first person that ever came in my mind to say something like that, because the way you were defending the Bible is what we are here to do. There are others that have been around here, and they are here to support their denomination. We have an open panel here, and we might get into an argument with somebody who just has an issue with everybody that is not a Baptist. Somebody else has an issue with everybody that is not a Catholic. Somebody else only exists online so he can make Christians Orthodox Christians, and telling them that if you're not Orthodox, you're going to hell. So that's why when I see people like you, I get a bit excited, like, oh, they're still out there. People that just, and you and Amicus, I like Amicus too. We will have disagreements, and like, I believe this Bible verse means this, while you believe it means that. Of course we're gonna have that. But as long as we take the Bible as the authority, and not our church as the authority over the Bible, I think you fit right in. So for me, reading what happened there blew my mind. Like, I couldn't even suspect where it came from.
Yeah, and I'm just so sorry that it happened. And regret is something you can't change the past. You can only use it as a reference to the future. And I pray that healing be done.
The funny thing is, and I do hope that member that we're talking about is gonna hear this, I actually think he dislikes more me than he may dislike you.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. Yeah, I think he has a bigger issue with me, but what can you do? We are who we are, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And so, like I said, I don't I won't hold it against him. And you know, and we can, with me, the past is the past, and I don't hold grudges. If I did, if we don't forgive our trespasses, you know, that are trespass against us, then who are we? You know, who are we to testify of the things that? How are we going to convince others to believe in the things that we don't apply ourselves in our faith? Um, and with sincerity, not with just, you know, a label or reputation, with sincerity. And I think that's my faith. That I believe this. I believe everything that Christ stands for, and I would like to apply that. And I think not all of us are there. This is all a cultivation and a refining. We're refined by this fire, and sometimes it's not pleasant. And that's for all of us. And with they say pride before humility, and and so I try not to fall too far. I try not to let myself get too that high.
Yeah, and it's very easy to fall for pride. We don't even see it happening. Welcome back, Stephen.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, and I pray this is all just a memory of reference.
Saying that, Achilles, is there anything else you think we haven't covered, or do you think that's about good to cut it and give a little time before Dan's show?
Oh, there's a dance show going on later? Okay, yeah, let's end this. I hope our viewers enjoyed this. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you feel like you want to contribute to the war, but you don't have a channel and you don't want to be the one firing the bullets, we could use some bullets. If you could feel like supporting this ministry, Stephen put out the links, and visit our shop, get some t-shirts, which you can wear or not. Just it's gonna help us keep going. The reason we're saying this now is because we're never gonna monetize this channel. It is always gonna be up to viewers. When they feel like they can spare something, they can throw it, because we don't want monetization and advertisements to determine where we're going and what we're saying. We will get demonetized immediately. Like, you know, you're gonna have to ban me, Stephen. If we are going to be respecting monetization, you gotta ban the Heart of Flesh, because I have no control.
Achilles, we wouldn't last a month monetized. Like,
Right.
the things we say, like just the fact that we take an open stand against homosexuality. Not homosexuals. We love homosexuals. We want them to be saved. We want them to come out of their sinful lifestyle the same way I did, a liar and a thief and a drug addict. And but it is an abomination to our God. And for saying truths like that, for saying that abortion is murder, and that it's taking the innocent life of first of all, a citizen with rights, but also an image bearer of God, is wrong. And we can't say those things and be monetized. So we will always just look for the support of other Christians to get us through.
Agreed. You know, the saying goes, we hate the sin and not the sinner. But we also have this realization that it's not just the sin that's going to go to hell, and and be punished. It's the sinner. And
Right.
so, with that being said, that proverb that says, "The wicked is ransom unto the righteous," that bears great, great merit. And we seek the souls um, of those that do sin, that are punished by to the sinner. And this is why it's such a great and grand duty and compassion for us to do what we do. And it's not about the money, it's not about the glory, it's not about the fame or the vanity or the success. It's about the glory of the kingdom of God.
Right. Amen. That being said, thank you, everybody. We hope you enjoyed this stream and you learned something, you thought of something new. And we're gonna see you on the next one. Stephen, if you have something to add.